Carina Press and Harper Audio present Custom Love by Chantal Fernando, performed by Devin Grace. Prologue. Trade. This moment has been a long time coming. I'm not sure why it has taken me 3 years to propose to Ariel. I knew she was mine the second I saw her. But after a drunken night out when she said she wants to have a baby with me, our first together, I realized that I need to get my shit together. We already have 4 kids, 3 mine and 1 hers, but to us they are all of ours. I take my role as a father very seriously, and I love Mila just like she is my own blood. Her biological father, Merv, is an absolute deadbeat, and Mila doesn't even know him. She knows me, and me only, as her dad. And as for Ariel, call me Prince Eric, because that woman was born to be mine. When I told her we were going out for our anniversary and I had asked my brother, Temper, to babysit, Ariel decided she wanted to look her best and booked an appointment at a beauty salon. My woman deserves to be pampered, and it's so rare that the 2 of us get to be kid-free. Little does she know, though, that tonight is going to be much more than an anniversary dinner. I just hope she says yes. I mean, wanting to add to our brood is pretty much saying she wants me forever, right? And we have discussed marriage before, so I don't know why I feel so nervous right now. I shift on my feet uneasily and check the time once more. She was supposed to be back about 45 minutes ago. So I call her. When she doesn't answer, I leave a message. Hey, beautiful, it's me. You almost done? Call me back, love you. Taking a seat at our dining table, I scroll pictures on my phone to pass the time. Pictures of us posing with the kids, pictures of just me and Ariel, smiling happily, arms wrapped around each other. There's even a sexier one of the 2 of us, me lying behind her in bed, my hands cupping her breasts possessively. When another 30 minutes pass, I call her again. She still doesn't answer. So I call the salon, only to be told she had left over an hour ago. An uncomfortable feeling fills my stomach. Where the hell could she be? She might have made another stop somewhere, but it's not like her to be late or to ignore her phone. I hit her sister's number and bring the phone to my ear. Hey, Izzy says, aren't you supposed to be at dinner? I pause. So Ariel isn't with you then? What do you mean? She asks, sounding confused. She messaged me when she was leaving the salon, which was about an hour ago. She said she was going right home. It's 7 o'clock now, and she knows our reservation is for 7:30. She reminded me this morning. She never got here. I'm still waiting for her. Izzy goes silent for a second. She should have been home by now, she says, tone taking a serious edge. Where else could she have gone? I don't know, and she's not picking up her phone, I explain, standing up and looking outside the front window. Something's not right. I can feel it in my bones. I'm gonna go and look for her. No, let me, Izzy says, and I hear scuffling in the background. Rennie is here. He's going to call Temper and everyone else. Rennie, short for Renegade, is Izzy's husband and a member of the Knights of Fury MC, of which Temper is president. The kids are with Temper. I don't want to upset them until we find her. I know. We will be discreet, and Abby can watch them if we need Temper, don't worry. We'll all go look for her. I'm going to start at the salon. They might have surveillance cameras there. You wait there in case she comes home. Okay, I say with a nod, and then hang up. I start to pace. I don't want to be sitting here doing nothing while everyone is out trying to find her. So I leave a note for Ariel on the table, telling her to call me immediately, and then I call Temper, who left the kids with his wife Abby and is retracing Ariel's steps in his car. I meet up with him and we spend the next 2 hours looking for her in the area and calling all of her friends and family, but she is nowhere to be found. I go to the police, but they say they can't do anything until she has been missing for more than 24 hours. We all meet back at my house, and my stomach clenches when Ariel isn't there waiting for me, like I hoped she would be. Izzy starts crying as she sits down on our couch, and she looks just how I feel. I want to break down right now and fucking scream. I want to rage and set this whole fucking city on fire. But that's not going to help right now. I just need to find her. I'm standing in our living room, looking at the home we made together, and feel utterly helpless. I don't know what to do, I say to Temper, taking a deep, slow breath. She has to be okay. I'm going to lose it if something happened to her. Temper comes over to me, grabs onto my shoulders, and looks me in the eye. No, you're not, because we don't know if anything happened to her. She could have forgotten to run an errand, or we don't know if we've lost her. Abby, Temper's wife, approaches and gives me a big hug. We'll find her. I nod, thanking her with my eyes. I'm going to need all the support I can get right now. I'm heading back out, I announce. A woman doesn't just go missing into thin air. Something has happened, and I'm not going to rest until I find out what that is. Chapter 1. 1 year later. Nadia. He didn't do it, Nadia. You know him. I know him. Come on, you have to believe me, Marisol says, big brown eyes pleading with me. I grew up with her son, Damon, and it's true, he's the last person I'd ever think would murder someone. He had always been the gentle sort, and he was always kind to everyone around him. People change, though. Money isn't an issue, she continues, lower lip trembling. It's hard for me to see her like this. Marisol was one of my mom's closest friends, and she was always there for me growing up. When I lost my mom, she stepped in and made sure she came to all of my school events, like my basketball games. For the finals one year, she even made her own sign with my name on it, lifting it up and cheering me on as I scored the winning point. She was basically like the aunt I never had, and most of my childhood memories include her. Seeing her, sitting here now, I realize that I've let too much time go by without seeing her. I just want you to look into it and see what you can find. I know he didn't do it, and you have nothing to lose. I'll pay you, and if you don't find any proof that he's innocent, then so be it. But I know you will. Why now? Why didn't you come to me earlier, before he was convicted? I asked the question, but no matter what the answer is, I'm glad she didn't. There would have been too many issues if I had been involved during the height of the investigation. I sigh and scrub my hands down my face, probably smudging the liner around my brown eyes. Surprisingly, my hesitance to take on this case has nothing to do with money. Sure, for a while my business was struggling. I had to let go of my employee and closest friend, Bronte, because I could no longer afford to pay her. But it has started to pick up again, after I helped an attorney exonerate a murder suspect, even though all evidence pointed to his guilt. More and more clients have been engaging my services, from people trying to catch their spouses having an affair, to businesses trying to see if their employees are leaving for their competitors, to defense lawyers looking for help with their murder investigations, with word of mouth spreading. Despite things improving in the business, I still am just one person, and can only take a few cases at a time. So it is a slow improvement. But no matter how much I could use the money, I wouldn't even charge Marisol. I wouldn't feel comfortable taking her money. There's a whole other reason I don't want to take this on, and it's much more complicated than she may think. I don't know. I thought it'd be obvious he didn't do it. I didn't think they'd find him guilty. She wipes a tear from her face. She looks like she's aged at least 10 years since I last saw her, before Damon was arrested. Marisol, I knew Ariel and her whole family, too. They are my friends. Can you imagine what kind of position that's going to put me in? I ask, closing my eyes and exhaling. After my father died 5 years ago, I retreated into work and lost touch with Marisol. My best friend, Bronte, is pretty much my only family now, and as a result, her family became my family. After she left my private investigation firm, She started working at Fast and Fury Custom Motorcycles, which is owned by a local motorcycle club, the Knights of Fury. She ended up falling in love with her boss, Crow, who is a member. The minute she became his old lady, she had an instant family in the MC. Luckily, she didn't leave me behind and pretty much forced me into the MC fold. I met Ariel a few years ago, and we bonded instantly since we were outsiders to the MC, included but not exactly part of the inner circle. Neither of us knew what was going on with the MC all the time, but we knew we could count on them. Ariel was the partner of trade, who is the president of the MC's younger brother, but not an official member anymore. In addition, her younger sister Izzy is married to Rennie, another MC member. So we would hang out when the other women from the MC were doing MC-only things. I wouldn't say we were best friends, but we were definitely more than acquaintances. She was found a day or two after going missing, in her car at the bottom of the lake right near Damon's house. I still remember the moment I heard about it. The shock and pain of her body being found, and the surprise that Damon was being tied to it. She had a young daughter, Mila, who was 5 years old now. As someone who grew up without a mother, I know that little girl is going to have a tough time, especially given how Ariel died. When it was revealed she was murdered, it hit me hard. She was loved by everyone, and losing her brought so much pain for them all. I know Marisol doesn't realize what she's asking of me. She's just a desperate mother begging for help. Of course she would reach out to me. It's just such a hard position for me to be put into. After the investigation, Damon was picked up, interrogated, arrested, and tried all in a span of 6 months. He was found guilty of second-degree murder and is doing a minimum of 25 years. I'm ashamed to admit I avoided the case because I was embarrassed that I knew him and his family. To be honest, I think I distanced myself from the whole thing because I knew both of them. It hurt to hear about what happened to Ariel that night, and the fact that a guy who grew up like a cousin to me could have been behind it. This is actually the first time I've talked about Damon's arrest with Marisol. My feelings were all over the place about it, but people do change. It's not like I had spent much time with him over the past few years. How does finding her real killer put you in a bad position? She asks, lifting her chin, her stubborn brown eyes begging to be heard. It's justice. Wouldn't they want the real person who did this behind bars? I'm telling you, it wasn't Damon, and I'd bet my life on that. I lean back in my worn leather chair and study her. She looks 100% sure that her son did not commit this crime. Marisol has always had an eerie ability to suss out whether someone is lying or not. I was caught in too many lies by her when I was younger. As much as I want to write off her confidence as a mother trying to protect her son, there is something in the back of my mind asking if she's right. If the roles were reversed, Damon or myself would do this for you, she adds. And I sigh because she's right on that account. They are that kind of people. I was with my son that night from 6 to 10 o'clock. I was with him. How could he have done this? They didn't just find him guilty over nothing, I say. There had to be evidence to put him away, Marisol. They pinned it on him because it was easy, she fires back, scowling. They did not have enough evidence to prove he did this. They locked him up anyway, because of reasonable doubt. Did you look into the case when it had gone to trial? I didn't look into all the details properly, no, I admit. I know what everyone else knows, what I heard from others and what I saw on the news. Well, see, I'm just asking that you look into it. That's all, she says, eyes pleading with mine. Go over the details and see for yourself what I'm trying to tell you. When I don't say anything right away, she grabs my hand. Nadia, I swear to you, Damon had nothing to do with this. I just know it. I consider her words. Yes, me looking into this would ruffle a few feathers. In fact, I can't imagine how upset it would make Trade, who was probably trying to move on and find some peace after losing his love. But the MC doesn't have to know what I'm doing. Like Marisol said, it's just a little bit of research to see if all the dots connect. If I find something, then I will share it with them. What can it hurt? If she's right, then I can help Damon, and if she's wrong and this is just a case of blind love, well, I tried. I don't know what to believe anymore, but there's something in her eyes that I can't say no to. It wouldn't hurt to look into this. For Marisol. Okay, I say, sighing. I'll see what I can do, but you have to promise me complete honesty. If I ask you something, regardless of what the answer may be, you have to answer me truthfully. Do I have your word? Yes, absolutely, Nadia. I would never lie to you. I can't believe I'm about to do this. I can't make any promises, though, okay? And if I don't find anything, then I'll drop it. She nods eagerly, tears forming in her eyes. I just need you to take this chance, Nadia. Thank you so much for helping me. No one else will listen. They'll just think because he was found guilty, he did it. But innocent people are found guilty all the time. No one wants to consider the option that a mistake was made against my son. I mean, she's not wrong. Mistakes are made in the justice system. The problem lies with everyone thinking their loved ones are innocent. I pull out my notebook. All right, let's do it then. Tell me everything in detail. I want to know why you don't think your son did this. She starts speaking, and I start making some notes. I just hope I don't regret this. Stepping into the Fast and Fury custom motorcycle shop, I ask myself, not for the first time, if I'm making the right choice. The last thing I want to do is bring more pain to the people I care about, and one of the people I love most is right under this roof. Nadia, the woman in question calls out as she sees me, a big smile on her face. I didn't know you were dropping in today. Bronte gives me a big warm hug, her floral-scented perfume hitting my nose. I know I said I was going to keep this whole investigation on the down low, but there's no way I can't tell my best friend about what I'm up to. It was spontaneous, I admit, looking around for Trade. Can we have a quick chat? Of course, she replies, brows drawing together as she looks me over. Is everything okay? I nod and walk with her outside to my car. So I have something to tell you. I have a new client, and she wants me to look into Ariel's murder. Bronte's eyes widen in surprise. The case is closed, though, and someone is behind bars for doing it. I know, I wince, shifting on my feet. But his mom is 100% sure he didn't do it, and that he has been framed. And you know how I told you that they were family friends of mine? She nods. I remember you saying that. Shit, Nadia. This isn't going to go over well. I know, but if the right man is locked up, then there's nothing to lose, right? It's just me double-checking the facts and the work the police have already done. She looks unsure, and I feel the same way. I don't want anyone to know about this, but I couldn't not tell you. I explain, reaching out and touching her shoulder. I need you to be okay with it, though. This would upset Trade, she admits in a low tone. He's trying to move on. I know. He doesn't have to know. Unless I do find something, of course. Bronte tilts her head and studies me. She's sure there's something more to this whole thing? She's his mother. I shrug. I don't know if there's any truth to her claim, but she swears he was with her that night, during that time. She seems sure he's innocent. Mother's love? Or the truth, I say. We won't know unless I look into it. And no one has to know or get hurt in the process. I might find nothing. Or I might find everything. She nods. Yeah, all right. You do what you have to. I have no idea how this is going to play out, but I'm here if you need me. And that right there is why this woman is my best friend. I love you. You too. Trade chooses that moment to pull up next to us in his black truck. He winds down his window and smiles when he sees the two of us. Working hard, Bronte? Always, she replies, clearing her throat. Hey, Nadia, I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? He gets out of the truck, and not for the first time, I'm reminded just how good-looking he is. He's tall, broad-shouldered, built perfectly with muscles in all the right places, and has warm brown eyes. His brown hair is always tied back with a leather band, showing off his structured jawline and stubbled cheeks. Good. Same old, just working. I pause and glance at Bronte. Anyway, I better head to work, I say, waving to the two of them and getting in my car. I'll call you tonight, Bronte yells out, and it sounds more like a warning than anything. What are you getting yourself into, Nadia? I ask myself, pulling out of their car park and heading to my own office. Marisol swears Damien was home with her the night Ariel went missing. I know that most mothers would lie for their children without thinking, and giving a false alibi for her kid wouldn't be a stretch. But there was something in her eyes that made it hard for me to say no to her. That desperation. I can do this for her, as a favor. Maybe I'm just a sucker for a sob story. Either way, I'm doing this, and there's no going back now. Chapter 2. While chatting with Felix Banks, one of my police contacts and a longtime friend, he tells me that he is working away for a few months, so I should go into the station and speak to his partner, Decker. He told me if I ask nicely, there's a chance Decker will answer my questions and walk through the evidence with me. So I go in and try my luck. Good morning, Officer Shambles, I say as I enter. He looks heavenward. Nadia, you are the last person I want to see today. I don't have time for you or any of your bullshit. Still as charming as I remember, I reply with a grin, resting my arms on the desk. Is Decker in? Shambles nods. Yeah, he's here. What do you want with him? You want me to annoy you or him? I ask, raising my brow. He picks up his phone and presses a few buttons. Decker, can you come out here? I smile as he hangs up. I thought as much. I've known Seth Decker for a few years now, although most of the information I get about cases is from Felix. I actually went to high school with Felix, so we've known each other for some time. Decker and I met when we all worked on a case together. It's not unusual for us to call each other up asking for favors every now and again. Decker, just like Felix, is a force to be reckoned with. And one of those people you just know was born to be a cop. He lives and breathes his job, and is good at what he does, but is also compassionate. Nadia, he says, green eyes smiling as they land on me. You've just turned a boring day into something much more interesting. And how do you know that? Because I know you, he fires back, leading me to his office and sitting down. What do you need? Felix leaves and you come to me? Aw, Decker, are you jealous? Me? Jealous of pretty boy Felix? No. But you normally go to him for your favors. If I didn't know how much he loved his wife, I'd think there was something going on with you two. I roll my eyes. Why can't a man and a woman be friends without everyone thinking they're sleeping together? Well, I called Felix and he told me to come in and speak to you. Said if I asked nicely, you'd help. I bet my eyelashes for good measure. Lucky me. Yes. Basically, I have a client whose son has been convicted of murder and she wants me to go over all of the evidence again, I say. And to do that, well, I kind of need the evidence. He winces. You know I'm not allowed to do that, right? I can't just be handing out sealed evidence to anyone who wants it. Can't or won't. And I'm not just anyone. His lip twitches. Which case? Demon Richard. I know the case. That's your client? He asked, brows raising in surprise. Yes. And I don't need any comments from you. I just need to see the evidence, and I'll be on my way. He runs his hand through his dark hair and sighs. All right. Since he's already been convicted and the case has been closed, I don't see the harm in showing you the evidence. I can get you what you need. I just hope you aren't wasting your time. You and me both, I whisper as he leaves the room. I think back to the most recent case we all worked on together. It was a missing persons case, and that person happened to be a child. When you do that sort of work together, you have to trust each other. Besides, it's pretty easy to trust Decker. The man couldn't lie if his life depended on it. He comes back in about 10 minutes later with a box in his hands and places it down on the table in front of me. There's a USB in there with a camera surveillance. You can watch it on my laptop. Everything else is all in here. Lieutenant Casey is milling around, so you're on your own. If you see her, you need to leave. You know how she feels about you and your profession. Do not take anything with you, he says, as he points at me. I'd normally be offended, but this just shows he knows me better than I thought. Thanks, Decker, I say. I owe you one. Yes, you do, he replies with a smirk, and then leaves me alone. I take out my phone and photograph each piece of evidence, knowing I do not have the time to go through everything right now. I want to examine every item, with hope to catch something, anything that could have been missed. I pick up an evidence bag with what looks like a gold stud in it, maybe one that had fallen off a piece of clothing or something, and eye it closely before putting it down. The clothing Ariel was wearing that night brings tears to my eyes. There are washed-out bloodstains on her ripped white t-shirt. The sight of it physically pains me. Why did this have to happen to her? I remember first meeting Ariel. She had smiled widely and said it was nice to meet me. Then she proceeded to ask if I carried a gun when she found out I was a private investigator. We laughed as Mila, Ariel's daughter, who was only a baby then, smiled at both of us. She likes you, Ariel said to me, sounding a little surprised by the fact. She normally doesn't like new people. Not for the first time, I question if I'm doing the right thing, bringing up this pain all over again. I remember when the verdict came in and Damon was found guilty. While it did not bring Ariel back, it gave everyone a sense of closure. But what if I find something? Right now I'm just looking and asking questions, but what if I dig deeper and the case is reopened, causing everyone to relive the pain all over again? Shit, is this a good idea? I want to help Marisol, but what about my loyalty to Bronte and her extended family? They've taken me in and are good people. Can I really willingly cause them harm? I should have thought this through a bit more. I take a deep breath and tell myself that I'll just look at the evidence. As long as it supports the verdict, I'll drop this. I plug the USB into Decker's laptop, grateful he left it open, and watch the surveillance footage, which has 2 videos. The first one shows Ariel leaving the salon and bumping, quite literally, into Damon. It's a fast exchange, maybe 5 to 10 seconds, but it is clear as day. Damon and Ariel exchange a few words before she walks to her car. I make a note of the timestamp of the video and watch as she pauses at the car and checks her phone. It looks like she is sending a text message or something, and then she gets in and drives off. In the last frames of the video, it shows Damon's gaze following Ariel, watching her. I realize this is the evidence that sealed Damon's fate. That's all that there is. I wouldn't have thought seeing this would affect me as much as it did. but watching her living and breathing for the last time brings a tear to my eye. I start the second video, which looks like footage from a gas station. I see a truck pull up and Damon hop out to get gas. Just as I'm about to record the timestamp, Decker's superior officer, Lieutenant Casey, walks by the office and does a double take when she sees me. Shit, she really doesn't like me. I close his laptop and pack up the box exactly how it was and leave it there. I need to leave before she says something to me. I send Decker a text on my way out, letting him know that I'm done and get back into my car. Instead of returning to my office, I make one stop on the way. About 30 minutes away from the salon Ariel left, in the opposite direction of her house and everything she knew, is the small lake where her body was found. It was at first assumed that she had driven off the road into the water as an accident, but the autopsy showed otherwise. Ariel had died before she hit the water. The coroner reported that she was asphyxiated. She had other signs of trauma: a broken nose and hyoid bone, which is the bone under the chin that often gets broken during strangulation. This was no accident. Demon's two-story property is the closest to the lake, sitting right on the bank, overlooking the crime scene, which is probably why he ended up being the #1 suspect. That and the interaction he had with Ariel, and his already long criminal record. However, just because someone has been caught for drugs and burglary doesn't necessarily mean they are capable of murder. But because of his record, they used burglary as his motive. The prosecution argued that he needed money for drugs and Ariel was the unlikely target. Damon got into drugs when his dad passed away. Before that, he was a good student and an upstanding citizen. It's crazy what grief and loss can do to someone. Even crazier what drugs can do. My eyes trail up to the lake and back to where Ariel's car went into the lake. I don't want to think about how scared she must have been. No one deserves this. No one. All I have is an alibi from Damon's mother, something which clearly was not enough in court. I remember the promise I made to myself. I'd look over the evidence, and if I found nothing, I'd be moving on from this. I check my watch and curse. My next client is set to arrive in about 30 minutes, so I head back to my office, switching mental gears. But I can't let go of Ariel. So you found nothing? Bronte clarifies, dipping her cracker in a tub of hummus and putting it into her mouth. Correct. I mean, it's probably for the best, she replies, chewing thoughtfully. That's all she hired you to do. He was found guilty for a reason. Maybe his mom just needs to accept that. I'm going to go to the prison and speak to him tomorrow, I admit, sitting back on my couch and lifting my feet up on the coffee table. I need to hear his account of what happened that night from him. Think you can tell if he's lying or not? I don't know, I sigh, eyeing the platter in front of us. I'll try to read him or maybe pick up on his vibes, but you never know. I'm pretty good at reading people, but if he really did this, he's a psychopath. So a little above my level. I know I can count on Decker's help if I need him too. Who's Decker? She asks. He's the cop who let me look at the evidence. I don't know if you remember, but I've worked with him before. He's Felix's friend. Wait, who's Felix again? I can't keep track of all your contacts. You know Felix, my friend from high school who helped us with tips for our cases. Oh, is he cute? I roll my eyes at my happily married friend. He's married to an FBI agent. Bronte frowns. What about this Decker guy? Is he single? He's not my type. He's just a contact. I think I remember him being a hottie. Of course that you remember. I roll my eyes again. You know what? Just trust your gut. It usually leads you in the right direction, she says. If only it were that simple. I still can't believe it all happened. We've all been helping trade with the kids, and it's so hard to be around them. I don't know how to act because I'm heartbroken for them, But I don't want them to see that. If he needs any extra help, or if you do, let me know, I say, since my schedule is more flexible than most and I want to try to help whenever I can. I've buried my head in the sand with work over the past year, and now that things are a bit slower, I'm trying to start reconnecting to people I haven't made time for. He hates asking for help, she explains, shaking her head. We literally just show up there or organize it with Izzy. He's stubborn as hell. Izzy has been taking Mila as much as she can. She offered to have her there full time, but Mila was asking for her dad and brother and sisters. Trade is the only father Mila knows, so he and Izzy thought it was best for her if she stayed living with him and his children. I think it says a lot about a person to take in a young child when you don't have to. But Trade was insistent, and Izzy knew it was the right thing for everyone. Well, I'm here if you need me. I know. She smiles, reaching out her hand to me. You've been such a big help when it comes to Quinn. Quinn is Bronte and Crow's 3-year-old daughter, and I absolutely adore her. I know how amazing you are with her, so I'll remember that. We chat for about an hour, and then Bronte heads home to her family. Feeling a little restless, I go for an evening jog and try to clear my head. When I get home, I'm exhausted. I take a shower and then jump in bed. Even though I'm so tired, I feel restless and still can't sleep, and I find myself tossing and turning. I end up sitting at my desk and start poring over the photographs of the evidence, thinking about the case for the rest of the night. I'm annoyed at myself for being unable to let this go, but maybe there's a reason I can't. Chapter 3. Damon looks surprised when he sees me, his eyes widening. I offer him a small smile to break the ice, one that he doesn't return. He appears worn down, bags under his eyes, and orange definitely isn't his color. He sits down slowly and picks up the phone, and I do the same. What are you doing here, Nadia? He asks, brow furrowing. His eyes suddenly widen in realization. Mom? She's fine. I hold my hand up. She asked me to look into your case. Why? I've been convicted. It's over, he says, his voice having more aggression than I would have expected. Damon, I've known you your whole life, I start to say, staring into his brown eyes. He may be only 25, but his eyes show he has an old soul. He nods. I need you to tell me the truth, Damon. And don't fucking lie to me, or I will know. Did you do it? He leans forward so he can look me in the eyes. You need to back off, Nadia. It's over. I'm in jail, and that's it. I'm surprised by his words. From the way Marisol spoke, I assumed Damon is desperate to get out of jail, claiming he was wrongfully convicted. But your mom, she swears she was with you, Nadia. Drop it. He all but yells before looking at the guards as they give him a warning glance. I have two options here. I can just let this go and tell Marisol that I couldn't find anything, or I can get him to talk about the case without him getting upset. Were you on drugs when you were arrested? That seems like a safer question. He sighs, almost relieved I've asked a different question. I was clean for over a year before I was arrested, he says, shaking his head. I ponder his words. I saw you and Ariel ran into each other at the salon. Do you remember what you talked about? He shrugs. Your guess is as good as mine. Do you remember every person you bump into on the street? Every mini conversation you have with someone? Well, you did bump into her. There's video of it. Then I guess it happened. He leans back in his chair with his arms slung over the back. I can't understand why he's behaving this way. Maybe he did do it, and Marisol is just a mother in denial. After looking at the evidence the police had, I have to admit it wasn't much, circumstantial at best. But the jury felt that was enough to convict him. Any good lawyer would have had the case dismissed, but his public defender didn't even try. That's not to say he didn't do it, just that there wasn't a lot of evidence against him. I stare at him. Despite the hard exterior, underneath the short hair, the tattoos on his arms, the grimace on his face, I still see the little boy I used to know. "You're not going to help me with this, are you?" I ask, even though I know the answer. "There's nothing to help you with. Leave it alone." I'm still going to look into this, not for you, but for your mother. I find it hard to believe that after everything you and your mom have been through, you'd behave this way. The way he is acting is so surprising, and not how I thought he would be at all. I thought he would want someone to fight for him, to try to get him out of here. Instead, it seems like he's admitting that he actually did kill Ariel, even though he pleaded not guilty at the time. What am I missing here? "You know nothing about what I do for my mother," he growls, putting his face close to the plastic barrier. It stops me in my tracks. I tilt my head and look him in the eye. There is meaning behind what he just said. "Why haven't you told your mother you did this? That you killed Ariel?" We have a staring contest before he looks away. "Leave it alone, Nadia, or you'll regret it." With that, he slams the phone down and heads toward the guard to be escorted back to his cell. I leave the prison not knowing what to think, knowing that anyone else in my situation would walk away. But something in my gut won't let me. Damon doesn't want my help, and I know there has to be a reason behind that. My problem now is that I'm out of leads, and the only people I can get more information from are going to be pissed if they find out what I'm doing. I slide my fingers into my pocket as my phone beeps with a text from Bronte. "Hey babe, I need a favor. I'm sick, and I was supposed to meet the kids after school at Trade's house. Izzy is finishing up something so she can't go until later, and Abby is out of town." I blink slowly. Yes, I did offer to help, but I've never actually been to Trade's house before, since Ariel always used to say getting out of the house was her self-care time. I know his kids, have met them at the club get-togethers, but I've never been in their personal space. The guilt from looking into Ariel's case slowly creeps in, and now I know I have to help Trade out. "What do you need me to do?" I type back. "Can you go to his house? There's a digital key code to open the door. You just have to wait for the kids to get home from the bus, which stops right in front of the house, and then just feed them some snacks and stay with them until Izzy and Mila get there. It won't be for too long." Okay. I mean, I can do that, right? "Where does he live, and what time do I need to be there?" She texts me his address, which is only about a 10-minute drive from work, and the code to get in, and says that I have to be there by 3. I glance at the time on my phone. 1 o'clock. Just enough time to drop into the office before I have to leave. I'm on it. Love you. I like kids. I really do, but I don't have much experience with them. In fact, I think Quinn is the only child I've ever actually spent time with one-on-one. I know I offered to help, but I assumed it was pick up takeout or run an errand for Trade, not babysit his kids. I'm an only child, so I never even grew up with them. But it can't be that hard, right? I'll just feed them and make sure I don't lose them until Izzy shows up and takes over my shift. When I get to his house, I put in the code Bronte sent me. Opening the door, I step inside, and am surprised by how beautiful and tidy the space is. There's no clutter. How does Trade keep it looking like this with 4 kids? His house is a huge 2 stories with an open floor plan, and there's plenty of room for them all. There's 2 living room areas, and you can see both from the kitchen. The house has lots of wooden and leather furniture and picture frames on the wall. The pictures are the main form of decorating. It's very masculine, with no trinkets around, and I wonder if it looked like this when Ariel was also living here. I stop at one of the pictures. It's a family photo, with Ariel smiling widely, arms wrapped around the children, and Trade holding her from behind. It's a beautiful photo, and I almost feel like I'm intruding by looking at it. I move away and sit down on their leather couch in the living room, staring at the clock. I arrived a little early, but better early than late. A few moments later, I get up and get myself a glass of water and look out at the garden from the kitchen window. It's a lovely house to raise children in. A lot of room, a big yard with a trampoline, a little playground set, and space to run around. It's the house of a happy childhood. I turn around and look at the fridge, which is covered in artwork and awards, and smile to myself. I hope to have my own family one day, and my own fridge covered in hand-drawn pictures of us, like the one Mila drew of Trade and her holding hands. A big Mila plus Daddy is scrawled across the top in adorable 5-year-old handwriting. Trade might be big and tough, but at heart he's just a family man. I like that about him. Unfortunately for me, my fridge is going to have to remain bare for some time. To start a family, I'd have to have a man in my life, and well, I've been single for the past few years and lacking in the penis department. I'm sure one day I'll have children, but that day isn't around the corner. In fact, it's not even around the block. I tidy up the few dishes left over in the sink from breakfast while I'm waiting. It feels so weird being in someone else's house without them, like I'm intruding. But I remind myself that I'm supposed to be here, and that I'm helping out. I get on my phone and scroll through social media for the remainder of my time. When it hits 3, I wander back to the front door and open it, with no idea what to expect. Should I go out so I'm right there when they get off the bus, or will that embarrass them? Are they used to just coming in by themselves? I am completely out of my element here. A couple of minutes pass before a bus stops and 3 little humans tumble out of it. 2 girls and a boy, with similar features, brown hair and eyes, and matching smiles. They are all carrying huge backpacks and wave when they see me. India, the oldest of the 3, looks over at me curiously. "Nadia, what are you doing here?" she says, smiling. "Where's Auntie Bronte?" "She's sick today, so I'm here instead. I hope you don't mind," I say, then glance over at Aaliyah and AJ. "How are you all? How was school?" "Awesome," AJ replies. He has cut his hair since the last time I saw him, the little boy bun gone, and he's now sporting a short, spiky do. With his long lashes and dimples, the kid is going to break many a heart in the near future. "I'm hungry," Aaliyah announces. I move aside so they can enter and watch with interest as they throw their bags, shoes, and socks on the ground carelessly and head straight for the kitchen. Trade must have a house cleaner. In less than 2 minutes, the place is a mess. "What do you guys want to eat?" I ask as I follow them into the kitchen. "What's your go-to?" AJ asks, sitting down on one of the stools. "Everyone has their favorite little go-to meal, and everyone's is different." I smile. I knew I liked this kid. "I like nachos with all the fixings and guacamole." "Can we have that?" he asks, clapping his hands together. "I'll just have some fruit," Aaliyah announces, picking up an apple and heading to her bedroom. India watches her leave and shrugs. "Middle children, eh?" I try not to laugh, then search the cupboards to see what I can find. "Okay, so we don't have what I need for the nachos. We'll have to make that next time. I can make some loaded fries, though, with bacon, cheese, sour cream, and scallions. What do you think?" AJ fist pumps. "Yeah, I'm staying around for that." I start making the fries while AJ and India talk my ears off. Aaliyah even comes back out and sits with us, listening to the conversation but not really contributing. They are all so close in age, maybe a year apart each. But it's obvious they have a close bond in their own sibling dynamic. "Do you know what happened at school today?" India asks me. "Nope. What happened?" "There was a fight. The teachers had to break it up, and one of the people in the fight was my friend," she explains, then mutters under her breath. "My dad would kill me if I got into a fight." "Dad used to get into fights at school," AJ says, eyes going wide. Uncle Tommy told me. Yeah, but Dad didn't have a dad to keep him in line, India reminds him. That's what he told me. Did you ever get into any fights at school, Nadia? I shake my head. No, I didn't. My mom used to always tell me to be the bigger person and walk away. It's easier to give in to anger and fight than to walk away. The kids all seem to ponder that. I like that, India finally murmurs. And who is Uncle Tommy? I ask. AJ pauses. Oh, you'd probably call him Temper. That's his biker name. Oh, makes sense that they would call Temper by his birth name, not his road name. So, what kind of sick is Auntie Bronte? AJ asks me, sounding concerned. She's probably just sick of you, India smirks. Last time she was here, AJ kept making farting noises, and Auntie Bronte was not amused. AJ lifts his chin. Come on, that's funny. For boys, maybe, India replies, rolling her eyes. Do you have any children, Nadia? I do not, I say, shaking my head. Why? AJ asks, confusion apparent in his tone. Don't you like kids? No, I like kids. I'm just pretty busy with work, to be honest. If you have time to make loaded fries for 3 kids, I think you have time for a family, India decides. She must be about 10, but she has the mind of a 30-year-old. I try not to laugh, but fail miserably. Hey, I'm here because Bronte is my best friend, and she asked me to come, and I always help my friends when they need me. I really should be at work. Where do you work? Aaliyah asks. I own my own private investigator business, I explain. Really? AJ asks excitedly. What's that? I think about how to explain what I do to an almost 8-year-old. Did you ever go on a scavenger hunt? I ask as I put the fries in the oven. Yeah. Are you like a treasure hunter? I laugh at the way his face lights up. No, but you know how with a scavenger hunt you have to search for clues? He nods with enthusiasm. I look for clues, for information. Someone hires me to find out something, and then I go try to find it out. India's brow furrows. So who hires you? I shrug. Anyone can. I've worked with lawyers to help with their cases, people to find missing loved ones. So, you're good at findings? Aaliyah asks with skepticism. That's so cool, AJ says as he bends down to look at the oven. It can be pretty cool, I admit. What do you want to do when you're older? I want to work with my dad. He does constructin', he announces proudly, puffing his chest out. I smile at the way he pronounces the word. Dad said we could be a team. I like building things. I could build a house. Trade owns his own construction company, even though he also works at Fast and Fury. And I think it's cute that AJ wants to work with him. I want to be a teacher, India says, cutting off her brother. Maybe an art or music teacher or something like that. I think that would be fun. I nod. Those are pretty fun subjects. I don't know what I want to be when I'm older, Aaliyah says on a shrug. There's nothing wrong with being a stay-at-home mom like Ariel was. No, there's not. In fact, I think stay-at-home moms do the most work out of anyone, I say. She nods, seemingly satisfied at my answer. I might change my mind when I'm older, though, India continues. That's okay. I changed my mind 100 times before I finished school, I admit to them. I wanted to be a vet at one point, but I think I would have cried too much, so I'm glad that I changed my mind. I love animals too, AJ comments. Yeah, I have time to think about it, India says, nodding. I want to have lots of money, though, and be able to buy my own house. Maybe I could have my own business like you, Nadia. You could, if that's what you wanted to do. Anything is possible. You just need to figure out what you want in life. I don't know how this conversation got pretty deep so fast, but here we are. These kids are pretty cool, and I find myself enjoying the chat with them. They proceed to ask me more about my job while I finish making the loaded fries, and then a million more questions after that. Are you rich? I'd like to be rich, AJ says, expression dead serious. I'm definitely not rich, I reply laughing. But I do own my own home, so I can't be doing too badly either. I think being rich would be awesome, he continues. Money doesn't always make you happy. I heard that, India says. Ariel used to say that to us, but I'd rather cry in a nice car than a bad one. I laugh. Hard. You were friends with Ariel, right? AJ asks me. I was. I nod. And she was a wonderful woman. She was. Why do you think she was taken away from us? My eyes widen as I was not expecting this question. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, and it's unfair. He nods. Life is unfair. I sigh and run my hand through his hair. You guys are really brave and strong, you know that? I lost my own mom when I was younger, and I know how hard it is. You did? Aaliyah asks, listening intently. I did. She died from cancer. My dad raised me after she was gone, just like you all. I don't want to tell them that my dad is now dead too. They don't need to worry about losing trade as well. I wonder if people who grew up with both parents know how lucky they are. The kids are all halfway through their fries when Izzy arrives, Mila on her hip. She smiles when she sees me. Thanks so much, Nadia. I came as soon as I could. No problem at all. I'm happy to help. Mila waves at me, and I'm taken aback at just how much she looks like her mom, especially with those green eyes and long, silky dark hair. You've gotten bigger since I last saw you, Mila. Mila nods solemnly. I'm a big girl now. I even sleep in my own big girl bed. Do you? That's so great. Damn, that looks good, Izzy says, eyeing their plates. They're going to want you here every day after school now. There's more in the pan, I say. Mila runs up to me and hugs my leg. I like fries. Good, I smile, glancing down at her. Come on, I'll serve you a plate. We all sit down at the table while everyone eats, Izzy included. How have you been anyway, Nadia? Not too bad. And yourself? Okay. Between all the freelance design work, these guys, and Rennie, I'm kept pretty busy. I can imagine. I've just been busy at work, I add. Speaking of, I should probably head back there. Oh, can you stay a little longer? AJ asks, brown eyes bleeding with mine. I want to show you this new game I got on my Nintendo. Remember I was telling you it's my favorite game right now? You can't leave until you've tried playing it. I look over at Izzy, who grins. They are hard to say no to. Okay, but quickly, I say to him, smiling. He takes my hand and leads me to his room, where he has an epic gaming station set up. Wall-mounted TV, various gaming consoles, controllers, and headsets on his blue wall. You are a lucky boy, I say, eyeing it all. I know, he grins. Dad did it all for me for my last birthday. All my friends love coming here and gaming with me. I'll bet. Okay, show me this game of yours. I'm telling you now that I don't like losing, so I'm not going to take it easy on you just because you're a kid. I wouldn't expect it any other way, he replies, making me laugh out loud. He puts on a Mario game, the new one, not the one that I grew up playing. But I still think I'm going to be able to beat him. I've been playing Mario since I was a kid. I'm confident I hear him call me a boomer, but I can't be sure. He beats me the first time. And then the second. I've been going easy on you, too. Great. Well, I think it's fair to say that I need a little bit more practice before I take on a pro such as yourself, I say, smiling at him. GG. GG? He nods. Good game. And you didn't have gamer rage and throw the controller like my dad does sometimes. So I'm very impressed. I burst out laughing. Trust me, I wanted to. I end up staying there another hour before I leave. And as I'm walking to my car, Trade pulls up in his truck. Hey, he says as he gets out. Thank you so much for helping today. I couldn't leave work and... Trade? I stop his explanation. It's no problem at all. And they are a wonderful bunch of kids. He looks a little sheepish, rubbing the back of his neck and grinning. Thank you. They do okay. I'm going to go home and order a Nintendo just so I can practice, then come back and beat your son at Mario, though. I warn him, grinning. I got my ass beat several times. No one can beat him, so don't feel bad. He replies, laughing. He's a little hustler, that boy. I wonder where he got that from. Trade smiles widely. I have no idea. Anyway, I better get back to work. But if you ever need anything else, just send me a message, I say, unlocking my car door with the press of a button and opening it. They say it takes a village, or a whole MC and their friends, he replies, shaking his head. I don't know what I'd do without all of you. I owe you one. No, you don't, I call out with a smile as I slide into my car. When he comes over, I roll my window down. There's actually something I wanted to speak to you about. What is it? I ask. I want to officially adopt Mila, and to do so I need to find her biological father and ask him to sign over his rights. Do you think you could help me locate him? I'll pay, of course. I nod. Of course, I can help you. Why don't you send me an email with the information and I'll look into it? Unfortunately, tracking down deadbeat fathers is something I do regularly. Thank you, he replies, eyes gentle. You're welcome. He steps away from my car and watches me until I'm out of sight. My smile falls off my face as I remember what I'm going back to my office to work on. I wonder what he would say to me if he knew I was also looking into Ariel's case on behalf of Damon, or the fact that I'm searching for evidence to have the case reopened. I doubt he'd be smiling at me like he was. In fact, I think he would be pissed and hurt, and he definitely wouldn't have asked me to help him. I remind myself, I'm doing this for Marisol. It's not an easy choice that I've made, and it's Trade it's going to affect the most. Shit. Chapter 4. Decker arches a brow as he sees me walk back into the police station. What now? Aw, come on, don't be like that. You didn't miss me? I ask, batting my lashes at him. Nope, not even a little bit, he replies with a straight face. What do you want? I just wanted to say hi, and I also have a few questions about the case. Who was the first officer that responded? I ask. Officer Peters. Why? I'm just doing my job and covering all my bases, I say, shrugging. Is Peters in today? I have heard of Officer Peters before. He's an older gentleman and has been on the force for a long time. He's not as nice to deal with as Decker or Banks, and he has a reputation for being a hard ass. The kind of man who likes things to go his way. No, he's not, Decker says, studying me a little too closely. And he would have followed the correct protocol, Nadia. Everything would be on the case files. What are you getting at with all the questioning? Were you there? No. Then how do you know for sure what happened? I ask. Crazier things have happened around here than someone getting arrested for a murder they might not have committed. I just want to make sure, double check even, that nothing was missed. Surely that's not a crime. So much for keeping everything close to my chest. Decker looks at me like I've lost my damn mind. Okay, I'll bite. Let's just say, hypothetically, for whatever reason, this guy was falsely accused. Don't you think the jury would have picked up on that? They found him guilty for a reason. I leaned closer to him. And what if that reason was convenience? Look, I don't know what is going on, but something isn't right. You ever had a gut feeling and know that you had to roll with it, no matter what the repercussions might be? That's where I'm at right now. I don't know the answers, but if you have any ideas, I'd love to hear them. His jaw tenses, and then he sighs. Fucking hell. Look, whatever help you need, I'll give it to you. But be prepared for the fact he might just have done it, okay? Sometimes, no matter how much we don't want to believe that someone is capable of something like that, they are. I'm not sure they have the right man. I think the jury was given a bunch of evidence that made it look as if Damon could have done it, but I don't think there was enough for beyond a reasonable doubt. I just want to make sure the jury was right, that's all. Here we go, he mutters under his breath. And he's right. If they got the wrong man, and we try to expose it, it's going to make everyone look stupid, the police included. Oh, and I forgot to tell you this. I went to see Damon, thinking he'd be begging me to help him. But he told me to drop it. Decker looks like I've grown 2 heads. Isn't that a sign he did it? I clap my hands in excitement. I miss working with someone on cases like this. That's what I originally thought, but it was what he didn't say that caught my attention. You've lost me. I asked him, point blank, if he killed Ariel, and he never said he did it. He just said to drop it. Got real mad, too. Decker just shakes his head at me, and I realize I've lost him. Look, you're right. There is a chance that Damon did indeed do this. I know it, and I'm not blind to that. But that means there is also a chance he didn't do it, too. I'm not saying this is a conspiracy or that the police did anything wrong. All I'm saying is that there is a chance there is more to the story. That's all. Decker runs hands through his hair and sighs. You're a real ballbuster. You know that? Let's not make it obvious. Just have an extra look, listen a little more, and see if anything feels off, I say, glancing around to make sure no one else can hear us. And if he did it, then all is how it's meant to be, and Damon can stay locked up. Maybe I've lost my mind a little. It was due to happen at some point. His lip twitches. So either an innocent man is locked up, or you are crazy. In conclusion, yes. My bet is on the latter, he mutters. Prove it. He offers me his hand, and I pump it and then leave. With Decker on my side, being my eyes and ears on the force, it's going to make this whole thing that much easier. Or so I think. When Trey texts me an invite to AJ's 8th birthday party next week, I can't help but smile. I send back a reply saying that I'd love to come. On my lunch break, I browse toys at the shops, looking for a gift for him. I end up getting him some Legos, a Power Rangers sword, and a kid's cookbook, so he can find his own go-to meal. I also spot some really cute outfits that I end up grabbing for Quinn. I find Marisol sitting in her car outside of my office when I return. She opens the door and gets out of her car when she sees me. I know I don't have an appointment, I'm sorry. I just wanted to know if you have any updates for me, she says, handing me a bouquet of sunflowers. And these are for you, to say thank you. I know this is a lot to take on. Thank you, but you didn't have to, I reply, taking the flowers and smiling. Come on in. I'll make you coffee. I put the flowers on my desk and turn on my coffee machine while she takes a seat. So I've viewed the evidence, and I've even gone to the place where they found Ariel near his property. So far I haven't found anything that I can use, but I'm still looking. If I'm being honest, I don't think after a year I'll find any new evidence. I don't have to give her any false hope or tell her that for some reason I too believe Damon, in case I'm wrong and there's nothing to find. But I don't want her to think I'm not taking this case seriously either. She nods solemnly. Thank you. I know you will find something that will help him. So much for not wanting her to have any false hope. Auntie, when I spoke to Damon, he was adamant that I not look into this case. He told me to drop it, and he didn't want me working on this case. He just doesn't want to bother you. My Damon is a good boy. I go to grab his coffees, realizing that I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place here. We'll see. I've been trying to contact Taylor since Damon was locked away, but she won't answer my calls. Do you think that is suspicious? Or maybe she is just upset over him going to prison? Wait, who is Taylor? I ask, pulling out my notepad and grabbing a pen. She was Damon's girlfriend. I mean, they were awful together, and on and off, but I haven't seen or heard from her since he went away, she explains, blowing on the mug in her hands. I blink. Was Taylor his girlfriend when the murder took place? She nodded. Auntie, I told you. No lies. No withholding information. This is the type of stuff I need to know. No detail is too small, all right? Now, what's her full name? And do you have her address? I ask. Taylor Rogers, she says. I don't know her exact address, but she lives in the Grove area. I think she lives alone. I remember Damon saying that she had her own place. She is 25 years old. Marisol also mentions that Taylor works at a popular clothing store. Guess I'm going clothes shopping tomorrow. I write all the details down so I don't forget anything. Okay, is there anything else? I ask, finally taking a sip of my coffee. She tilts her head to the side as she thinks. I never liked her. She was no good for my boy. She always wanted him to spend money on her, buy her things. I bet she had something to do with him being in prison. Internally, I roll my eyes. Marisol isn't the first mother to not like her only son's girlfriend. Okay, if only being unlikable was against the law. It should be. She finishes her coffee. Are you sure there is nothing else you're withholding? Is there anything else you want to tell me? No, I've told you everything. I type in Taylor Rogers' name into the computer to see if she has a record. Surprise, surprise, she does. History of drugs, been arrested twice, once for possession and once for assault of an officer. Resisted arrest twice. I look at her mugshot. It's a shame. She's a pretty girl, but they always say the devil has a pretty face. What has Damon gotten himself into? I mean, other than a murder conviction. Chapter 5. When I show up at Taylor's work the next morning, the busy clothing store is bustling. The manager informs me that Taylor was fired months ago and she hasn't seen her since. I'm about to leave when I notice one of the staff members watching me. So I stop and decide to ask her if she knows anything. She nods and tells me that she has her number and is more than happy to share that information if I make it worth her while. I'm not amused, but I remember my first job in retail and how much they get paid. So I slip the little hustler a $20 bill and take the number down. When I get into my car, I dial the number and someone answers right away. Hello? Hello, is this Taylor? I ask. Depends on who's asking, she replies, suspicion in her tone. I'm a friend of Damon's, and I was wondering if you wouldn't mind answering a few questions for me. Damon who? Damon isn't too common a name, so it has me wondering if she's playing dumb. Richard. She's silent for a second or two, and then she simply hangs up. I guess that's a no, I mutter to myself. Fair enough. I guess she doesn't want to talk to a stranger, or maybe she just doesn't want to talk about Damon, period. I mean, she could just be sick of the whole thing and want to move on with her life now that Damon is locked away, and I'm going to find out what that life is. Do I want to know what you're doing? Trade asks quietly, making me jump. I put my hand on my chest. Holy shit, you scared me. And no, you don't. He smirks and ducks behind my car with me, where I've been hiding for the past 10 minutes waiting for Taylor to leave the shopping center. Who knows how long she's going to be, but her car is parked near mine. After getting hung up on, I found her address online by using her name and cell number. I called Decker and asked him to see if she had a car, and he grudgingly gave me the make and model, along with the license plate number. As I was pulling up to her apartment, which is surprisingly close to where I live, I saw her car coming out of the parking garage, so I followed her here. What are you doing here? Came to grab some new game AJ wanted, and then I saw you. Who are we watching? He asks, amusement in his tone. Just a shady woman, I reply without looking him in the eye. Instead, I nudge the bag of party supplies in his hands. Getting ready for AJ's birthday, then? Yeah, I want to go all out. He deserves it. They all do, he replies, smiling sadly. I'm glad you're coming. AJ keeps talking about you. I think you made quite the impression on him. Me? Or my loaded fries? I tease, opening my car door. Want to take this conversation inside? He laughs and gets in on the other side. Why were you waiting outside in the first place? He asks. I followed her inside at first, but then I realized my best bet would be waiting here. I've been torn between just approaching her or following her, but the latter has won out, I explain. I don't think she's the type who's going to make this easy. Okay. Why are we following her? He's asking questions that I don't want to answer, but I refuse to lie to him. I may be a lot of things, but I'm not a liar. I have to get creative with what I tell him. I'm not ready to tell him that I'm working with Damon. Heck, he doesn't even know I'm a family friend of his. I chose to keep that a secret when Damon was arrested, only telling Bronte. I just need to ask her a few questions about the case I'm working on, I admit, guilt hitting me. Of course I had to run into him while working on this case, as if I don't feel bad enough. This is my karma. You can't tell me any more than that? Is it a cheating wife or someone who bounced checks? Wait, I got it. She stole the tip jar from her job. He starts to chuckle. I playfully hit his shoulder. Laugh all you want, but my job is not just about catching cheaters or small petty crimes. Oh yeah? What other type of cases do you work on? He asks with genuine interest, all humor gone from his voice. People rarely ask me about my work or my cases. Part of me thinks that they think being a private investigator is a silly job. But I chose this even though I didn't have to. I went to the police academy. Hell, I was doing well in my class. But when it came time to start my job as a patrol officer, I was just bored. I wanted more, and I didn't want to kiss political ass to become a detective. So I went to work for a private investigator who annoyed the crap out of the police. She was feisty, but good at her job. Chelsea taught me everything I know. She lives abroad now. but I'm grateful for her taking a chance on a rookie. Remember the case about the kidnapping of that little girl, Susie Thomas? His eyes bulge a bit. Yeah, that was all over the news. She was last seen walking home from school and then vanished. Then 5 days later, she just walked into her home as if she never left. Yep, that's her. I worked with the family's attorney. The police didn't do much since Susie wasn't injured and had no memory of the events. Her story kept changing, but I worked with her and was able to retrace her steps home. We found out that her mother's sister had her. After her mother died, Susie's father didn't let her see that side of the family. She was with them. Wait, I didn't hear about that. Why wasn't that on the news? I shrug. The family didn't want it to get out. Your life sounds interesting, he admits, glancing over at me. Sometimes, but a lot of the time it really is just following cheating spouses. I smile and he starts laughing. But a girl has to do what a girl has to do. Are you cynical about love? If that's what you spend most of your clocked-in time doing? A bit, yeah. Usually it's obvious that those couples shouldn't be together in the first place. But then I have people like Bronte and Crow and Cam and Orion around me. So there is hope for the rest of us, I reply. And Trade and Ariel, of course. But I don't want to bring her up unless he does. Chains has started seeing someone too, Trade admits, chuckling. And if he can find someone, there is hope for everyone. Trust me. Chains is a member of the Knights of Fury MC and also works under Trade at Fast and Fury as a mechanic. He's kind of the dark horse of the MC, so him dating someone is a big thing. He's been single as long as I've known him. In fact, I don't think he's had a girlfriend since he joined the MC. Good to know. I can't even remember the last time I went on a date. Or had sex, but that's a whole different story. My love life is extremely boring, and in fact depressing, especially when I hear all the stories from my friends and the women in the MC. But I don't know. Maybe I was just meant to be a woman who focuses on her career. I don't really have an interest in dating at the moment. I suppose it will happen for me when fate decides. Either way, I want it all or nothing at all. I'm not settling for less. I want the Crow and Bronte love. The trust, the commitment, and just knowing that person will always have your back no matter what. Trade goes silent, and I realize he's probably thinking about his last date, which would have been with Ariel. Shit, I need to think before I speak. So I try to change the subject to cheer him up. Do you have anywhere to be right now? Not until school pickup. Today is my day off. Why? I start my engine. Because there she is, and it looks like you're coming with me. Oh, fuck, he whispers, but doesn't object. He puts his bags in the back seat of my car and braces himself, seatbelt secured tightly. Okay, I'm ready. This is my first stakeout. Didn't you used to be a member of the Knights? Yeah, for a brief time, but I never got to do stakeouts or anything like that. He has a faraway look as if he's remembering a different time fondly. Do you miss it? I ask, wondering if someone can leave a life like that so easily. I know he's still friends with everyone. His brother is the president. But I heard he quit when he had to raise his kids alone. No, I chose my kids and did what was right for them, he says with confidence and turns to give me a wide smile. Let's go get this woman. He's clearly a very brave man and has accepted his fate. I laugh. What exactly do you expect? That we're going to catch her red-handed and jump out going, aha? He laughs. Maybe. Definitely not your first time following someone then, huh? Nope, this is my job. It can be very hands-on at times. I let 2 cars stay in between us to not make it obvious, and we follow her little black Honda Civic. So, who is this woman exactly? Trade asks. She's the ex-girlfriend of a client in prison, I say, realizing how stupid bringing him with me was. What the hell was I thinking? I enjoyed his company, so I got lost in our conversation. Trade was never supposed to find out about this unless I could prove that Damon was innocent. That way, he wouldn't get unnecessarily hurt. But that plan isn't going to work if he's here with me, helping me without knowing it. Please don't ask about who my client is or what they did. I don't know how I got myself into this mess. I should have said bye to him and gone on my merry way instead of inviting him to follow a lead having to do with a case that's personal to him. But I missed having someone on a stakeout with me. Bronte and I used to have the best time together. Nothing like working with your best friend every day. And if I'm being completely honest with myself, I like Trade. I enjoy his company. And he's easy to talk to. Before you say anything, I tried to call her, but she wouldn't speak to me, so I just want to see why she is being so shady. Have to follow every lead, you know? I explain. She's speeding, he comments, shaking his head as we watch her weave in and out of traffic. I know. I don't think she's seen us. I think she's just reckless. I just wanted to speak to her. I need to cover all my bases. This is what I have to do when I have no good leads. I have to make some. You should have let me drive, he suddenly says, staring at her car. We're going to lose her. Are you a pro at high-speed chases? I ask in a dry tone. I would have brought Cam along if I knew I was going to need someone good at that. Cam used to steal cars, and therefore is good at driving away without getting caught. Trade barks out a laugh. I'm going to tell her you said that. My lip twitches as I turn right, low-key wishing he was driving because this shit is stressful. I'm perfectly capable. Oh, she's turning into that driveway with the blue house. Trying not to be obvious, I slow down and park across the street in front of a playground where other vehicles are also parked. Is it weird to stop here without kids? He asks. Yeah. Damn, we should have brought one of yours along. I mutter, my eyes on Taylor as he laughs. She gets out of the car with her bag and goes inside the blue house. Now what? He asks, sounding a little excited. Should we go in there and see if she will talk? I turn to him, and sure enough, his deep brown eyes are filled with eagerness. He taps his fingers on his jean-clad thigh and looks at me in anticipation. He's a handsome man, there's no denying that. He's also a father. He's a business owner. He runs a household. And he has a dash of bad boy to him. He's just all around attractive. He's confident, and he knows who he is. I don't know. I'm kind of winging it, I admit, smiling when he laughs again. I could go in there and try to get her to talk to me, or if I don't, bide my time and wait until I can find something on her and use that to my advantage. Remind me never to piss you off, Nadia, he murmurs, ducking his head and staring at the house. How do we know whose house she's visiting? Is it her house? No, I went by her house earlier. That's how I followed her to the shopping center. Let me take down this address and I'll look into it later. I grab the pen from out of my bun and write it on my hand. Ooh, she's on the move again. We both watch as she gets back in her car, and then share a look. Can I drive this time? He asks, flashing his straight white teeth at me with a grin. Please. Okay, fine. But we need to hurry or we're going to lose her, I reply, jumping in the back so he can get into the driver's seat, limbs flying everywhere without getting out of the car. Once he's settled, he starts the engine while I move to the passenger's side and quickly put my seatbelt on. And just in time because Trade drives like a fucking Formula One racer. I hold on tight and give him a narrow-eyed look. I do not want to die today. We won't, he promises, turning right and almost sending me through the window. But she's speeding, and if we go too slowly, we're going to lose her. We aren't speeding right now. I mean, maybe we are, but only a little. Your call. It's not only a little if you drive like a Formula One driver. Formula One drivers win, he replies. Fuck it. Let's get her, I tell him, keeping my eyes on her car. We follow her for the next 15 minutes, and when she makes a left turn toward a warehouse, Trade and I share a quick glance. What the hell? Why the fuck is she heading to Fast and Fury? I ask. Chapter 6. I cannot believe it, and I'm watching with my own eyes. It's a little too much of a coincidence, don't you think? Trade says. I have no idea, I mutter, shocked at this turn of events. What are the chances? We park a few down from her and watch as she gets out of the car and heads inside. Not a worry in the world. Why is she here? Is it just a coincidence and she wants to look at a motorcycle or something? There has to be a valid explanation. Maybe she knew we were following her and who we are, so she came here to mess with us, he says, eyes going wide. That's pretty far-fetched, even for me, I laugh. And that would mean she's one step ahead of us, so I don't really like that idea. True. This definitely seems like a job where you need to stay one step ahead at all times. Maybe I can pull her out the back and question her so she can't run from me. I think out loud, looking to Trade. Manager approval? Granted, he replies, as we both get out of my car and walk toward the entrance. Bronte smiles when she sees me, finishes up with her customer, and then comes over. She looks confused as she notices Trade behind me. Today is your off day. What are you doing here? Wait, did the two of you just walk in together? I didn't even think how this would look, but I don't have the time to clear that up right now. I can just imagine what my best friend is thinking. I'll explain later, but I need to talk to that woman who just walked in, I say. Oh, fuck, Bronte whispers. I'll be back at my desk if you need me. Thanks. I approach Taylor, who is standing in the corner eyeing a motorcycle helmet. Hi, can I help you with anything? I say, making her jump. I hope she doesn't actually ask me about motorcycles or helmets because I honestly don't know anything. Oh, no, thank you. I'm just browsing, she replies, stepping away from me. Okay, no worries, I say, wondering which way to take this. So I was wondering if I could talk to you about something. Me? She asks, picking up some leather gloves. What about? I'm the woman who called you, and who you hung up on, I tell her. If you don't mind, I need to ask you some questions. She gives me her full attention, placing the gloves back down. Did you follow me here? How did you know where I'd be? I'm about to explain that I'm actually here a fair bit when she calls out a name. And not just any name. It's a name of someone we all know. Chains? I stop in my tracks and glance over at Trade and Bronte, who both appear as surprised as me. Chains comes out from the garage door, an oil-covered rag in his hands. He looks confused as he sees me standing next to Taylor. What is going on here? I have no idea. Do you know her? I ask. I turn to Taylor, who smiles. That's my boyfriend. My eyes go to Chains. Are you? Trade moves to my side. Wait, this is the woman you've been seeing? Chains nods, looking a little sheepish. Yeah, we just started seeing each other. Why? I just wanted to ask her some questions is all. About what? Chains asks, sounding curious, not angry, but it's not like I can tell him the truth with Trade right next to me. I look at Bronte, who winces. She must have realized the situation I'm in. It's a private matter, having to do with one of my clients, I conclude, clearing my throat. But I only have questions. I'm not the police, I'm just a private investigator. I don't have to answer any of your questions, she replies. Trade automatically steps even closer, his arm brushing mine. These people are my friends, Taylor, Chain says, speaking calmly. Why don't you just chat with Nadia? It's not like you have anything to hide, right? Taylor opens her mouth, then closes it, Fine. What do you want to ask? Again, we are in front of everyone, Trade included. And now I don't know what the fuck to do. If I mention Damon's name, everyone is going to know who he is. I'm about to ask her if she would step outside with me when Bronte saves that fucking day. Can I speak with you for a second? She asks Trade, who nods and steps away with her. I hate the position I've put her in, but she always has my back. I turn to Taylor, hoping she'll make this easy for me. I know this is about Damon. Yes, we dated. But when he got arrested, I cut all ties with him, and I've had nothing to do with him since then. That was months ago. I met Chains and moved on with my life. I can feel Chains' eyes on me, but at least Trade isn't here. I know I should have spoken to her in private, but maybe it won't register. Maybe Chains won't put two and two together. Do you think he did it? I ask her plainly. I do. And the evidence proved that. He was found guilty. Why are you still holding on to this? I nod slowly. I don't know if I believe her, but I let it go for now. Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to ask you. She nods and looks over at Chains. Damon? Chains asks her, brow furrowing. So it didn't click for him, but it sure as hell would have for Trade. My ex, she replies, shrugging. He's in prison now. The two of them walk away, chatting between themselves, and I wonder how the hell I'm going to keep this act going. I feel like such a fraud. Bronte meets me halfway across the room. Well, that was a plot twist I didn't see coming. Tell me about it. Trade mentioned that Chains was seeing someone, but did it have to be Damon's ex-girlfriend? I groan, stretching my neck from side to side. Maybe I should just walk away, tell Marisol that I couldn't find anything. Bronte gives me a look, the one she normally gives me when she doesn't believe what I'm saying. Let me ask you something. If this wasn't Ariel, would you continue to pursue this case? I think about her question and know the answer deep in my heart. Yes, I don't know if Damon did it, but I would try to find evidence to confirm it one way or the other. Then there's your answer. You have to see this through, Nadia. I know you. You didn't finish the police academy just to walk away for no reason. You turned to being a private investigator because you were after the truth, regardless of what the law said. You have to find out the truth. I give my best friend a hug. I needed to hear that. You're right. Thank you. And thanks for pulling Trade away as well. I didn't know how I was going to get out of that one. No problem. Speaking of Trade, what's the deal with him? He ran over to protect you from Chains just in case he was going to take his girlfriend's side? Please do explain. You guys came in here together? Long story. But I ran into him in the shopping center parking lot when I was waiting for Taylor to come out. He kept me company and joined me on a car chase, and then we followed her here. I'm going to have to drop him off at his car now, I explain, ignoring her wide-eyed reaction. That is quite the story, she replies, sounding curious. We are friends, I clarify. Yes, you are, she answers, concern in her tone. You are also both good-looking and single, so I understand why you'd be interested. It's not like that. But I just want you to be careful, all right? This is a complicated, delicate situation with him. I know. I agree. And thank you. But really, we are just friends. She nods slowly. Okay. Anyway, it's time for me to go, I say, smiling at her. I love you. Goodbye. I ignore her eyes still on me and go find Trade, who is chatting with Chains in the corner. You ready to go? He nods. Yeah. Sorry for the drama with your new squeeze, I say to Chains quietly. His lip twitches. No problem. Trade and I make a quick exit, and we both turn to look at each other as soon as we get into the car. I can say I did not see that coming, I admit. You and me both, he replies, and our eyes lock and hold. At least she wasn't one step ahead of us. Us? I haven't been part of an us in a long time. And I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel good to hear it. But this is Trade, and he's been through something traumatic. I refuse to let myself go down that road. I break my thoughts by starting the engine. He clears his throat. I've been meaning to email you that information about Mila's dad, too. But I had to speak to Izzy about it first, and I've been putting it off. Technically, Ariel wanted Mila to go to Izzy. At least that's what her old will said. But Mila wanted to stay with me, and Izzy agreed. I'm worried she might not agree with me adopting her. Letting her live with me is one thing, but making it official and giving me all rights, I'm not so sure. So what's the deal with her biological father? I ask. His name is Merv, and he's a deadbeat. He hasn't had anything to do with her since she was a baby. And even then, I think he only saw her a few times. His name is on her birth certificate, though, and I'm hoping he will do what's best for Mila and just sign over her rights. Except we have no idea where he is. Okay, I can help you find him. And as for Izzy, just speak to her. I don't see why she wouldn't agree. You are Mila's dad. He nods. You're right. And you know what? I really enjoyed today. My life has been nothing but kids and work and just taking it day by day, so it was really fucking refreshing to do something different, no matter how weird it turned out in the end. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. I laugh. Welcome to another crazy day in the life of a private investigator. Well, if you ever need a sidekick, give me a call. He comments casually. You going to be the Robin to my Batman? I tease. Something like that. I'll keep that in mind. I smile so hard that it hurts my cheeks. The weird thing is, I can't remember the last time I did that. Chapter 7. The next morning, I'm back at work and I feel like banging my head against the desk. Every lead I've tried has given me no evidence of anything amiss, just a gut feeling that won't go away. Hell, I don't know. Maybe it's indigestion, but I am unsure on where to go from here. I want to help Demon, but there's only so much I can do. I'm considering calling up Marisol and telling her I need to quit and find a new career when I get a phone call from Decker. You at your office? He says in greeting. Yeah, why? I ask, brow furrowing. Stay there. I'm coming in, he says, hanging up before I can reply. I'm impatient waiting for him, so I tidy up my desk and files to keep me occupied. After what feels like an hour, but is probably only 15 minutes, he comes in with 2 coffees in his hands and offers me one. I take it, eyeing him suspiciously. Thank you. What is it for? He laughs. Your work has made you cynical. It's just coffee. I was getting one for me, so I got one for you. That's nice of you. He sits down, making himself comfortable, so I take my place in my own chair and wait for him to speak. So I asked around. And? I press. And I didn't find anything. Great. Everything checks out. All proper police protocol was followed and there's nothing suspicious. Are you sure he didn't do it? I don't even know anymore, I admit. Okay, assuming everything checks out. Did you look at the evidence? Other than a surveillance video of him bumping into Ariel and her body being found by his house, there is no other physical evidence linking him to this crime. I've seen people be convicted on less than that. I let out a loud sigh. Okay, what about his alibi? His mom said she was with him till about 10. It was her birthday. Decker arches his brow. Is that what you're believing? He was with his mom that night, but not for all of it? He left at one point to put gas in his car. We don't know how long he was gone because they both clearly lied about it. But we saw him on the gas station surveillance at about 7 or 7:30 that night. What? I grit out, furious that Marisol lied to me. She clearly said they were together at Damon's home from 6 until 10 at night. Didn't mention that, did she? Decker asks in a dry tone, shaking his head. Why wasn't the video in evidence? He gives me a weird look. It was. It was on the USB. I thought you saw everything. Shit, I must have missed that. I didn't get a chance to write down the timestamp since Lieutenant Casey saw me. That's on me. I should have caught that. Fuck. You've done what you can, Nadia. I think it's time to let this one go. Normally, I'd still pursue this because I still think there is something weird here. But Marisol lied to me. She looked me in the eye and told me she wasn't hiding anything. I don't know if I can continue working on this case, putting my personal relationships on the line for someone who is going to lie to me. I think you might be right, I mutter, feeling sad about the whole thing. It's hard to walk away. This one was personal. Dad and I don't like to leave things unsolved. But sometimes you have to. And that's why I like you, Nadia. You are here because you love your work, not because of anything else. I'm sure not here for the money. I grin. He laughs, leaning toward me. Sometimes walking away isn't losing. It's being smart. Allow you to focus on other cases. Yeah, you're probably right. I have to call Marisol and tell her. Don't let her make you feel guilty, he says, standing up, coffee in hand. None of this is on you, especially when she wasn't even completely honest with you. True. Decker says bye and leaves, and with an audible sigh, I eye my phone, dreading the conversation I'm about to have. I don't know why, but my mind wanders to trade. It was actually pretty fun having him tag along yesterday, and at least now I don't have to feel guilty about working on Damon's case. But now I have a new moral dilemma. Do I tell Trade that the case he helped me on was Damon's? Even if I'm not going to work on it anymore, do I owe it to him to tell him what I was doing? He has invited me into his home to spend time with his family, and I don't want to lie to him. I thought it would be easy to separate the two worlds, but it hasn't been, and I, for one, am glad that it's over and done with. A few days later, and I'm in Trade's house, handing AJ his gifts. Thank you, Nadia. AJ beams as he opens each one. You are welcome, I tell him, messing his hair. And you have lovely manners, you know that? Dad warned me before everyone got here, he admits with a cheeky grin. Well, then you have a lovely dad, I say, then clear my throat, looking to the man in question, who is in the kitchen filling up bowls of snacks. After spending time together following Taylor, I've started looking at him a little differently. Before he was just this great guy that was going through something hard. Now I still see the same great guy, but I realize I'm attracted to him. There's a connection there, and I can't even explain it. You look beautiful, Bronte says as she walks toward me, checking out my floral maxi dress. I can't remember the last time I've seen you in a dress. I glance down at the outfit I bought yesterday. What? This old thing? Bronte arches her brow. Uh-huh. So we're playing it like that, are we? I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you drinking alcohol at a kid's party? I ask, eyeing her red cup. She laughs. There's always alcohol at kids' parties. You've been to the ones at the clubhouse. It's how the adults survive. Come outside with me. I head out the back, where everyone is sitting. The barbecue is going and the kids are all playing in the bouncy castle Trade rented. Crow comes over to say hello, his blue eyes warm. Bronte hit the jackpot with him. He's kind, caring, and just a genuinely nice guy. You look lovely. Thanks, I tell him, although I'm slightly concerned how I normally look considering the compliments I'm getting. Bronte smiles. You just look extra beautiful today is all. Thank you. I wanted to look nice today, and now I'm realizing it probably has to do with my budding feelings for trade. You know what? I might have an ice-cold alcoholic beverage after all. Bronte nods and leads me away to the bar. So, is there anything you aren't telling me? About what? About trade, she presses, voice soft. I see how you look at each other, and I want you both to be happy. But are you sure this is a good idea? Nothing has happened, Bronte. And it is a terrible idea to have any sort of feelings about him. For all I know, he only sees me as a friend, and he's not going to be happy when I tell him that I was looking into Ariel's case. Maybe I should wait for another time, like when it's not his kid's birthday party. Don't be a coward, Nadia. You're not doing a good job of convincing me, but I don't have feelings for him. I just like him. See, I knew it. That's not what I meant, and you know it. I grumble, pouring myself some cranberry juice with a drop of vodka. I'm going to stop talking now. I can't tell her how I feel if I don't even know myself. Or maybe I'm in denial. Maybe I know, but just don't want to say it out loud. Because that would make it real. And a big problem. You going to stop talking before we even get to chat? Trade asks as he approaches. He eyes my drink and grins. Getting right into the party spirit? Ah, shit. How much of that did he hear? Knowing my luck? All of it. Bronte gives me a wink and casually leaves the conversation. Bronte tells me it's the thing to do at a kid's party. Do you want me to pour you one? The alcoholic content in this drink couldn't even get an ant drunk, I admit. He laughs. No. Someone needs to stay completely sober and make sure the kids are all looked after. I'm pretty sure it's frowned upon for the host to do any drinking until all the children leave. That makes sense. I'm glad someone here is responsible. AJ loved his presence. Thank you. The Power Ranger's sword is going to be a big hit, I can tell, he says, eyes on me. I'm glad he liked it. Thanks for inviting me. It's nice to be somewhere else other than work. Kind of like how he felt when I took him out with me. I let him into my world, and now he's letting me into his. Have you done the rounds? He asks, nodding to the big group of people scattered around. Not yet. Come on, I'll escort you. We go and say hello to everyone, starting with his brother Temper and his wife Abby, who are manning the barbecue, and then around to everyone else. The whole MC is here, including Chains, who isn't with Taylor. I'm kind of glad for that, because it would have been awkward. Quinn runs up and hugs my leg. Hi, Auntie Nadia, she says with a toothy grin. There's my favorite girl, I say, picking her up and cuddling her. I swear you get bigger every time I see you. You look pretty. She's wearing one of the dresses I bought her, the tiered mustard one, with the matching headband. How cute is she? I ask Trade, who is silently watching us with a smile playing on his lips. Extremely. She's obviously very fond of you, he notes. I hope so. I grin. I put her down and watch her walk back to the bouncy castle, where Bronte is waiting, and the two of them get in together. I can hear Quinn's giggles all the way from here. AJ runs over to me with his new sword in his hand, holding it in the air. I love this so much, he yells out as he approaches. Look at this move. I'm a ninja. You definitely got spoiled today, Trade says, smiling down at him with gentle eyes. I hope you've had a good birthday, son. I have, Dad, and I said thank you to everyone just like you reminded me. He pauses and then adds, I love this party. You're the best dad in the world. He hugs Trade, and I have to look away, feeling like I am intruding on their personal moment. They have such a wonderful relationship. When AJ runs off, I turn to Trade and shake my head. I don't know what you do, but keep doing it. It's been a hard year for him. His biological mother chose drugs over them and now has no contact. So Ariel became his mother figure. And then he lost her too. No more needs to be said. Without thinking, I touch his arm and give it a squeeze. You've been dealt the worst of hands, but you're doing an amazing job, Trade. And you're still here for all of them. My mother was a drug addict. I don't know how I repeated the cycle by having kids with one, but I've made some stupid mistakes. It's hard to regret them when I have my kids, though. I'd probably do it all over again if I had to. There's no point having regrets. You're right to look at the bright side. You have your beautiful children, and you get to raise them how you want to. I try to stay positive. I let go, but our eyes stay connected. I need to talk to you about something later. I say it so I can't get out of it. He will call me on it if I try to leave without opening up to him about what I wanted to tell him. You going to leave me in suspense like that? He asks, lip twitching. I smile. I guess so. More that I want to wait until the party is over. Fair enough. We get the crowd together to sing Happy Birthday and cut the cake, and Trade brings me a slice. Here you go. Thank you. Bronte made the cake? I ask, eyeing the delicious piece. She did. AJ loves her cakes. Don't we all? I reply, taking a bite and sighing in contentment as the buttercream hits my tongue. No one can beat her cakes, I swear. Trade leaves for host duties, and Cam comes over and sits with me, her bright arm tattoos catching my eye. She's wearing a cute leather skirt and a white blouse, her green eyes lined to perfection. Cam is one talented woman, with people on waiting lists, wanting her to design and paint their motorcycles at Fast and Fury. How's life? Pretty good. And yourself? Currently eating cake and surrounded by my favorite people, so I can't complain, she murmurs, licking icing off her fingers. He's a good man, isn't he? Who? I ask. Trade. My eyes follow the man in question as he laughs with his children. Yeah, he is. She doesn't say anything else on the subject, and I don't think she needs to. She's saying what Bronte did, in a much subtler way. Everyone is watching us, and they are concerned. I can understand why. But nothing has happened between us, and there is nothing wrong with a friendship growing there, even if I am attracted to him. Cam heads off to find Orion, and Trade comes and takes her spot. Can I get you another drink or anything? I'm okay, but thank you, I say. Have you noticed that everyone is watching us? Yep. Just ignore them. Unless you want to give them something to talk about. I try to hide my smirk. No, thank you. He laughs. You sure? I roll my eyes. Now is not the time or place. Okay. Later, then. I bring my eyes to his, only to find his on my mouth. I clear my throat and change the subject. I suppose you'd be a pro at throwing kids' parties by now. I guess you could say that, he replies in an amused tone. I think as long as you have enough food and snacks, you are good to go. We spend the next hour or so chatting and catching up with everyone. Trade makes me feel very welcome, and I find myself not wanting to leave, which is why I probably should. Although after we have our chat, maybe he won't want anything to do with me anymore, so maybe I should enjoy it while I can. Chapter 8. Do you want any help cleaning up? I ask Trade as people begin to head home. Before he can answer, I get a garbage bag and start picking up all the trash in the garden. You don't have to do that. I'll get the kids to help me after everyone is gone, he says, trying to take the bag from me. You are a guest. I don't expect you to do any of that. Trade, it's fine. I don't mind helping, I say, moving my hands away. And besides, everyone is gone. With me helping, it will be done quickly. He looks around and realizes it's just us two remaining. You are the best. You know that. I do. I grin. He laughs and calls the girls and AJ and asks them to help us. He tells them what to do and off they go. Thanks, Nadia. Don't mention it. I pick up all the ripped wrapping paper and put it in the recycling bin, and then tidy up the kitchen while Trade and the kids finish cleaning the garden. It doesn't take long for us to have the whole place back to normal. And then the kids take their showers, which means it's time for me to tell Trade what I was going to. What if he gets so upset and me telling him is all for nothing? Do I want to tell him to be honest or to rid myself of the guilt? Is him knowing going to make things better? I don't want to start any drama for no reason. I should have chosen a better time to tell him, not after his kid's party. I'm an idiot. But I'm here right now and can't exactly say, oh, never mind, I'll tell you another time. It's a little too late for that. Fuck it. I just have to be honest, no matter what the outcome is in the end. It's my life's motto, and I refuse to compromise myself. What is it? He asks, frowning. Is everything okay? There's something I have to tell you, but it's going to upset you, so it's just really hard for me to get the words out. I admit, shifting on the leather. Nadia, just tell me. You know you can tell me anything, right? Taylor, that woman we were following? She's the ex-girlfriend of Damon Richard, I say, swallowing hard. Trade's brows furrow. They didn't bring up any ex-girlfriend during the trial. What does this have to do with... His eyes widen in realization. So who is your client? Damon's mother, Marisol, I admit, licking my suddenly dry lips. They are family friends of mine, and she wanted me to look into the case and see what I can find. His jaw goes tense. What is there to look into? He was found guilty. I don't understand why you'd want to bring it all back up again, especially when everyone is trying to move on from it. Because Marisol was always there for me when I was younger. I figured I'd look at the evidence and then no harm, no foul. But there was something telling me there was more to the story. So I decided to pursue it, if only to make sure the right person is behind bars. I tell him. Trade's voice raises. He is the right man. They found him guilty, Nadia. What more evidence do you need? Trade. I can't believe this is happening, he mutters. Trade. I dropped the case, okay? I'm not working on it anymore. I'm letting it be. I just wanted to tell you because it didn't feel right keeping it from you. I thought I was doing the right thing, that I owed it to Marisol. I'm sorry. I know it's not fair to expect him to understand. This isn't just a person to him. This was the woman he loved and planned on spending the rest of his life with. I just don't understand why you would do this to me, to the kids, especially when we are trying to move on. He stops and runs a hand through his hair. I'd like you to leave, he announces. I don't want to say something I'm going to regret. I nod and stand up. I'm sorry, Trade. I never meant to hurt you or your family, but I just wanted to double-check the facts and make sure that Damon did it. And after looking at everything, I realized I was wrong. I should have just let things be. You were just doing your job, Nadia, right? You don't give a fuck who you upset in the meantime, he says in a bitter tone. Ouch. I'm sorry. I leave after that, not wanting to stay in his presence any longer. I always knew there was going to be some backlash, and I guess this is it. It just hurts more than I had anticipated. He has every right to be upset, I tell Bronte on the phone later that night. After I got home, I broke down and cried. It's selfish of me, but how was I to know I was going to get closer to Trade after taking the case on? Fuck. That's the first time I'm admitting it to myself. But after seeing his face fall, disappointed because of something I did, it's clear that I do like him. Not that any of that matters anymore, because I just lost any chance I had with him. He's never going to look at me the same way after this. And I honestly don't blame him. I'd probably do the same thing if I were in his shoes. He does, and you knew it was going to happen, she says with a sigh. But you know what? Let him be upset, and afterward, when he's thought about it, he might forgive you. Just give him some time. It would have been unexpected and hard for him to hear. This is why I tried to warn you, Nadia. He's been through so much, and it's just such a hard situation. I know, I sigh. I hope you're right, and he can forgive me, though. This whole thing has me feeling so shitty. I can't even imagine how he feels right now. Do you think I should send him a message or just leave it? I'd text him and just say, sorry, she suggests. We say our goodbyes and end the call, and then I have a long shower before climbing into bed. I follow her advice and send him a message. Hey, Trade. I'm so sorry, and I hope that you can forgive me. I'm here if you need me. Nadia. What more can I say? What's done is done. The next morning I head into work, coffee in hand, feeling tired after a long night of tossing and turning, but I have to push through. Trade never replied, and I never expected him to. I push away my sadness at that and listen to my voicemails, calling clients back one by one. Decker comes in when I'm on my last call and takes a seat and makes himself comfortable. When I hang up the phone, I cross my arms and look over at him. I didn't expect to see you so soon. The girlfriend, Taylor, was found dead this morning, he says. How? I ask, eyes going wide. She fell down a flight of stairs, he says, tone indicating that's not what he thinks it is at all. You don't think so? I think it's a little convenient. I pinch the bridge of my nose. We decided that we'd let this case go. I know. Is this all connected? I wonder how Chains is going to take it. He finally starts seeing someone and then she dies? I don't know, but it's a little suspicious. But the lead detective on the case called it an accident. Whether it was accidental or not, the case is closed. Are you going to look into it? Or let it go? I don't know. Did the evidence at the scene support any suggestion of foul play? Undecided. But there was no forced entry, and all trauma was from the fall. There were traces of drugs in her system. I think about it a bit. I could look into it for Chains. It doesn't have to be connected to Damon's case, which I've already dropped. Although, if Decker is bringing this to me, he clearly thinks this is something that should be looked at further. But after what happened last night, maybe I should take a backseat here. I also can't afford to take on a case that no one is paying me to investigate. I stopped taking on passion projects, aka non-paying jobs, when my business almost went bankrupt. Besides, even if I did find something about Taylor's death, what good will that do for Damon? We could search her house, Decker suggests after watching me go through mental gymnastics. My head perks up and my eyebrow arches. You going to use your badge to get me in there? It's not a crime scene, he shrugs. Going and having a look wouldn't hurt anyone. And you're going to let me come? Now? I'm bored. No time like the present, he replies, smirking. Fuck it. I grab my bag and jump in his cop car with him. There's one officer there when we arrive, and he doesn't blink an eye when me and Decker show up and have a look around. The house is cluttered, with garbage everywhere, her possessions piled up all over any visible counter. I stop and look at the photos on her fridge. There's one of her and Damon, which I find a little odd, considering the circumstances. Did she still care about him? The photo suggests that maybe she did, but her attitude at Fast and Fury suggested otherwise. We find nothing out of the ordinary, and nothing that gives us a clue about what really happened here. It's so sad for everyone involved. Maybe she did just take too many drugs, I say in the car on the way home. But as I say it, I wonder if my presence caused this. Do you think my confronting her pushed her to do this? He gives me a look before focusing back on the road. No, you shouldn't think that. She has a history of doing drugs, so you can't blame yourself for this. You were walking away from this case anyway, remember? Case closed. I whisper to myself. Time to move on to my next job. My next paying job. Chapter 9. Bronte, Quinn, and Crow come over for dinner that night. I make a cob loaf, which is pretty much a cheesy bacon dip in a bowl of bread, with carrots, cucumber slices, and corn chips to dip into it. Not exactly a fancy meal, but I know it's a favorite of Quinn's. That, and I didn't have much time after work to cook up anything special. Did you hear about Taylor? Crow says, bringing his blue eyes from his daughter to me. The woman Chains was seeing? I did. How is Chains taking it? I ask, wincing. I mean, how well can someone take the death of a partner? No matter how short of a time they were together, that still has to hurt like crazy. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. You know Chains, Bronte replies, taking a sip of her soda. He buries everything so deep. I don't think he can even feel anything. He said they had only just started dating, and she did mention that she was on medication for depression, but he didn't think she'd do something like take her own life. It would be insensitive for me to comment on whether I think she did or didn't, so I just nod and keep my thoughts to myself. It's so sad, I whisper. Probably going to put him off dating for life now, Crow mutters, eating a carrot stick. Should we discuss the elephant in the room? He continues. What's going on with you and Trade? My eyes dart to Bronte, who shrugs. I didn't tell him anything. He has eyes. There's nothing going on, especially not now, I reply, shoulders hunching slightly. Did Bronte tell you about my case? Crow shakes his head. Nope, she said it was up to you if you want to tell me. I just noticed you and Trade flirting at AJ's birthday party and asked her what was going on. We weren't flirting, I deny. Basically, the case I was working on has to do with Ariel's murder and whether Damien actually did it or not. I told Trade, and now he hates me. The end. Oh, fuck, Crow mutters, leaning back in his seat. Why the hell would you take that case? I don't know. I felt like I owed it to his mom, Marisol, I admit. I've known her my whole life. She's been like a second mother to me. I didn't see any harm in looking into it for her. She is sure that Damon didn't do it. But now it's clear that it's just a mother's love speaking. I've messed everything up. That's not right. You reopening a case of a friend of ours that was murdered? Crow sighs and looks between me and his wife. Both of you should run shit by me before you make any decisions. Excuse you? What happened the last time you said that to me? Bronte says with her eyebrow lifted. You saved the day. Damn right I saved the day. I don't have to run anything by you, and neither does Nadia. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant, babe, he says as he pulls her close. It's over and done with now. I fucked up, and now I have to deal with the consequences, I say. She wasn't going to tell anyone about it, Bronte says, eyes narrowing. So why did you tell Trade? This whole thing was supposed to be hush-hush. That's why I didn't even tell Crow. Because we were hanging out a little and I felt guilty, I admit, wincing. And he was there when I was following Taylor and... Wait, what does Taylor have to do with this whole thing? Crow asks, looking confused. Taylor was Damon's ex, I explain, shrugging. I know. Small world, isn't it? So you and Trade liked each other, but then you tried to exonerate the man who killed Ariel. So he's angry at you. Crow summarizes. Don't say it like that, Bronte says in my defense. No, it's not that simple. I did not try to exonerate him. I was just taking a second look at the case for a family friend. I never said I believed he didn't do it. I just said the evidence was flimsy. I realize I'm tired of repeating myself. I guess it's a sign that I probably shouldn't have taken the case. Besides, nothing has happened between us, I assure them. And no, nothing probably ever will. This is yum, Quinn grins, sinking her corn chip into the dip. I smile at her. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Crow stays silent for a few moments. I think you and Trade would be good for each other. He loved Ariel, but she's gone now, and he can't be alone for the rest of his life. I know it's complicated, and I realize Bronte is on the fence about the whole thing. But that's what I think. Well, that was blunt. I think you're getting ahead of yourself, I reply. He won't want anything to do with me now anyway. As usual, my work and business came first. It's always been that way for me. I'm married to my job, and my other half doesn't let me stray. I wouldn't have time to cheat anyway. And he lost the love of his life. Let's not forget that little tidbit. He's probably still heartbroken and will be forever, I add. And how does one compete with that? I'll always be second best to a ghost. I don't know if I could do that. You can have different types of love for different people, Bronte says. He will always love Ariel, but that doesn't mean he can't love someone new. You can't compare the two, so don't even think like that. And Crow is right. I don't know how I feel about the whole thing. I just know that I care about you both and don't want to see anyone get hurt. We sit in silence for a bit until I decide to change the subject. So, how is life at Fast and Fury? Bronte smiles but allows me to redirect the conversation. Same old. We've been getting a lot of orders. Cam is in high demand. But Trade said we can take our time, not to overwork ourselves. And Crow, how's the club scene? Also busy, he replies on a sigh. There was another huge fight there last night. People can't control themselves when drinking. We've added more security. You guys must be minting money there. Crow smiles, flashing his teeth. Let's just say business is good. Decker mentioned that place to me before. Says it's always packed. Who is Decker? Crow asks. Is that the hot cop? Bronte asks. Crow scowls at her. How do you know he's hot? Nadia has mentioned him before. She shrugs, giving him a quick kiss and then turning back to me. No. Yes. The cop I told you about was Felix. He's married, but hot. Decker is someone I just started working with since Felix is away, but for the record, he is also hot. Yes. Did he go in for work or play? She asks. Play. Does Trade know that there's a hot cop on the scene? She teases. I roll my eyes. There is no one on the scene. Stop saying hot cop, Crow mutters, lips tight. Hot cop, Quinn calls out, making me and Bronte burst out laughing. Crow looks like he wants to strangle us. Quinn, baby, don't listen to these two. What's a hot cop, Daddy? She asks, eyes going wide. Crow looks heavenward. I speak through my laughter. I'd tell Decker about this if his head wasn't big enough already. And I'm just glad we got the subject away from trade. Trade and I were always going to go one of two ways. It was either going to be a mistake, or it was going to be something wonderful. Either way, I don't think Bronte has anything to worry about. At least not anymore. Chapter 10. Decker stops by my office the next morning and takes a seat while I'm on the phone with a client. When I end the call, he flashes me a smile. I brought you coffee. Is this going to be a regular thing? A girl can get used to this. He smirks. So, I haven't been able to let this Taylor thing go. I arch my brow. What have you found? Not much, but I spoke to her AA sponsor, who claimed she had been sober and on track for over a year now, but the toxicology report proved otherwise. I don't know. I just don't think it was an accident. You think it was murder? He shrugs. I don't know yet. I just have a feeling that there's more to it. Someone could have easily pushed her down the stairs. Let me know what you find, or if you need any help, I say. He grins, flashing his teeth. Oh, I will. That's why I'm here. If I need you to work on this case with me, are you down? Off the books. I pause with my fingers around the takeaway cup. Depends. How much are you going to pay me? Remember all the favors I've done for you? Ha! Felix was the one to do me favors. Maybe. But you might need favors from me, and I'll owe you. My door opens, and I see the last person I'd expect. Trade. He steps inside in his work jeans and t-shirt and eyes me and Decker. Sorry, am I interrupting something here? I look over at Decker and realize how we look, leaning over my desk toward each other, like we're having an intimate conversation while having coffee. Not that I think that Trade cares, but I don't want him to get that impression, which is actually quite telling, and something I'm not going to dwell on right now. Nope, come on in, I say, and give Decker a look that tells him to please leave, my eyes going wide and my head tilting slightly to the door. Decker gets the hint as he smiles, but doesn't leave. You going to introduce me to your friend? He's such a pain in my ass. I clear my throat. Trade, this is Detective Decker. Decker, this is Trade. He is my best friend's boss. I should introduce Trade as my friend, but is he my friend anymore? Shit, I'm not sure. For all I know, he's here to yell at me and tell me to stay away from him. I hate not knowing where I stand with someone. It's not fun. Decker stands up and the two of them eye each other. Trade is taller than Decker, but Decker is broader. Still, they are both good-looking, and it kind of seems like a photo shoot for a romance novel cover or a magazine. The hot bad boy and the hot cop. I can't make this shit up. I want to low-key take a photo to show Bronte. I wonder if they would notice with all this posturing going on. Trade is definitely the one who stands out to me, though. There's just something about him. No man could compare to him, at least not for me. Those dark eyes, that long hair with the stubble on his cheeks. And his smile, don't get me started on that. I secretly pull out my phone and take a quick snap. They both instantly look at me, hearing that damn noise. So I just shrug. That's my text tone. I lie. I send the message to Bronte with the caption, "Didn't see this one coming." She replies straight away, "Are they in your office?" Yep. The men shake hands, exchange pleasantries, and then Decker finally puts me out of my misery by leaving. "I'll call you," he says with a wink before he closes the door. "Or maybe I'll drop in again tomorrow morning with coffee." Shit stirrer. "Have a seat," I say to Trade, gesturing to the chair Decker just vacated. Is everything okay? Yeah, I just thought we could have a chat. I don't like where we left things the other night, he admits, bringing his eyes from the door back to me, running his hand over his jawline. You surprised me, you know. I never thought that was what you were going to say. What did you think I was going to say? He clears his throat and looks away. Never mind. It doesn't matter now. I'm sorry for telling you to leave my house like that. That's not how I usually handle things. But I didn't want to say something I was going to regret, and I just needed to think. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that, and I apologize. Would you rather I not have said anything at all? It's something I've been wondering. I've always operated on an honesty is the best policy motto, but maybe in this case I shouldn't have said anything. Trade takes a few seconds to think about my question. No, I'm glad you did. It just caught me off guard, he admits, sighing. But I thought about it, and you know what? This is your job, and I'm not going to get in the way of that. I never wanted to hurt you, Trade. I reply, my voice smaller than I'd like. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you about it earlier, as soon as I took the case on. I should have been more upfront and honest about it all, so I apologize for that. And I'm sorry that any of this happened in the first place. All of it. Him losing the love of his life, the mother of his children, the family he built from love and loyalty. Bringing the case up again, along with the pain, and not telling him about it straight up. I'm sorry for it all. I also feel sorry for myself for being drawn to him, because what a fucking mess. There couldn't be a more emotionally unavailable man. I appreciate your apology, he says, brow furrowing, and I hope that you accept mine. It was just hard for me because I thought this whole thing was done and dusted, and I was trying to accept it and move on. I know. And of course I accept yours. So you're not working on this case anymore? No, I told Damon's mother that there was nothing to look into and I was done. Okay. So you didn't find anything then, right? He tilts his head in interest. Do you really want to talk about this? I ask, not knowing how forthcoming I should be. He nods. No, I didn't find anything new. But I didn't really expect to. What drew me to the case was the lack of evidence. I'm not saying he didn't do it. But it shocked me he was convicted on so little evidence. Everything says that he may have done it. Him being at the salon when Ariel was, her being found by his house. But there is no concrete evidence. I just wanted to be sure it really was him. But I found nothing new that points to him not doing it. Trade continues to nod like he's agreeing with everything I'm saying, but I can tell that he's zoned out a bit. After a while, he looks up. So we're okay, right? He asks, brown eyes unflinching. Yeah, I nod. I'd like that. What's with the cop? He then questions, surprising me. He's a friend. I've known his partner Felix since high school, so normally Felix helps with things I need, but over the years Decker has helped when Felix couldn't. I explain, shifting on my chair. Just a friend? He asks, eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Yeah, I reply, dragging out the word. Just a friend. Why? He nods and stands. Just asking. He now avoids my gaze, and I find myself hiding my smile. There's only one reason he'd be asking that. So maybe my growing attraction is mutual. Or maybe I'm being hopeful. Well, I like that you're asking. I reply boldly. And thank you for dropping in today. I felt terrible after I left your house and about how we left things. I didn't know if you were ever going to speak to me again. I didn't know either, he replies, sighing. Anyway, I better get back to work. I stand up and walk over to give him a hug. His strong arms come around me and hold me tightly. This is the first time I've been this close to him, and I find myself wondering why I haven't done this sooner. He smells so damn good, and he feels even better. My eyes close of their own accord, and I let out a little sigh of contentment. Trade presses his lips against my hair, and we just stay like that for a few moments. I lift my head up and look at him. My head comes right under his chin, then let go of his body and step away, clearing my throat. My voice is husky when I speak again. I guess we both better get back to work. Thanks again for coming to see me. Talk soon, he replies, and then disappears. As I stare at the closing door, I acknowledge one thing. I'm in trouble. Chapter 11. So, who was the muscly guy with the man bun? Decker asked me the next morning. You into those man buns? I heard women dig them. I can confirm that fact is true. Are you here for a reason or just to gossip? I ask, arching my brow in amusement as I take a sip of my coffee. Do you do any work? I feel like you don't. My favorite coffee shop happens to be near your office, and I don't officially clock in for another 10 minutes, he explains, shrugging. Plus, I like coming to annoy you. And yes, I want to know the tea. There's nothing wrong with that. You're my friend, and I want to make sure that you don't get involved with a douchebag. I've known you for how many years now? 3? Decker and I met when he was assigned to be partners with Felix. I walked into the police station asking for Felix, and he looked at me, confused, and asked who the hell I was. I grinned and replied, Felix's favorite PI, and I think I'm about to be yours as well. We've kind of been friends ever since. Well, friends may be a stretch, but he's been in my life since. And you've always just been single. It was your thing, he says. What a thing to be known for. I highly doubt that was my thing, and for the record, I'm still single. I point out in a dry tone. Yeah, but now you're interested in someone, and I want to make sure he's good enough, Decker states. It's a bit odd that he cares, but a nice sentiment all the same. I see, and I told you, he's my best friend's boss, I say, wincing. It sounds stupid even to my own ears. Okay, you want the truth? That's why I'm here. He was Ariel's partner. I swallow hard. Decker blinks slowly a few times. The woman whose murder you were investigating, that Ariel? I nod. Yeah, that would be the one. His jaw drops. You are more twisted than I ever thought. It's not like that, I correct him, groaning. I was doing it as a favor to a family friend. And me and Trade, we are just friends, and I knew him long before this case. And nothing is going on between us. My best friend Bronte works at Fast and Fury Custom Motorcycles, and Trade runs it. So I see him now and again at events, and that is the end of this conversation. Why don't we talk about your love life instead? I don't have one. I just have lots of sex, he replies with a cheeky grin. It's much easier and much more pleasurable that way. Orgasms without any of the nagging that comes with women. And I have much more sex than a married man. Do you know how much it declines when people get married? I'm not about that life. Who told you that? My married friends? Although Felix is the exception. I doubt him and his wife have any issues there, but they don't count. But any other kind of statistics you look at. He nods sadly. I feel sorry for my married friends. It's an unfortunate situation that they're in, but too late because if they divorce now, they'll lose their kids and half of their shit. I'm never getting married. You are way too young to be that cynical, I tell him. Let me guess. Your parents are divorced? Aren't most these days? He fires back with a raised brow. I wouldn't know. My parents both died. My mom when I was younger and my dad a few years back, I say with a shrug. Ah, I'm sorry. I wave the comment away. It's okay. It was a long time ago now. I'm about to change the subject when he does it for me. So I have a question. Do you make a lot being a private investigator? I look at him in surprise. That's the last thing I expected him to ask. Why? You looking for a job change? Did you realize being a cop was as boring as I knew it was going to be? I tease. No, I'm just curious. You told me you went to the police academy and, well, you're not a cop. Wanted to see if it was for the money. Ah, this question. People always ask me this. No. I mean, I'm doing okay now, but for a while I was on the verge of closing shop. My work on a few of my high-profile cases helped me get my name out there, so I'm getting jobs, but I'm only one person. Why don't you hire someone to help? I don't have the time to train someone. Bronte used to work for me, but now that she's a mom, she can't be doing overnight stakeouts anymore. I shrug. Gotcha. He looks at his watch. Okay, I better get to work. I'm going to speak with more of Taylor's friends and family today to see if I can find anything else out. You have a good day. Try not to get into any trouble. I'll try, I call out as he leaves. Nosy-ass cop. I spend the morning looking for any information I can find on Mila's biological father. It looks like the man moves around a lot and doesn't seem to have a permanent address. I call a few of the contact numbers, but they are all disconnected. I make a note to look into his acquaintances later on. When lunchtime hits, I head over to Fast and Fury to pick up Bronte for our lunch date. Hey, Trade says when he spots me, putting down the folder in his hands. Nice to see your face back around here. Nice to be able to walk back through the entrance without wondering if the manager is going to have security escort me back to my car, I admit, lip twitching. Where's Bronte? She's out back with Cam, he says, sitting back on Bronte's desk. So, do you have any plans tonight? He asks, just as Bronte walks out of the staff room, smiling when she sees me. I'm ready to eat, she announces. I grin and bring my eyes back to Trade. Nothing. Why? I'll probably just bring my paperwork home with me, go over it all night, and order some Chinese food. Maybe we could have dinner. I can cook, or maybe I'll just order us something in. He pauses and adds, if you don't mind having dinner with me plus 4 kids. My eyes widen, surprised by his bold offer. Oh, if you don't want to, that's fine, he says quickly. No, I'd love to, I say, my lips moving before thinking. How's 7? Perfect. I'll see you then, I reply, just as Bronte swings past and grabs me by the arm, leading me outside. Where are we going to eat? She asks. And then as soon as we are out of earshot, and what the hell was all that? What have I missed? I know he was in your office yesterday morning alongside the hot cop, but what else has happened? We sorted it out, I explain. And now he wants to hang out tonight. I know you don't love the idea. You are both adults. You know, I just worry about you both, but do what makes you happy, Nadia. That's all I want for you. To be happy. And careful. She laughs. And careful. I'm glad it's not awkward now and you can come see me at work again. Yeah. And now he's asked me to come to his house tonight for dinner with him and the kids. What does this all even mean? I blurt out. What am I doing, Bronte? Is this even a good idea? I don't know, she admits. It's what she's been trying to tell me the whole time. I couldn't have chosen a more complicated situation to put myself in, and I can see it not ending well, see it playing out badly. Yet I'm still going along with it. I like to think that I'm a rational, logical person, but when it comes to trade, I don't care about anything else. It all just gets pushed to the side. My common sense goes AWOL. How stupid is that? If I get hurt along the way, I only have myself to blame. This is all on me. I don't want to get hurt, and there are so many variables that could end up that way. And it's not just him, he comes with a family already. What if the kids don't want us to date, or they end up not liking me? You can't think of it like that. Yes, he's a single parent, but so are lots of people. Yes, he comes with a pre-made family, and yes, there might be some obstacles with that. And I think you need to be okay with that. It's not going to be easy. You are not choosing the easiest path right now, and you need to be aware of what you are walking into. I know, I sigh. I'm trying not to overthink it. I just enjoy spending time with him. I don't want to worry about possible future problems, but at the same time, it's probably smart if I do. Yes, it's a little complicated, but if it's meant to be, then it will work out. And if it doesn't, it's going to hurt like a bitch, and I'm going to learn a hard lesson. Something like that. I guess I'm a hidden romantic, because I'm going in and just hoping for the best. With trade, turning away doesn't seem to be an option. Maybe I'm just a sucker for punishment, or maybe I'm a fool. But I want to see where this leads us. I just hope I don't regret it. Chapter 12. Trade opens the door with a warm smile, and I can't help but return it. I brought dessert, I say, holding up the tray. I can see that. I just ordered some pizza. I hope that's okay. The kids insisted. Pizza is fine with me, I say, stepping inside. He takes the dessert from me and leads me to the kitchen. The kids are all watching a movie, but stop and say hello when they notice me. You brought 2 desserts? Trade asks, amusement laced in his tone. Well, I didn't know if the kids would like blueberry cheesecake, I explain. So I got backup chocolate cupcakes. Everyone likes chocolate. They will eat anything with sugar, I promise you. Can I get you something to drink? Soda, wine, or beer? He offers, opening the fridge and scanning what's inside. You know, I should thank you. AJ has been in the kitchen trying all the recipes in that cookbook you gave him for his birthday. It's been awesome. I think he can take over as head chef soon enough. I thought he would like it. Well, I hoped he would, I reply, smiling. And a beer sounds great. Beer it is. He grabs 2 out of the fridge and hands me one of them. Thank you. He then leads me outside, where we sit on the big, comfortable chairs on his patio. It's so quiet out here. I know. It's my little escape, he admits. It must be hard being the sole parent, and knowing that the weight of raising children lands on you alone. I can't imagine how strong of a person he must be to be doing that, and doing it so well. You are a wonderful dad, you know that, I say, taking a sip of the ice-cold drink. I try. You never know if you're doing it completely right, but you kind of follow your gut and hope for the best, he says before pausing. Temper and I didn't have the best childhood, and I never wanted that for my own children. I've made a lot of mistakes along the way, but I do the best that I can. That's all anyone can do. Are you close to your family? He asks. I don't have much family, I explain. So it's just you, out here alone? He asks. Yeah, just me and my friends. I spend so much time at work, there's not much time for anything else. It sounds sad even to my own ears. Well, luckily, you have all of us now, he replies after a few moments. We can be the family you didn't want but got stuck with anyway. I laugh. You guys are all wonderful. The MC is definitely like the big, tight-knit family I always wanted. That's nice to hear. The pizza guy pulls up, and we both head inside. While Trade goes to answer the front door, AJ comes and sits next to me at the dining table. "So Nadia, I figured it out. My go-to meal," he tells me excitedly. "What is it?" "Bagels with cream cheese and avocado. I've eaten one every day this whole week. Do you want me to make you one?" "We're about to have pizza, but another time? Yeah, I'd love to try one," I reply, smiling. Trade and the girls join us at the table. This is such a new experience for me, and I take it all in, listening to them, watching them interact. I notice how the older kids all help look after Mila, like true siblings, and how close all of them are. India even kisses Mila on top of her head. "You smell good, Mila." Mila grins back at her. "Thanks." They all love each other, and it's really nice to see. They don't fight and argue, although I'm sure that happens sometimes. But from what I've seen, they all respect each other and work as a unit. Trade helps Mila serve her food and watches her, making sure she is okay at all times, and it's super cute. He truly sees her and treats her as his own. "Thank you, Daddy," Mila says. "You're welcome." Trade responds with a smile of approval at her polite manners. "I didn't know what pizza you liked, so I got a little of everything," he says to me. "I'm not too fussy," I tell him. "I usually get pepperoni, sometimes with jalapenos." "So you like it spicy, huh?" he replies, smirking. "Something like that." I did get pepperoni. He opens the box for me, and I take out a slice. "Thank you." "That's my favorite too," India says, smiling. "Aaliyah likes the plain cheese one. I think it's a little boring." "Sometimes the classics are the best," Aaliyah fires back. "I like them all," Mila announces, grinning. She's super cute. I can't help but smile every time I'm around her. "Do you want a piece of my meat lovers?" AJ asks, pointing at his pizza box. "Sure, why not?" I add another piece onto my plate. I spend the next hour chatting with Trade and the kids, loving the banter back and forth between them. "I already know what I want for Christmas," India is telling us all. "Was it a new mom? Because it looks like you might be getting one," Aaliyah mutters, loud and clear enough for all of us to hear it. My mouth slightly drops open, and I don't know what to say to that. This is the first that Aaliyah has seemed unhappy with me being around them, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do next. I bring my eyes to Trade, who is looking unimpressed. "Aaliyah," he says sternly, "that was uncalled for." "Is it the truth, though?" she replies, arching her brow at her father. "Aaliyah," India scowls, crossing her arms over her chest. "It's not a crime for Dad to hang out with a lady. Last time he hung out with a lady, she ended up being a better mom to us than our own mom," India fires back. The table goes silent. And then AJ, bless him, declares, "I like Nadia. You better not scare her away." "I want my mommy. I don't want a new mom." Mila starts to cry, and India gets up to give her a big hug, soothing her. Trade gives his oldest daughter a smile and then stands. "Aaliyah, come with me now. We are going to have a chat." "You're in trouble now," AJ sings. When the two of them disappear, he smiles at me. "Don't listen to her." "It's okay," I say, giving a quick look to Mila, who seems to have stopped crying. I start talking to all three of them. "You know, no matter what, no one will replace your mom. I know some bad things have happened to you guys, but your mom will always be here." I put my hand over my heart. No one will ever replace her. Ever. Mila puts her small hand over her own heart and gives it a pat. I melt just watching her. "Thanks, Nadia," India says. Trade and Aaliyah rejoin us. "I'm sorry, Nadia. That was rude and I shouldn't have said that," she says. And while I can tell she means it, there is a hint of indignation to her. She's a tough cookie. I see a bit of myself in her. It's okay, I assure her. Thank you for your apology. It's awkward, but we move on. After dinner, they have their showers while I clean up the kitchen, and then Trade reads them a story in bed. Sorry that took so long, he says. And you didn't have to clean up. Don't say sorry for being a good father, I say, rolling my eyes. You do what you have to do. Don't worry about me. We head back outside and sit down together, enjoying the moonlight and the cool breeze. I could sit and look up at the sky with him all night. I'm really sorry about Aaliyah, he says. It's okay. It isn't going to be smooth sailing all of the time. He sighs. No, it's not. That doesn't mean that she can be rude, though. Being a single dad must be hard. He nods. It is. And I know that they miss Ariel. I do have a lot of help, though, and the kids have so many people who love them. I tell them that all the time. They do, I agree. But they have been through a lot. You all have. Thank you for what you said to them. Aaliyah heard it too. I think I have to be better about reminding them of that. Talking about Ariel, keeping her memory alive. Have you not talked about her? I ask in surprise. He cringes a bit. Well, not really, no. I just assumed talking about her would make them feel bad and make them miss her. I grab his hand. Trade, they will miss her regardless. Talking about her will make them happy, will make them remember all the good. They need that. You need that. How do you get to be an expert? He asks while giving my hand a squeeze. I lost my mom when I was young, and while it wasn't easy, my dad and I made it work. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's been a long time. I had a good childhood, although my parents worked a lot. Me and my dad had a great relationship. Had? He asks with trepidation. I nod. Yeah, he passed away after my mom. It was a heart attack about 5 years ago. We aren't always dealt easy hands, he sighs, looking up at the stars. It's just fucked up how bad things happen to good people. I know. I whisper. Ariel never hurt anyone in her life. She was a good person, and she didn't deserve what happened to her. You want to know the real fucked up thing? What? I ask. I told her we were going out to a fancy dinner, which is why she wanted to get dolled up. If I hadn't made those plans, she wouldn't have been on the road that evening, and she would still be alive today, he says, laughing without humor. I think about that all the time. If I had planned dinner on a different night, or if we had just stayed home and chilled, she would still be here. He looks down at our entwined hands and squeezes. That's heavy, and a lot of guilt to carry around. And as good of a time as I'm having here tonight, I wish for him and those kids that she was alive as well. You can't think of it like that. It won't change anything, and there's no point punishing yourself about it. It was nothing you did, and it wasn't your fault. It would be hard not to get lost in the what-ifs, though, and I really do feel for him. The world can be a cruel place sometimes, and he's felt that firsthand. So have the children. I let go of his hand, reminded how complicated this whole situation is. It's only been a year since he lost Ariel. I know there are no rules on how long it takes for people to move on and that everyone deals with grief differently, but it seems too soon for us. Maybe we should wait longer. If we don't, are we ruining us before we even start? I feel like if we rush into this, we might be destined to fail. I don't know. He reaches out and takes my hand back, You are a bright light. You know that? I duck my head, not knowing what to say to that. Do you think you are? I trail off and clear my throat. Just say it, Nadia. It's only been a year since you all lost Ariel. I look down at our intertwined fingers, finally understanding exactly why Bronte has been so concerned and wary of the situation. I just want to make sure we know what we are doing right now. He nods slowly. I'm going to be honest. I have no idea what we're doing. I just know that I like being around you, and I find myself thinking about you all the time. I know why you'd be concerned. You have every right to be. I will always love Ariel, but I cannot live in the past. It's not good for me. It's not good for my kids. She's gone, and I've accepted the situation for what it is. So you think the timing is right? I ask. I think that you've got my head so muddled I have no idea. He admits. So we both have no idea what the hell we're doing, or if it's a good idea. But we both like each other and seem to be unable to stay away from each other. I confirm. He nods. Yeah, when you put it like that. We're fucked, aren't we? We are so fucked. I'd like to take you out sometime, if that's okay with you. I'd like to see where this goes. Okay, I'd like that. But, he says, then pauses as if he's still gathering his thoughts. I can't promise that I won't screw this up. I'm ready to move on, but I reach out to touch his arm. I understand. Dating a father of 4 is new for me, too. He laughs. One of the girls calls out for trade, and I use that moment to take my leave, saying goodnight and walking myself out. I leave feeling more confused than when I walked inside his house, but not everything has to make sense or be solved right away, right? Some things, usually the best things, you just have to let flow naturally and see what happens. If it's meant to be, it will. Chapter 13. After emailing my client what I found out about her biological parents, their location and contact details, I close my laptop. My eyes lift when a delivery man enters my office holding a beautiful bouquet of orange tulips. Those are for me? I ask, brow furrowing. I can't remember the last time I got any flowers when it wasn't my birthday. Yes, ma'am, the man says, asking me to sign as he sets them on my desk. He thanks me and leaves while I sit there staring at the flowers, just admiring their beauty. I then reach for the card and smile so wide it hurts as I read the note. Dinner tonight? I can pick you up at 7. Thinking about you. Trade. I know he said he wanted to take me out, but I'm still taken aback by this gesture. It seems so official, but I like that he put effort into our first date. I want to jump up and do a happy dance. He is finally letting me know where he stands and making a move, and I love this for me. Yes, I know it's complicated, but the first reaction from me is yes. Yes, I want to try to see where this can go. I confirm via text. 7 sounds perfect. See you then. I send Bronte a message letting her know that he asked me out, and then get back to work, smiling the whole time. Bronte replies with, "Who do you think is babysitting?" adding a winky face. And I write back to her, telling her she is the best friend in the world. I love how supportive she is being despite her concerns. I'm just going with my gut here, like I do with my work, like I always have. That's all I know. And I'd rather try and fail than always wonder, what if? The rest of the day goes by in a flash, and at the end of the day I head home. I have a long shower and take my time, washing my hair and shaving, just in case. It's not always every day that I have the time to pamper myself, and I actually enjoy a little self-love time. Once I'm all clean and moisturized, I leave my hair in a towel and check my wardrobe, wondering what to wear. He didn't say where we are going, but I want to look cute no matter how casual or fancy the restaurant is. I decide to play it safe and wear my favorite pair of light denim high-waisted jeans, a black off-the-shoulder top that ties up at the front, and black block heels. I straighten my dark wavy hair and apply a little bit of makeup, light foundation, nude lips, and some black kohl around my eyes framed in a few swipes of mascara. I smile at my reflection in the mirror and grab my clutch bag with my phone and debit card in it. Trade arrives on time, which I appreciate, and comes to the front door and knocks. He looks so handsome, even in just jeans and a black shirt. And he smiles as I open the door. "You look beautiful," he murmurs. "You clean up well yourself," I reply, stepping out the door and locking it behind me. The scent of his cologne hits me and makes me want to jump him. "Thank you for the flowers today. I love them." "I'm glad," he replies, walking to his truck with me and opening the passenger side door. He's such a gentleman, and being chivalrous just comes naturally to him, but it means a lot to me. I haven't been on a date in so long, and I know he's going to make sure it's a wonderful one, because that's just the type of man that he is. "So where are we going?" I ask as he gets into the driver's seat. I was a little nervous before he arrived, but now that he's here, I just feel content. Like I'm where I'm meant to be. "Well, I checked a few places out because I wanted it to be somewhere new, somewhere hopefully neither of us have been before, and somewhere you would love," he admits, turning down the music a little. "So I settled on a seafood restaurant, because Bronte mentioned that you love seafood, especially crayfish." "So you've done your research," I reply, impressed. "I do love seafood, but I pretty much love any type of food. I'm not too fussy on that front." "Good to know. It's been a while since I've been out to eat, never mind on a date, so I might be a little rusty." "You and me both. Why don't you go out on dates? You're beautiful, successful, ambitious, kind. I could go on." I laugh. Honestly, I'm always busy with work. In my experience, men always say that they want a strong, independent woman, but when it comes to dating one, that's another thing. I do spend a lot of time at work, and it's a job I take home with me, too. Men don't like that. At least my last ex-boyfriend didn't, and after we broke up, I never bothered dating anyone else. It's not that I've been opposed to it. I guess I hadn't met anyone who really caught my eye. Until now. I glance over at him, and as though he could hear my thoughts, he smiles, reaches over, and takes my hand. "I like that you are so passionate about what you do, and I'd never hold you back from that. From what I've seen so far, I like you just the way you are. I didn't plan on dating again. I just wanted to focus on the kids and feel sorry for myself. But I like you, Nadia. I like spending time with you. I like seeing you smile. And I know that means something. You are an amazing woman. I know I come with a lot. I have kids and a past and all of that. I like you just as you are too," I reply. I accept him just as he is, with the kids, with the past, with everything. I think at this point in our lives, we need to either accept each other as we are right now, in this moment, and all that comes with that, or we don't bother, I say. Or at least we try to learn to. This conversation got deep really soon. We haven't even made it to the restaurant yet, but we're laying it all out on the table. I guess when you're dating someone with kids, you kind of have to. He has to think about the kids first, and I understand that. The children should always be put first in any situation. So, considering you're sitting here, I'm going to assume the whole 4 kids thing isn't a deal breaker for you. I laugh. No, it's not. I've never dated anyone with kids before, though, and besides Quinn, I haven't spent much time with children. I wouldn't have guessed that. You are wonderful with my children. After the dinner we had at my house, the kids all gave you the seal of approval. Did they? That's good to know. Is that what the dinner was? A pre-date to make sure that I pass all the tests? I ask, lifting my brow. It wasn't a test, but I did want the kids to spend some time with you, and they all gave me the thumbs up. They think you are great, even Aaliyah, and she hardly likes anyone. But if they didn't, it would be kind of hard to date you, so luckily for me, they approve. Lucky for me, more like it. I've said it once and I'll say it again. You are a good father, I say. Thank you, he replies, running his thumb along my knuckles. I try, that's for sure. We arrive at the restaurant. Trade opens my door for me and guides me to the entrance with his hand on the small of my back. My senses are all on alert, and every time he touches me, it's electric. I don't know if it's because it's been so long or because it's him, but I think it's a mix of both. I wonder if he feels it too. He pulls my chair out for me, and I sit down and wait for him to do the same. The restaurant is fancy, mirrored walls and gold details, a big bar and beautiful table settings. It looks really expensive. I like the effort he has put in, but I hope he knows he didn't have to do this. He could have taken me anywhere, and I would have been fine with it. We chat as we look over the menu and order a glass of wine each. We decide on a seafood platter for the two of us to share, which has a little bit of everything on it. We start talking about Fast and Fury, and I ask him about his construction company, which AJ mentioned to me. Yes, I do own my own construction company. So before I was managing that, but I hired someone else too for the time being because Temper asked me if I would help him out, Trade explains. To be honest, I was happy for a change. I was kind of stuck in a rut in my old job, so I thought doing something new would mix it up a bit. I love motorcycles, and I love working at Fast and Fury, so it worked out well. And I also always have my business to lean back on for extra income. It's a win-win situation. So you used to be in the MC? I ask. I've heard the story, but not from him, and I'd like to hear what he has to say about it. I was in the MC, he admits, nodding. And when I had my kids, I decided to step away from it. I guess I never fully did, though. I was just not officially a member anymore. It's kind of hard when your big brother is the president. I'm always going to be there for him and a part of that world whether I like it or not. Temper is all the family I have left, aside from my children, and he's always been the best big brother to me. I'd do anything for that man. I love how everyone in the MC looks after each other. They do, he agrees. They've all helped me out so much, I don't think I could ever repay them. You'd do the same for them in a heartbeat. He nods. Yes, I would. So, tell me, what was Bronte like as a private investigator? I laugh. That is my best friend, so I don't know what you think you're going to get out of me, but I will say, she was a good one. She was good at acting, playing a role to get information. We had a lot of fun together. This one time, there was this man who was skimming money from his boss. We were hired to catch him in the act, and it was at a strip club. Trade chuckles. Oh man, please tell me you and Bronte had to go undercover. I take a sip of water. No, not me. Just her. I was there as backup, but this was all her. She showed up looking for a job while I sat at the bar. In less than 2 minutes, she had the bartender, our Mark, eating out of her palm. When she told him she didn't really want to be a stripper but needed the money, he went into the register and pulled out $500 to give to her. Mission accomplished. That is the best story. Oh, I have a lot more, but they're in the vault. She has just as many stories about me, I say with a wink. I'll have to bribe her with days off. You wouldn't. I'm kidding. If you weren't a PI, what would you do? I tilt my head as I consider his question. Well, if I could go back and have a do-over, I'd probably be a social worker. After all the cases I've done with children, I realize someone needs to be their advocate. You like helping people, he muses. I do. I like to be useful, and I like being challenged. I like that I both do desk work and work out in the field. So it's a mix of different things, and it's never the same. You're hardworking and passionate, and it looks good on you. I duck my face as I smile. I'm a bit of a workaholic. I've noticed. But if that's what you love, then why not let it consume you, right? As long as it makes you happy. I love that he's so supportive. I don't think I could be with someone who didn't support and encourage my dreams. The food arrives, and the platter looks so pretty I can't help but take a photo to show Bronte. This looks amazing. There's lobster, prawns, crabs, oysters, and crayfish with salad, fruit, crackers, and some seafood sauce to dip it all in. This is going to be messy. No judgment here. Trade grins, flashing his teeth as he picks up a prawn and dips it before taking a bite. Holy shit, that is good. I start off with the safer options, but end up having to dive in with the crab, cracking the shell and sucking out all of the flesh. I lift my head to find his eyes on me, watching. It's all over my face, isn't it? I ask. He shakes his head, grinning. No, I just like watching you eat. We finish up the meal and have dessert, and when the bill comes, I offer to pay. Trade quickly declines my offer, looking offended that I'd even consider that. But it's the 21st century, and I'm more than happy to pay. The bill was expensive, and I feel bad that he paid for it all. He seems to think otherwise. If you're going out with me, I'm paying. I like being able to do that. I guess I'm a little old school that way. Next date, I'm paying, I declare. He simply smiles. So there's going to be a next date, My lip twitches. Yes. Would you like to go on a second date with me? I'd love that, he murmurs, our eyes locking and holding. Should we get out of here? He nods, and we head back to my house. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I know what I want to do. Do you want to come in for coffee? I ask as he parks at my place. You've never seen my house, have you? Nope, this is my first time coming here. And yes, I'd love coffee. We get out of the car and walk to my front door together, our shoulders brushing up against each other. I clear my throat and glance up at him to find his eyes on me. When they drop to my lips, I swallow hard. The tension is high between us, and it's been building all night. I want him, and I'm pretty sure he wants me too. And it's been so long for both of us, so this is a big deal. Looking away from him, my fingers tremble slightly as I unlock the door and step inside, turning on the light for us to see. Welcome to my home, I say, my tone a little huskier than usual. He steps inside and looks around. It's beautiful. My house is much smaller than his, but it's warm and welcoming. I, too, am a neat freak, and everything has its own place. I lead him to my kitchen, placing my bag on the marble countertop and turning my coffee machine on. I don't like clutter, so there's not much stuff around. I like it, he says, coming over to me and brushing my hair back behind my ear. Are you always so put together? I laugh. No, but I like that I appear that way. His kiss catches me off guard. 1 second I'm smiling, and the next his lips are on mine, and all bets are off. I allow myself to touch him, my fingers wrapping around his neck as I pull him closer. He moans softly, and it turns me on even more. Our bodies press against each other while our lips do the talking, our tongues exploring. He pulls back and looks at me, scanning my eyes for a second before kissing me again. I lead him to my bedroom, unable to stop kissing him and touching him along the way. He sits down on the edge of my 4-poster bed, and I straddle his lap. I can feel how hard he is, and how big, and my heart starts to race. I slowly grind myself against him, and he moans against my lips, his big hands on my hips. His fingers lift up my top, and then undo the clasp of my bra, so I'm sitting half bare in front of him. He lowers his head and kisses my breasts, licking and gently sucking on my nipples with expertise. I press myself against him, silently asking for more. "You are so perfect, Nadia," he whispers against my skin. I remove his shirt and push him back on the bed, quickly pulling off my jeans, leaving me in just red lace panties. I undo the button of his jeans, and that's when I notice that he's just lying there, unmoving. I can almost feel his mind working. He's in his head, and something isn't right. "What's wrong?" I ask him, moving to lie down next to him. "Trade?" He rolls to the side to face me. "It's not you. You are incredible. But," I press, "Ariel was the last person I slept with," he whispers, swallowing hard, and I suddenly understand why he's hesitating. She was the last person he's been with, and he's obviously been holding on to that. If we sleep together, he's letting go of that part of her. I don't know how to feel right now. Surely he would have thought about this before we ended up half naked and ready to sleep with each other. Or maybe he thought he could handle it, but couldn't. What a mess. I take a deep breath. "Do you want to go home? We don't have to do this, or we can just lie here and go to sleep." I take his hand and let him know that it's okay. I can't begin to understand how he's feeling right now. If Ariel wasn't taken away, he would have been with her for the rest of his life, and we sure as hell wouldn't be here right now. But she's not here. Is he going to be able to accept that, or is he always going to feel guilty for moving on with his life? It's in this moment that I truly realize just what I'm up against. Trade comes with baggage, and I'm not even talking about his children. I know, it's not a nice way to put it, but it's true. Being with him isn't going to be easy, and it's going to require a shitload of communication and a lot of patience and understanding. "I don't know," he whispers. "I'm so sorry, Nadia. I thought I would be fine. I didn't think that." "You don't have to explain," I reply. "It's okay." He sits up and puts his shirt back on. "I'm going to go. I just need to think." "Okay." He kisses the top of my head, and then he's gone. Chapter 14. Bronte comes over in the morning hoping to get some gossip. "What happened?" she asks as soon as I open the door. "I brought coffee and breakfast." "Thank you," I reply, sounding defeated to even my own ears. "Nothing happened." "Explain." "I was expecting to stay the night so the two of you could have some loud, kinky first-time sex. Instead, he was home by 10 and looked miserable." "I must have that effect on men," I muttered to myself. Basically, we went out for dinner. It was perfect. We had such a great time. And then he came in, and we started getting hot and heavy, and then he just froze and left. Bronte's jaw drops. "Shit. I know. This is exactly what you were trying to warn me about. Trade has been through a lot, and only lost Ariel a year ago. Maybe we're rushing into things. I don't know." I grab the coffee and head to the sofa, wrapping myself in a cozy blanket, preparing to veg. "It's clear he likes you, but yeah, it's not going to be an easy path," He probably feels guilty that he's moving on, and unfortunately, if you want to be with him, you're going to be dragged along for his emotional roller coaster, she says, stating the obvious. This is why I don't date, I say, allowing myself to be a bit melodramatic. It's too hard. I don't know how you found Crow, but you are one of the lucky ones. Some of us are destined to be with their vibrator for the rest of our lives. It won't always be hard, though. His head must be all messed up. But I wish he had realized that a little sooner. My thoughts exactly. And now it's all awkward, and I'm back to never coming into your work again, I summarize, taking a sip of the coffee and wishing there was some whiskey in it. How was your evening? Better than yours. The kids are great, and Quinn had a ball playing with them all. We played board games and watched a movie. AJ cooked us dinner. I'll tell you something, that kid is going places, she replies, sounding impressed. She grabs plates from my kitchen and sets out the food on my coffee table. Breakfast bagels and hash browns. I love you. I love you too. Are you going to talk to him today? She asks, taking a bite from her jalapeno cream cheese bagel. I shrug. I mean, if he reaches out, I'll give him a little space to sort out what he's feeling. I think I need to process the situation too. I'm sure he will contact you today, she replies. Or at least he better. What are your plans for today anyway? And don't tell me that you're going into work on a Saturday. I am, I admit, sighing. I've got a little work to do, and I want to keep busy. Plus, there's no point me sitting here overthinking what happened last night. Yeah, I'd give him some time. It's hard to not feel rejected. I just need to see it from his side and know that he's at war with himself right now. I need to be understanding, but I also need to make sure that I can handle all of this if it becomes an ongoing thing. Yeah, it's nothing to do with you, Nadia. His head is just probably all messed up right now. She stays for over an hour and then heads home while I get ready and go to work. Time to dive back into my safe world. And if I'm smart, stay there. Trey does call me around lunchtime. And when I see his name pop up on my phone, I'm a little nervous because this isn't going to be a fun, light conversation. Hey, he says. Hey. I just wanted to say that I'm so sorry about last night. I wanted to come over in person, but I'd have to bring all the kids if I did, and it's okay, I say. If you're not ready, then you're not ready. He takes a deep breath. I think it just all hit me and I freaked out. It's not that I don't like you or don't want to be with you, because I do. I think you're beautiful and funny and smart. I just froze up. It's been so long. I know, I reply, sighing. I just kind of wish you knew where your head was at before it got to that moment, because it didn't have to go down like that. You're right. And I thought it was all under control, he admits. I truly am sorry. Please let me make it up to you. I don't know how the hell he's going to do that. I do like him more than I probably should, but it's so complicated. And I don't know if it should be. Dating and relationships should be easy, especially at the beginning. I don't know what to think anymore. And giving him a second chance kind of sounds like a one-way ticket to get my heart broken. Maybe we should just have a little break and you can think about what you really want, I say, as I twirl around in my work chair. I just don't want to get hurt, and I feel like you might realize maybe you aren't ready. I understand. I'd never want to hurt you, Nadia. I know, but him not knowing what he wants might end up with me getting hurt anyway. Maybe we can talk about it later in person, he says, and I agree. I hang up feeling a little sad and disappointed, but it is what it is. Timing can be a bitch, and it plays such a big part in things working out with someone. You can have it all, the chemistry, the physical, mental, and intellectual connection, everything. But if the timing is off, then you have nothing. Chapter 15. I'm at work trying to find Merv on social media when there's suddenly a loud noise, making me jump out of my seat. It's then followed by my window cracking and shattering, the glass going everywhere. What the fuck? I mutter, calling 911 instantly. I pull out my gun from my bottom drawer and get ready in case I have to defend myself. Looking on my carpet, I see a huge rock sitting there amongst all of the broken glass. Hello? Yeah, someone has thrown a huge rock into my office window, and there's glass everywhere, I tell the operator. When nothing else happens and there is no other movement, I glance outside. No one is around here that I can see, but I'm not sure. I rattle off my address to the police officer and then hang up. Why would someone do this, though? I think of the cases I've been working, and the 3 new ones I just took on, but none of it makes sense. Who have I made an enemy of? The police finally arrive and take my statement. I should have just called Decker, because it takes them over half an hour to get here. We check the camera surveillance from the front of the building, but I can only see a car without license plates pulling up, and a man with his face covered throwing the rock and jumping back in his car and driving away. So it was a man. That's all we know. I call up my insurance company and organize getting the window fixed today, then sit back in my chair and contemplate my life, wondering who the hell could have done this. And why? There are flowers at my door when I get home from work. It seems like our date was ages ago, but it was only last night. I knew I fucked up the second I drove away from your house. Forgive me, it won't happen again. I know what I want. How does he know that, though? He doesn't, and I don't want him to feel pressured in any way. I have a long bath and think about everything that has happened. Between the rock through my window and the incident with Trade, it's been pretty chaotic. I work well under pressure and stress, but I need to make sure that I don't become overwhelmed. I respond to him and apologize for my late reply, telling him it's been a hectic day and that someone threw a rock through my office window. My phone instantly rings. Hey, I say. Are you okay? What happened today? He asks, sounding genuinely concerned. I'm fine, I assure him. I give him a rundown on what happened. He stays silent for a second and then tells me he will call me back in a minute, leaving me a little confused. When he calls back, though, it all makes sense as he asks, how do you feel about one of the prospects or one of the guards from the nightclubs coming and keeping watch at your office, just in case something else happens? We don't know who did this or why, and I'd rather be safe than sorry. I smile to myself, amused. I think that is very sweet of you, but unnecessary. I have a gun. I can protect myself. They threw a rock. Didn't come in weapons blazing. I mean, if they wanted to hurt me, then they would have, right? Someone is just trying to scare me, and it's not going to work. How did I know you were going to say that? I just want you to be safe. You shouldn't have to worry about anything else while you're at work, and we need to find out who did this. It doesn't matter if it was just a rock, it was still a threat. I know, but sending someone to stand guard here is a little over the top. I'll be fine, and the cops are on it. He sighs. Nadia, I lost the woman I loved a year ago from what seems to be a random act of violence. I know you can take care of yourself, but if there is a future for us, you need to know that your safety will be a main priority to me. I respect your decision, but I won't stop checking on you and making sure you're safe, whether you have a gun or not. Okay, I understand. Thank you, I say. I appreciate that. It's hard for me to accept help sometimes, and I can see where Trade is coming from. He's the protective type, like the rest of the men in the MC, and I shouldn't be surprised by that. We end up staying on the phone for over an hour, just chatting and talking about our day. When we end our call, I give Bronte a quick ring to let her know what happened. Look at Trade trying to handle it for you. That's hot, she muses. Trying being the key word there. I laugh. It was nice of him, but I can handle myself. Though you do know it would make us all feel better if someone was there, until we are sure about what's going on and who threw the damn rock, she adds, amusement in her tone. We recognize you can handle yourself. It's more for our peace of mind. Don't you start to, I grumble. I will be fine, and no one has anything to worry about. A rock isn't going to take me out. What if they come back with a gun or a knife next time? Then I'll fight them and call the cops, I reply, rolling my eyes. I've done self-defense, and I throw a mean punch. You are so stubborn. I learn from the best. We get off our phones, and I lie in the bathtub and enjoy how the scalding hot water turns my skin numb. I don't know why the hell someone would want to target me, but I'm sure as hell going to find out. Where's Trade? I ask Chains at Fast and Fury on Monday morning. I decide to drop in with coffee for him, but he's nowhere to be seen. One of his kids is sick, so he's staying home today, Chains explains, glancing up from his phone. I'm the acting manager today. Oh, no, I say. And Bronte is off today too? Cam walks over to me and gives me a hug. Yeah, it's just me, Victoria, and Chains today. I heard what happened at your work. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, I say instantly. My window, not so much. I hear Trade wants to send the prospects to look out for you. Which isn't needed. You sure? You could make them run your errands and get you coffee and food, she replies with a laugh. Now that doesn't sound so bad after all. Nope, you might even enjoy it. We share a grin. How's Orion? I ask her. He's good. We're actually doing really well, she replies, smiling dreamily. We'll have to have you over for dinner sometime. That sounds nice, I reply. How about you, Chains? How are you doing? I'm okay, he nods, shrugging. The whole Taylor thing was, honestly, I don't even want to talk about it. But I've accepted that I'm going to be single for the rest of my life, and I suppose it could be worse. You and me both, I mutter. Neither of you are going to be single forever, Cam says, rolling her eyes. Especially you, Nadia. If you think Trade isn't going to snap you up, you have another thing coming. I sigh heavily. I'm going to work. Who knows what today is going to bring? The prospects are one call away, Chain says. Let me know if you need anything. Cam agrees. Yeah, we are here for you. And we're not new to this kind of thing. We've got your back, no matter what. Thanks, I say to them both. When I get to work, there is a man standing out the front of my office. I recognize him instantly, after having met him at the clubhouse once. What are you doing here? I ask, frowning. Hello to you, too, Diesel replies. He's tall and dark-haired, with hazel eyes and a serious expression on his face. I told Trade that I'm fine. I don't need a big, brooding man standing here all day watching over me, I say, sighing. He puts his hands up. Just following orders. You think I want to be here? This place looks boring. I scowl as I unlock the office door and step inside. Why don't we both do each other a favor then, and you head on your merry way and let me work in peace? Can't. Temper told me to do whatever Trade wanted. And Trade said not to leave you no matter what kind of shit you gave me. So here I am, he replies, looking about as unhappy as I am about it. Your job sucks. At least I'm not getting rocks thrown at me. You might, now that you're here, I reply, grinning as I open the door wider for him. Come on in then. He follows behind me and glances around my small business. There's a bathroom and mini kitchen with a fridge and a freezer in the back, so help yourself to anything you need. There's a coffee machine, too. He might as well feel welcome now that he's here. I call Trade, but the bastard doesn't pick up. How convenient. I decide to deal with him later and just get on with my day. They will all soon see how ridiculous they are being for themselves. Diesel tells me even if he's not in my direct sight, he won't be far, and he's always going to be available and watching. Wonderful. At lunch, I decide to drop by Trades for 2 reasons. 1, we really need to have a talk about the whole Diesel thing. And 2, I want to bring some food for him and the kids since Cam said that they weren't well. I find him outside his house, shirtless and mowing the lawn. Maybe he wasn't just avoiding my calls. The view is impressive. Of course, I saw him up close when we were in bed, at least before he left. But there wasn't much light in the room. Right now, I can see every rippling ab and muscle, and I can tell you now that he is a work of art. He turns off the mower and removes his headphones when he sees me. "Hey, what are you doing here?" he asks with a smile. "Come to yell at me?" "I've come to both yell at you and because I heard you had some sick kids, so I thought I'd drop by with some food," I say, eyes still on his body. "I can see that you are well, though. I mean, you look well. And hot." He needs to put on some clothes before any yelling commences, because I'm getting a little distracted right now. Trade laughs, his eyes sparkling. "I'm fine. Aaliyah just has a cold, so she's in bed watching a movie with the humidifier on. What did you bring? That was nice of you." "Some soup and grilled cheese," I say, handing him the bags. "And why has Diesel moved into my office when I told you it was overkill sending someone to watch over me?" "Because it's a just-in-case scenario, and he won't get in your way. Just pretend he's not even there. Crow and Bronte think it's a good idea, too. We all voted." I arch my brow. "You're going to throw them under the bus, too, huh?" "I'll do what I have to," he replies with a straight face. "We just care about you. And you don't know why someone would do this, so it's fair for us to be concerned right now. Come on, can you please just let Diesel loiter around your office? It won't be that bad." Fine. It seems like putting up a fight over something trivial like this is moot. I'll pick my battles. "Is there anything I can do to help, Aaliyah?" "You've helped by just being here," he replies, smiling and nodding toward his front door. "You coming in?" "I mean, yeah, I can stay for a little while." His house is spotless and quiet, and he puts the food on the table and then stands in front of me. He cups my cheek with his hand and presses a kiss to my forehead, my nose, and then my lips. When I don't pull away, he kisses me properly, pressing my body against his skin, and I allow myself to touch all the muscles I was ogling on his front lawn. "We need to have a proper talk about us," he whispers against my lips before pulling away. "I want you, and I want you to give me another chance. Do you think you can do that?" "Do you think it's a good idea if we try to date, though?" I ask, brow furrowing. "Do you think you are ready? I don't even know where I fit into your life, Trade." "We can go slowly," he says. "There's no rush. I just know that I want to be with you. And if you want to be with me, then we can make it work." "That easy, huh?" He shakes his head. "No, but worth it." I rest my forehead against his chest. "Are you really ready to take the next step? The chemistry is here, Trade, but the timing has to be right, too. And if you aren't ready, then there's no point in us trying anything. We should just be friends." "I'm ready," he assures me. "I felt guilty when I was touching you last time. You felt so good, and I was so happy being with you." And she's not here. But I am. And I want to live again. I shouldn't feel guilty for wanting that. And for going after it. And I want to be with you. Life is short, Nadia. And there's no one I'd rather spend my time with. He sounds so sure. And I want to believe him. Let me think about it. Like you said, there's no rush, right? We can go as slowly as we need to. He nods and kisses me again. And I get lost in him. Dad, ew, comes a little voice from behind us, and I quickly move away from Trade, wincing. Hi, Aaliyah, I say, clearing my throat. She purses her lips. Did you both forget that I'm here and sick? Oh, dear. Aaliyah, what wonderful timing. Nadia brought you some soup. She perks up, her horrified face changing to a pleasant one. Really? Yep. Chicken and corn and chicken and vegetable. There's 2 types. Thanks, Nadia, she says, sitting down at the table. Dad's soup isn't very good. Last time he put in too much ginger and it tastes more like medicine. It wasn't that bad, Trade grumbles. I can make good soup, but I only heard you were sick this morning, so I just bought some on the way here, I tell her, smiling. I help her serve some and then turn back to Trade. I better get going. Let me know if you need anything else. He walks me to my car and opens the door for me. Thanks for coming, and thanks for letting Diesel stay. I'd be there watching out for you myself if I could. I know. I give him a quick kiss and then get in my car. Didn't I tell myself I was stepping away from him? Fucking hell. Instead, I've jumped straight back in, and fuck me if I'm not smiling about it. Chapter 16. This job is not what I was expecting. Diesel lets me know at the end of his first day. Will there be a little more action in the upcoming days? I've got a prison visit, a house stakeout, and trying to stay alive on the agenda, I reply, lip twitching. He nods twice. That sounds a little better. He waits until I'm in my car and pulling out of the parking lot before he even gets on his bike. When I get home, Trade is there, standing out the front, leaning on his truck, waiting for me. I'm surrounded by good-looking men all day. I suppose I really shouldn't complain. There are worse things. What are you doing here? I ask, smiling. He grins. I'm going to check out your home security, install more cameras if needed, and secure your windows and locks. You should be protected no matter where you are. You are so wonderful to me, but I'm pretty sure my security system is all good, I reply, giving him a greeting hug. I do have a few cameras at the front and back of the house. I could probably add more on the sides. I'll have a look. Izzy came over to see the kids, so she said she will watch them if I needed to do anything, he explains, as I unlock my front door and we step inside. And you chose to come here? I ask, smiling. He nods. Yeah, I did. I make some coffee while he starts to scout the house, checking my cameras in every window, door, and lock. I haven't really had anyone look after me. It's always been me looking after myself for as long as I can remember. So this really is a new feeling for me. And it's nice. I don't think I could ever fully rely on a man. I'm too used to being independent. But I could learn to become a partner with one. My father used to always say, give a man the power to feed you, give him the power to starve you. And that always stuck with me. He would tell me stories about how my mother was a corporate businesswoman and was always financially independent. And I wanted to be like that too. And I am like that. I don't need any man. I just happen to want Trade. And that is powerful. You're right. I'm going to put more cameras in on the side of the house, but everything else looks good. You have a good fence too. It'd be hard to jump, he says when he returns to the kitchen. I hand him his mug of coffee. Yeah, I've had no problems here. Although I haven't had anyone trying to target me specifically either. I think that's pretty good considering what I do. I've had a good run. He laughs. You have had a good run, and you will continue to do so. We will make sure of that. Thank you for the coffee. You're welcome. Thank you for looking out for me. Looks like you've already got it under control, Nadia. I don't think anyone will be getting into this place. I grin. I'm an independent woman. Yes, you are. I lift myself up so I'm sitting on the counter, and he comes to stand between my legs. And you don't need to thank me. He puts his coffee down and rests his hands on either side of my thighs. Have you thought about what we spoke about? I have. In fact, I've thought about little else. And do you think we can make it work? He asks, tucking my hair back behind my ear. Are you all in? I don't know, but I want to try. I've always said yes to seeing where this goes, I say, licking my suddenly dry lips. It's complicated on your end, Trade, not mine. Although, considering my reinvestigation of Ariel's murder, maybe not. I guess we both have things we need to work through. I know, and Aaliyah has been giving me a hard time. I know she's not adjusting as well as the other three are. It's hard, but I know what I want. That hasn't changed for me. Do you think she will come around? I ask. He nods. She will. She's a great girl. I think she just needs some time. I hope so. It always comes back to our differences. He has a history and children. I come with my own flaws, of course. I'm a workaholic. I'm not always easy. And I can be particular about things. I'm far from perfect. But I don't have anything standing in the way of us getting together. I like his kids. I might not know much about them, but I'd be a great friend and role model to them. And I'd always make sure they were put first. I just need him to want me and be in 100%. I deserve no less than that. And I will accept no less. I know that earlier he said that he was ready, but I want him to think about it and be able to bet his life on it. Okay, he nods. I will think about it, deep and hard. But I know what I want. I fucked up last time, and I'm not going to do that again. I'm not a complete idiot. I laugh. We'll see. I lean down and kiss him, cupping his stubbled cheeks and pressing my lips against his. There's just something about Trade that isn't as easy to walk away from as I thought it would be. He's got his shit together and is the true definition of a man. But he also has that bad boy edge that I know is hidden underneath there. I feel safe with him, and he turns me on like no one ever has. Just being around him, all I want to do is rip off his clothes and let him have his way with me. And I hope he feels the same way about me. Trade comes to my work the next morning, opens the door with a bang and runs over to me. He picks me up in his arms, making me squeal, and sets me back on my work desk. So I've thought about it. In fact, I spent all night thinking about you, and I'm sure, Nadia, I'm all in. He rushes out before kissing me, leaning me backward, holding me up in his arms. I wrap my hands around his neck and kiss him back with everything I have. I hear Diesel walk in, mutter something about not the action he was referring to, and then leaving again. Trade pulls back and smiles so wide it makes me smile in return. Come over tonight. I nod. Yeah, okay. Good. So much for taking it slow. Another kiss, and then he's gone. And I'm left there, touching my lips with my fingers, feeling happier than I've felt in a long time. After work, I head home for a quick shower, get changed into some jeans and an oversized black t-shirt, and then go to Trade's house. I don't know what to expect tonight. Are we hanging out with the kids? Or will it be just us two? Am I staying over or going home after dinner? Are we going to finally have sex? No fucking clue what is going on, but I'm here for it. He opens the door before I'm about to knock, a smile playing on his lips. Hey. He kisses me before I can reply, lifting me up and closing the door behind us. I wrap my legs around his waist and hold on for dear life. Wait, where is everyone? I ask against his lips. Not here, is his response, and it's good enough for me. We slowly make our way to the bedroom, me still in his arms, and he throws me on the bed and removes his t-shirt. I have no patience either. I pull off my top and undo my jeans, sliding them down my legs and kicking them onto the floor. Trade laughs under his breath, maybe at my enthusiasm, but I don't care. This has been a long time coming, and I want him. Now. He lies on top of me, kissing me once more, my skin pressed against his. This is my new happy place. His lips trail down my jawline, my neck, my collarbone, and then over the lace of my bra. When he passes my nipples, a shiver goes down my spine, pleasure shooting from every inch of me. Remove this, he whispers, and I sit up and take off my bra, leaving me in nothing but black satin panties. And then his lips are on my breasts, and I'm getting flashbacks to our previous encounter, but I hope this time ends differently. I thread my fingers through his hair as he keeps going lower until he's at the seam of my panties. Then he slowly pulls them down, kissing all the while. He lifts his head and looks up at me just before he tastes me, and I'll never forget the heat in his gaze, the lust and the passion. Fuck, I moan, as he starts to lick my pussy, taking his own damn time, teasing me by playing with my clit a little before backing off and then starting all over again. Eventually, he puts me out of my misery, doing something with his tongue that instantly pushes me over the edge, making me come, his name on my lips. I'm ashamed to admit how much I've thought about this moment, but it was even better than I had imagined. Trade pulls back and takes off his jeans, revealing his cock to me for the first time. I felt it through his clothes, but I haven't seen it, and wow. It's bigger than I had thought. Yet somehow it's the prettiest cock I've ever seen in my life. I lick my lips. Come here. He grins and climbs back on the bed on his knees. I should use a condom. I sit up and reach out to touch him. I'm on the pill. I haven't been with anyone since. It's been a while for me too, I admit, lying back. He follows me, so he's on top of me, his cock sliding against the entrance to my sex. I'm so wet, and with any slight movement, he will be inside of me. I've never wanted anything more. So, condom. I shake my head. We're both safe. I think it's fine. Fuck, I was hoping you would say that. He slowly slips inside of me, and I pull his head back down to kiss me more while he does. I moan when he's all in, and lift my hips up as he slides back in and out. You feel so good, he murmurs, kissing my neck and nibbling on my earlobe. So does he. But I can't get the words out, so I just keep lifting my hips and fucking him back until we both come. Yeah, this is definitely my new happy place. We can't keep our hands off each other. I stay the night and we both reach for each other multiple times. It's been so long since I've been like this with someone, And I even just enjoy his cuddles and the way he plays with my hair and rubs my back. I had forgotten what I've been missing out on. But at the same time, he was worth the wait. I'm glad you gave us a chance, I say, smiling. Me too. And I'm extra glad that you are good in bed and have a really nice penis. He bursts out laughing. Fuck, Nadia. You know how to make a man feel good, that's for sure. That compliment is well deserved, I say, resting my cheek on his warm, smooth chest. And you are just perfect, you know that. I can't remember the last time I felt like this. Probably when Ariel was alive. We go silent, and I realize that it's always going to be that way. Every time he says something like that, I'm going to think about Ariel. Will he ever tell me I'm the most beautiful woman in the world, the best he's ever had? Or will she always have that spot? Am I okay with second best, when the first isn't around to stake her claim? Or am I being ridiculous and unfair right now? I don't want to have these thoughts, but it's not that easy. I want to be committed to someone who thinks he has won the jackpot, someone who thinks I'm the best woman for him. Will I ever be that for him? I don't want to have these thoughts, but at the end of the day, I'm only human and I can't help feeling this way. It's not going to be easy to always be second-guessing everything and wondering if I'm ever going to be good enough. And it's not just him. I'm going to have to be around his children, who all loved and adored their mom. Aaliyah is clearly having a problem with me coming into the picture, and I don't want to upset her or make her feel uncomfortable in any way. It's such a hard situation and place to be in, and to make it work, I'm going to have to rise above it all. Am I strong enough to do that? To watch them all love Ariel and know that if they could have her back over me, they would? I push all of these thoughts out of my head and close my eyes. I don't want my own overthinking to ruin this otherwise perfect moment. We both fall back asleep, only waking up when my morning alarm goes off. We have a shower together, just enjoying each other's company, and Trade makes me coffee and some breakfast before I head home to get ready for work. When I arrive at my office, I have a smile on my face and I can't wait to start the day. Decker was right. I really did need to get laid. Chapter 17. Hey, are you free? I ask Bronte when I call her up from work. Yeah. Are you okay? She asks, instantly sounding concerned. I'm fine. I just wanted to chat with you about something, so you know I went to Trades last night. That's right. Tell me everything. No detail is too small. I laugh and take a sip of my coffee. We had sex about 4 times. I came at least 6 times, and it was the best sex I have ever had, and he's amazing. That pretty much sums it up. Yes. I'm so happy for you, and I'm glad you finally had some sex. And some grade A sex, it sounds like. It must have been so rough going without for so long. I'm guessing you look just like Trade does right now. Big-ass cheesy grin and more relaxed than I've seen him in a long time. That's nice to hear. I beam, leaning back in my chair and sighing in contentment. It was such a good night, Bronte. He is a god in bed. I didn't even know men like him existed. He has so much stamina and always makes sure I come first. He can't hear you right now, can he? No, he's out back. And good, that's what men are supposed to do. Now, are you two officially together or what? What's the tea? She asks. I have no idea. We haven't had that chat yet, I admit, shrugging. He asked if I wanted to come over again tonight to have dinner with him and the kids. And I said, yes. I like spending time with him, and his kids are great, the biggest part of his life, so I'm going to have to get to know them some more. I decide not to tell her about the Aaliyah issue. I don't want to make it a bigger problem than necessary, and for now, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, that's true. You're great with kids, though. And Trade already mentioned that they all like you. Do you think you could handle living with 4 kids, though? She asks. Okay, you're skipping a few steps there. I haven't really thought about it, I say with a sigh. I feel like this is a future me problem. Right now, I don't even know if we're together or not. Maybe he just wants some friends with benefits action. Yeah, right. I know these men. If they want a woman, they will make it known, and Trade is making it known. He called Temper and asked him to send Diesel here for you. That action alone is letting the whole MC know you are his. Or at least that he wants you to be, she says, amusement in her voice. You'd be Temper and Abby's sister-in-law. How cool. Hypothetically, yes, I add, shaking my head. I just have a few concerns about everything. Talk to me. Just with Ariel. It's harder than I thought it was going to be. Just knowing that she was the love of his life, where does that leave me? Am I always going to feel like I'm second best? I ask, admitting my insecurities. And do you think everyone would accept me? I mean, they were all close with Ariel. How about Izzy? I don't want Izzy to think I'm trying to replace her sister, especially with the kids. I wouldn't want to cause any trouble with anyone. But I know that this is a sensitive subject and some people might not approve. Everyone loves you, Nadia. No one can expect Trade to be alone for the rest of his life, and the kids need positive female role models. It's a win for everyone if it all works out, she says. I understand where you're coming from, though. I told you that it wasn't going to be easy. You can't pretend Ariel didn't exist and that he wasn't about to propose to her. She might not be here, but she's not going anywhere. So yeah, you need to accept that. She's Mila's mother, and no one is going to let her forget Ariel. I think maybe that's why I didn't want this for you, Nadia. It's just a lot to take on. You kept saying that Trade needs to decide what he wants, but I think you do too. Because it's you who's going to have to sacrifice some things to be with him. The kids will come first, not you. And yeah, I digest her words, letting my brain process them. I know, and you're right. And I would never ask him to choose between me and his children. They need to come first, and I understand that. I just can't help how I feel about him. I mean, if I could choose to turn it off, maybe I would. It would be easier. But I can't. I just need to figure out if I can handle it, I say, sighing and running my fingers through my hair in frustration. The heart wants what it wants, but you know what? My brain needs to have a say too. I don't know what to do. I'm going to make myself crazy if I keep overthinking it. Ariel is like the 3rd person in our relationship already, and we haven't even started a relationship yet. And how fucked up is that? I don't know what to say, Bronte admits. It's not too late to walk away. You need to do what's best for you, Nadia. I know. For some reason, I don't want to walk away. Maybe I'm a sucker for punishment, but I've never felt like this about anyone else. Then maybe just concentrate on you and Trade, and just have some fun. Enjoy yourself. Nothing beats the start of a relationship when the sparks are flying and you can't get enough of each other. But know that the rest of the shit isn't going anywhere either. You and Crow are still like that, I point out. I've been around the two of them enough to know that by now, they can't and don't keep their hands off each other. It's extremely cute and annoying at the same time because you feel like you are a major third wheel. That's how you know they are the right one. Cutie. I'm here if you need me, but unfortunately only you can decide what you want, she says. And I'll always support you no matter what, you know that. I do. And thank you. I don't want to have too high expectations because when that happens, I usually end up getting let down. But I do have a good feeling about him, and I wouldn't be giving him a chance if I didn't. I say bye to Bronte and get back to work. When Decker calls late that day and asks me to stop into the station, I head straight there. He sits me down in his office, makes me coffee. So, I haven't been able to let the Taylor case go. I actually mentioned it to my FBI agent contact, and she told me to stand down, that I can't be involved in this because it's messing with shit I'm unaware of. What? I grit out between clenched teeth. So clearly that means something else is going on here. Taylor didn't kill herself? I don't think so. No. I also found out something else. The night Ariel was murdered, when Damon left the house? Yeah. He was out selling drugs, he tells me, lips tight. And I have 2 witnesses who can confirm that, which is probably why his mother lied to you about it, because then he'd have to admit what he was really up to. My mind races. He was out selling drugs? Okay, not the best alibi, but at least he wasn't out murdering someone. Shit. So he didn't kill Ariel? I asked Decker, so confused with this new information. How do you know the witnesses are telling the truth? And where were they during the trial? They have no reason to lie, he replies, shrugging. And they didn't come forward because they were out buying drugs. Who was going to come out and admit that to a courtroom? Point taken. What else did this FBI agent say? I press. Just that I should stay out of it, because it's a lot bigger than I think. So what? Everyone is just fine with pinning this murder on an innocent man because it works for them and whatever plan they have in action? He winces. I'm not saying it's fair, and I'm not saying Damon didn't do it. My contact didn't mention Damon at all. I'm just telling you what she told me. And there's now less proof that he didn't. We are just speculating at this point. And what are you going to do with that information? I ask, pursing my lips. I don't know yet, he admits, tapping his fingers on his desk. Now my career's at stake, and she told me it's in my best interest to stay the fuck away. I don't know what to do. What about you? What are you going to do? Are you going to look into the case, now we know that Damon might have actually been telling the truth about not killing your friend? Shit. I don't know, I reply, thinking back to Trade and how fucking hurt he's going to be if I start this up again. I had put this Damon business to bed, thinking I could move forward with Trade, but now I'm not too sure. But can I leave this alone knowing what I know? I grab my bag and stand up. I'm going to go now. I will think about what you've said, but I don't know if going down this rabbit hole is worth it. Ariel and Trade had kids. What would it do to them if there was a new case and the details were back to front-page news? So you're just going to walk away, knowing an innocent man could be in prison? Sounds like you're taking the easy way out, he says. Damn if those words don't hurt. Because he's right. I gave up on Damon when I found out that Marisol lied to me, and I never bothered to look into it any further and keep pushing on the case when normally I would have. I know the pressure from everyone else wanting to let the case lie contributed to that decision. I leave wondering what the hell I'm going to do now. And how does Taylor fit into all of this? I'm assuming Decker's witnesses were the ones buying drugs from Damon, so I don't think that's going to hold up in court. But it gives me hope that there's more to this, and that maybe Damon didn't do it. No innocent person deserves to be doing time. This is bullshit. I'm fuming as I get into my car and drive home. How am I going to solve this all on my own? I can't just let it go. I need to set things right. And somehow, I'm going to. Chapter 18. You're tense. Trade tells me that night, while we're sitting on the couch watching a movie. He's right, of course, after the day I had. I can't seem to let it go and just be present with him right now. Dinner with the kids went well, aside from some attitude and a few remarks from Aaliyah. It's getting a bit worse the more I spend time with them. Little comments under her breath, eye rolling. Everyone has been ignoring it, but I know there was a bigger problem here, although it's not my place to say anything. We had a roast with all the trimmings, and my personal favorite, cheesy cauliflower. But I can't seem to get out of my head and stop thinking about work and what Decker said. I know, I'm sorry, it was a long day today, I admit, leaning my head on his shoulder. There's something I want to talk to you about. What is it? He asks, giving me his full attention. Decker called me into the station today. He's been working on Taylor's death. I explain. He knows I took a step back when the Damon trail ran cold, but when Taylor died, he asked for my help looking into it. While digging into Taylor, he found 2 witnesses who said Damon was out selling drugs to them at the same time that Ariel was murdered. Trade stills next to me. I keep talking, rushing my words out. Decker was warned off the case for some reason and was told there is more to this than everyone knows, and now I don't know what to do with what he told me. I thought this whole Damon thing was forgotten, Trade says quietly. So did I respond, sighing. After a long silence, I ask the question that seems to be the white elephant in the room. But what if there's truth to it? I know Trade probably doesn't want to talk about it, but this is my reality right now, and I need to be able to share this with him. I don't know, he replies, voice strained. Why wouldn't these witnesses have come out during the trial? Damon and his mother swore they were together that night, so I think bringing them in would have had both of them on the line for perjury. Also, the witnesses were buying drugs at the time, I reply, shrugging. I have no idea. The whole thing is such a mindfuck. We still don't know if Taylor was murdered or if she fell. There are just so many questions here, and no one is asking them. And do you think it's your job to do so? He asks, as he starts massaging my shoulders, working out the knots. Do you think maybe Decker is guiding your decision here? You know, I hate the way I saw him looking at you, so I don't love bringing him up, but maybe he knows something you don't and is telling you to take over for that reason. The way he was looking at me, I repeat, confused. Decker? No way, we're friends. Maybe he plays that role because you put him there, but I'm telling you right now, if you gave him a chance, he sure as fuck wouldn't say no, Trade states, frowning. And yeah, I don't love that fact. I arch my brow at him getting jealous. You have nothing to worry about on that front. To be fair, I doubt that Decker would say no to any woman. He's an equal opportunity type of guy, and there's plenty of him to go around. Trade kisses my cheek. I know, I trust you. And I can't help it if you're so beautiful that men will always be drawn to you. Look who's talking. You have women throwing themselves at you at work all the time. And don't try to deny it. Bronte told me. She said it used to happen to Crow, too. He shrugs, playing it off. Women like trying to get discounts and free shit. And handsome men. He smiles and continues to massage my neck. Diesel said there's been nothing and no one suspicious around your work, but that doesn't mean they aren't watching. Do you think this ties in with what Decker told you today? I don't know. Maybe, but I haven't been looking into anything on that front, so it makes no sense why they would target me. I also know that I can't just leave it, Trade. Look, this case might not have anything to do with Ariel. Maybe it's just about Taylor. I don't know. But I'd like to be open-minded and see where it goes without worrying that you are going to be upset with me over it. He stays silent for a few seconds, thinking it over. Eventually, he says, You do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. Just handle it how you normally would. I don't want to get in the way of your work. I know how important it is to you." "You mean that?" I ask. He nods. "Of course. I just have 2 requests." "Okay." "Be honest with me. Tell me what you can, but please don't lie or withhold information from me," he says, and I nod. I think it's a fair request. "And 2, just be careful. And if you need help, then let me know." "Nothing will happen to me," I promise him. "I'm too stubborn to die just yet." "Don't even joke about that," he says, tone serious. And I realize what I just said. "I'm sorry, I didn't think. I'm not going anywhere, Trade." I know I can't promise him that. I mean, no one can. And yet I have. I'll do all I can in my power to keep that promise. We finish up with the movie and then head to bed. It's my first time sleeping over with the kids here, so we just cuddle all night without having sex, which is really nice. And I don't feel awkward. The next morning I'm up early, and Trade is in the shower. I go into the kitchen to make myself a quick coffee before I head home when I see Mila sitting at the table. "Good morning," I say, smiling at how cute she is in her little Barbie pajamas. "Do you want something to eat for breakfast?" She grins when she sees me. "Yes, please. Can I have some toast with peanut butter and jelly?" "Of course you can." I start making her toast when I hear her ask, "Are you going to be my new mom? Mine went to heaven, so now I don't have one." I still, glancing around for Trade to save me, but he must still be in the shower, enjoying the hot water while I'm getting interrogated by his daughter. I don't think anyone can replace your mom, sweetie. I can be your friend, though. How about that?" I reply, treading carefully. "And I can always be there for you if you need me." I mean, one day I could be a mother figure to her, sure, but right now it's such early days, and I don't think we should jump into that. It should happen naturally if it happens at all. Mila thinks it over and then nods in agreement. "I like having friends. Besides, my mom will always be here, right?" She puts her hand over her heart and pats it like she did the last time we talked about it. "Exactly. Now tell me, what was your most favorite food that your mom would make for you?" I can tell she's really considering this by the way she purses her lips, her little brow furrowing. "Ice cream sundaes. She would give me 3 scoops of ice cream and let me put whatever I wanted on it." I bulge my eyes and give her a huge smile. "Oh my goodness, that is amazing. 3 scoops is a big deal. Did you get a stomachache after eating it?" She shakes her head with all the seriousness in the world. "No, I ate it all like a big girl and I felt fine." "Mila, what did I tell you about lying?" Trade says with a smile on his face when he comes into the kitchen. "You would only eat half before you got a bellyache. Your mama would have to rub your tummy. But I'm older now, so I think I'll be fine next time. Daddy, can we make ice cream sundaes like Mommy used to?" Trade stops to really look at his daughter. "Yes, princess. It's been a while since we've made those, huh?" he says, kissing the top of her head, then coming over to me and kissing me too. "Yes!" she cheers as she starts eating her toast. "I made coffee," I say, nodding to the coffee machine. "Thanks. And thanks for getting Mila her breakfast." "No problem." After Mila heads off to get ready for the morning, I tell him what she said. "You handled it well," he murmurs, kissing me again. "Poor thing. She misses her mom so much and she's so little still. And thank you." "You already thanked me." I laugh. "No, I mean, thank you for talking to her about Ariel. You're right. Talking about her is important. Doing things she used to do is important. Thank you for reminding me of that. We can only do the best that we can and hope that it's enough, I say, before giving him one last kiss. The rest of the kids come out for breakfast. I say good morning and then go back home to shower and get ready before heading off to another day at work. Is this going to be my new norm? Helping getting kids ready before work? Making sure they are all sorted and good to go? I don't hate it. And I know it's not always going to be easy, joining an already formed family. But I'm willing to try to see if I can find my place in there with them. A blended family. The thought warms me. I've never been a part of a big family or an overly close one. Even though I had a good childhood, it wasn't filled with lots of children and giant family gatherings. It was always just me at home, and we stuck to a routine. Marisol was usually the one taking me to any extracurriculars I had. But aside from that, I was used to playing by myself and finding my own amusement. My father worked hard, and I was often left to my own devices. There was no village helping raise me, like I've seen with the MC. Decker is at my office when I get there that morning. "What are you doing here?" I ask. "Game for a chat? And I brought you coffee," he explains, waving the takeaway coffee container like a white flag of peace. We both sit down. I grudgingly take the coffee. We argued last time, and I'm still annoyed about it. "Thank you. Now what's up?" "About yesterday," he explains, taking a sip from his own cup. "I didn't mean that I was walking away from this case. It just means I need to be smarter about it, because we have no idea what we are walking into. You were right that I did walk away from this case because I wasn't sure if Damon was innocent or not, I admit, and it was going nowhere. But you found this new information, which makes me hungrier to find more updates and to get to the bottom of it." "Okay, well, why don't we see where it leads us then?" he replies, offering me a fist bump. "And if I lose my job because I was supposed to stand down, you can hire me to work here. You know I've got your back. Felix called me yesterday asking about it and told me I better look after you or he's going to kick my ass." "Ah, so that's why you're here," I smirk, arching my brow. "Oh, I'm here because, although I have some concerns, we started this together and we will finish it. All right?" I press my knuckles against his and nod. "Okay. Count me in." Decker stands up and leaves just as Diesel arrives, and I notice Diesel staring him down. He clearly isn't a fan of the police. "Good morning," I say, smiling. "How are you today?" He arches his brow at me. "Wonderful. I have to be somewhere after lunch today, so one of the twins will be coming in to babysit you." I roll my eyes at the word babysit. "Twins, cool." I haven't met the twins, but I've heard about them. Atlas and Aries, their names are. I've heard they are a lot more fun than Diesel is, but I guess we will find out later today. "Have you told them how fun this gig is?" "Nothing has happened, and you know that no one needs to be here with me." "Tell that to Trade," he grumbles, taking a seat and pulling out his phone. I ignore him and spend the morning doing some administrative work and replying to emails. I have 2 calls with lawyers looking for a freelance investigator, which is good, solid income. I'm so glad the business is back on track. I was worried for a while. We head out to get some lunch, and when we get back to the office, one of the twins is standing at my door, arms crossed across his chest. He has blonde hair, blue eyes, and a cheeky grin. "Hey," I say to him. "I'm Nadia." "Atlas," he replies, offering me his hand. He looks over me to Diesel. "Temper is waiting for you at the clubhouse." Diesel nods and bails out of there, and Atlas comes inside with me, glancing around my office. I hear you've made some enemies. Something like that. He grins. Welcome to the club. Yeah, I like Atlas. Chapter 19. I don't go to trades that night. I don't want the kids to think I'm taking up all of his time, and that it's going to go from me not in the picture to being there constantly. It should be a slow introduction, and I'm happy with that. I'm in no rush, and I'm happy to go as slowly as needed. So I leave trade to spend some time with them and stay home instead, looking over the case documents for the 100th time. Bronte calls me and asks what I'm up to. Not a whole lot. Why? Do you want to come over for dinner? I'm ordering in Chinese. Hell yeah, I do. I'll be there in 20. I look down at my track pants, t-shirt and socks and Birkenstocks and shrug. They have all seen me looking worse. When I get to Bronte's house, Quinn runs up to me and gives me a big hug. How are you, beautiful girl? I ask her. Good, she replies, full of excitement. I look at Bronte, who is watching us with a smile. I swear she gets bigger every time I see her. Don't say that, she replies, sticking her bottom lip out. I don't want her to get too big too fast. Crow is sitting on the couch, doing something on his phone, but lifts his head with a smile and a wave. Hey, Nadia, how's trade? I roll my eyes. He's fine. What are you doing? I put Quinn down and plop on the couch next to him. I'm checking the security cameras at Divine. There was a big fight there last night, and I need to know who we're banning, he explains, showing me the screen. Haven't seen a fight this big since Orion and his cousin at Kamikaze. How do you guys remember who is banned? Are there mug shots up somewhere? I ask. What if someone just changes their hair and wears colored contacts or something? We have a wall of fame, he admits. And yeah, people try that shit, so we need to be on to them. How's Diesel been doing? Bronte asks, parking herself on top of the coffee table. Good. He doesn't talk much, and when he does, it's in a sarcastic tone. But he's always alert and keeping an eye on me. Atlas was in for half of today, and he brought in lollipops, soda, and a board game. I think he definitely wins. Bronte laughs. Atlas is a crack-up. He also told me, I'm pretty, but Temper warned him that I'm trade, so not to even bother trying. I add. Crow smirks. I've never met a man who loves women as much as Atlas does, and that's saying something. Anyway, nothing has really happened, and there is no reason for them to be there. They are kind of growing on me, though. What else is new? Bronte asks. I tell her about Decker and what he found out about Taylor and Damon. Shit. Now what? She asks, frowning. I shrug. No idea. I'm not going to overthink it. If a lead comes up, I'll run with it. If not, then so be it. You going to be okay if you get dragged right back into the case? Bronte asks, studying me. It didn't go so well the first time. I know, but I've been upfront and honest this time, and he knows how important my work is to me. And now that we're dating, it makes it even more complicated. I want to find out who did this, for trade and their kids. And if it wasn't Damon, then I want to help him get out of prison. The whole situation is just a lot of pressure, and I never feel like I'm getting anywhere with it, you know? I try to explain to them. And I'm sure Chains would want to know what really happened with Taylor. This is the first time I've admitted any of this out loud. And it's hard because Bronte is right. It's usually not in my nature to give up and walk away from a case. She might have killed herself, though, Crow says, shrugging. And until it's proved otherwise, that's how it's going to be. I know. I pick up my phone as it vibrates with a text from Trade. What are you up to? Miss you. Miss you, too. I'm at Bronte's for dinner. I smile to myself. I love getting these little messages that let me know that he's thinking about me. We have dinner. I have mine with Quinn sitting on my lap. And then I go home, brush my teeth, and jump into bed. Trade sends me another message. Good night. Good night, I type back to him. Temper dropped in. BTW, everyone knows you're mine now. I grin and roll my eyes. I reply, so does this mean that I can call you mine? He replies with, Nadia, I've been yours since you asked me if I was going to be the Robin to your Batman. I laugh out loud, remembering the time he came along with me to follow Taylor. Good to know. Just thought I'd check. Good night. Good night, babe. Babe. I sigh, smiling in contentment. Goes to show you never know where life is going to take you. The weekend arrives quickly, and Trade asks me if I want to do something fun with him and the kids. He plans to take them on a 2-night camping trip, and I agree to come along. Now, I've never been much of a camper. In fact, the last time I went was with my parents when I was a child, so it must have been about 25 years ago. I tell him this, and he just grins and says that it's going to be an adventure. I love that. An adventure. Just what the doctor ordered. I pack a bag and go to his house, where I find Aaliyah standing out the front with her hands on her hips. When she sees me, she lets her unhappiness be known. Nadia, Dad said I can only take one backpack. One. For 2 nights. How am I supposed to fit everything in? And he also said it's a no-device trip. I don't want to be in the car with everyone if we can't go on our devices. AJ is going to be so annoying. Can you talk to Dad? He might listen to you. Oh, here we go. Already testing the boundaries. I'm afraid that the rules your dad made are what we're all going to have to stick by, I say. I can play whatever music you like, though, so that might make it a little better. Or maybe you could bring that book I saw you reading the other day? It might be nice to step away from electronics. I know I'm guilty of always being on my phone. She doesn't look too thrilled. You guys just don't understand. She sighs dramatically, and suddenly I feel really, really old. Mom would have understood. Ouch. I'm sorry, but you'll have to talk to your dad about it. I can't go against whatever rules he has set for you, I say. She storms off, and I wonder for the first time if this trip is a good idea. I run into AJ next, who is sitting on the floor putting his shoes on. Did you hear we're going fishing? I can't wait. I'm going to catch the biggest fish out of everyone. I know, it's pretty exciting. Hey, babe, Trade says when he sees me, giving me a quick kiss, his arms full of fishing rods. You all packed and ready to go? I am. Do you need me to help with anything? I ask. If you could help Mila get sorted, that would be great. She's in her room, he says. Aaliyah is unhappy, he sighs. I know, but too bad. She's going to have to get over it. He kisses me again, and then heads outside to put the fishing rods on the roof rack of the car. I open Mila's door and see her sitting on the carpet playing with a doll. Can I help you finish packing? I ask. She turns and nods, eyes lighting up. Yes, my bathing suit, I don't know where it is. Okay, let's have a look. I double-check her bag and repack it for her, adding things I think she will need along the way. I find her bathing suit in a drawer and add it in too. I think that's everything. Are you excited to go camping? Yes. Can I take a teddy? I cuddle one at nighttime. I don't see why not, I reply, and watch as she goes around her room trying to decide which is the lucky one that gets to go camping with her. What about that one? That's pretty cute. The unicorn? I nod. Yeah, she's all glittery and pretty. She is. Okay, I'll bring her. We shuffle out of her room and back outside where Trade is still loading the roof racks on the car. Apparently, you need to take a lot of shit with you when you go camping. You ready for this? He calls out to me, smiling. I hope so. We all hop into his 8-seater Kia and get ready for the 3-hour drive to the campground. Trade chose a beach town that neither of us have been to explore and make new memories there. This is a big deal for us. It's the most time I'll have ever spent with the kids and our first time going away together. It's a weird feeling, being with a family, but not exactly a part of it, almost like an outsider looking in. Will I ever feel like I'm part of their family? Or will I always just feel like a friend tagging along? This is an already formed and bonded family. And although Mila proves that blood might not be the only way to be tied to them, I think it will take a really long time before I feel as though it's my own. But I'm okay with that. I think it's how it should be. Trade reaches over and takes my hand in his, giving it a squeeze, almost as if he can hear my thoughts or feel my concern. And looking over at him, I'm reminded why I'm sitting here right now. It's all because of this man. I take a deep breath. I don't need to overthink it. I just need to enjoy the company. And that's what I'm going to do. All right, let's do this. I brought car snacks. The kids cheer when they see what my choices are, and Trade arches his eyebrow in amusement, probably because it looks like a little kid picked out the selection: chocolate, candy, and chips of different varieties. There's only one way to road trip, I tell him with a shrug, and hand the kids a bag of candy to share. Trade laughs as he turns on the engine. And then off we go, on our first family adventure. Chapter 20. The kids are all pretty good on the ride. Without any technology, they are present and chatty, observing their surroundings on the way. We spot different animals and birds, eat snacks, and play games like I Spy with my little eye. Aaliyah is quiet and grumpy at the start, but then starts to change her attitude and join in with the rest of us. I actually really enjoy myself, even if I'm not given a quiet moment to think. I've come to realize that's basically what parenting entails. Kids are full on and love to talk, and you have to be patient and learn to embrace the chaos. Do you want me to drive? I ask Trade when we get halfway and stop for some lunch. No, it's okay. You can relax and enjoy the ride, he replies, wrapping his arm around me. You think I'm a bad driver, don't you? He laughs. You're not a bad driver. You are a very capable driver. I'm just better. I roll my eyes and playfully push him off me. I turn back to the kids and notice them all watching us interacting. Clearing my throat, I pick up my burger and take a bite. We're all sitting outside on a bench, and it's such a beautiful day. I can't wait to go swimming. Me too, AJ pipes up, licking sauce from his fingers. I'm so excited. When's the last time you all went camping? I ask. When Mom was here, India replies casually. We went for a whole week that time, and it was so much fun. A whole week? That would have been an awesome vacation, I say. It was, India says, smiling at the memories. Dad got stung by a jellyfish, and Mom had to pee on him. I choke on my sip of water I just took and start laughing. Oh my God. Trade, is it true? Does it actually help or not? Trade groans. Thanks for bringing that up, India. You're welcome, India beams, laughing. And that's why whenever we go to the beach now, Dad always brings some vinegar with him, just in case someone else gets stung. Vinegar is definitely a better option, I admit, unable to hide my smile. What else did you do on that camping trip? The kids tell me all about it, and all about Ariel. And I listen and let them know that we can talk about her, that this is a safe space. They can say whatever they want. She raised them, and it's important for Mila especially to be able to listen and speak about her mother whenever she wants to. Trade watches me as we chat, and I can tell that he's happy. His brown eyes flicker with emotion and with hope. He gives me a quick kiss before we get back into the car, and it feels like a thank you. I'm not saying it's an easy thing, talking about a life I was never a part of and happier times for the kids, but it's about them, not me. And at the end of the day, I'm not their mother. I'm a friend. And if this works out, someone who will be an extra support for them. I'm hopeful this is going to work out, especially since Aaliyah has been great this whole way. Maybe we've turned a corner. When we arrive at the campgrounds, we park the car next to our site and set up the 2 tents next to each other. Trade and I are in one, and the kids have a 2-bedroom tent in theirs. Trade warned me that Mila would probably come into our tent at night, and I said it's fine with me. I'm happy to go along with whatever they would normally do if I wasn't here. I don't want their routine to change because of me. I know it's going to be an adjustment for everyone, but I want to make it as easy on the kids as I can. After we are all set up, we get changed and walk down to the beach, which is practically across the road from our setup. I can't remember the last time I felt this relaxed, I say, hand on my wide-brimmed hat to stop it from blowing away. The sun is out, and I can smell the salt from the water and listen to the waves all day. And I don't have to think about work. It's been so long since I've given myself a proper break, one where I haven't brought work along with me. I know, it's beautiful, isn't it? We try to get away at least twice a year, just to have a break from the daily grind and routine, and to step away from technology. It's nice. And we all spend quality time together, Trade says, pulling his t-shirt off. I admire his shirtless body while I lay my towel on the warm sand and sit down. The kids all run to the water and dip their feet in, splashing each other and running around while Trade and I watch. Thanks for inviting me to come with you, I say, pushing my sunglasses up on the bridge of my nose. I think this was just what I needed. I've been so burned out recently. My eye even started twitching the other day. I Googled it. Apparently it's from stress and lack of sleep. I didn't even know that was a thing. No eye twitch here, he replies, bringing my hand to his lips and kissing my fingers. Nope, this is a twitch-free zone. We get organized, then I'll go for a swim. I hold Mila in the water, laughing as she kicks away, while the others swim into the little waves. I can tell they are all strong swimmers for their ages, and I suppose considering they spend a fair bit of time at the beach, it makes sense. Did we bring any snacks? Mila asks mid-kick. I laugh. Yeah? You hungry? She nods. I carry her out and place her down on the sand. Come on, let's see what we have. I pull out some cut-up fruit and mini sandwiches, and the others all come back to shore to eat. I couldn't have imagined a better day. We all sit around the campfire later that night, roasting marshmallows for s'mores and chatting away. After spending hours at the beach, we went back to the camp to hang out and have dinner. Then we went for a walk with our flashlights, finding animals along the way. This is apparently something they do all the time, and the kids seem to know a fair bit about the local wildlife. I don't think about work, about my to-do list. I just enjoy the moment. It's been so long since I've had that. You okay? Trade asks, wrapping his arms around me. Yes, I'm good, I say, smiling. I love it here. No other distractions, fresh air. It's nice. It is, I agree. I can't remember the last time I felt so relaxed. It's always good to step away from all the social media and phones. I love being in nature. It kind of gives you that reminder of what's important in life. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in the hustle and bustle of it all. He's right. I think I really needed this break. Trade has been nothing but amazing. He's always so attentive, making sure I have what I need and that I feel comfortable without being too overbearing. And I love watching him with his kids. He's such a hands-on parent and always has time for each and every one of them. I don't have much experience with the whole kids thing, but any child would be lucky to have Trade as their dad. And when thinking of the future, that's important. Oh no, I burned mine, Aaliyah says, sighing. I hate when they are even a little burned. Me too, I admit. I love mine burned, AJ says with a big toothy grin. Maybe tomorrow after we go fishing we can eat what we catch for dinner, can we, Dad? We have to catch some first, Trade replies, messing up AJ's hair. But fresh fish does sound good. We will definitely catch some, AJ replies with confidence. Last time I caught 3, remember? So this time I need to catch even more. What else are we doing tomorrow? Aaliyah asks, sitting forward on her pink camping chair. Can we collect some shells? I wish we had more time here. We can collect shells, Trade nods. If you all have something you'd like to do, we can fit it all in. What do you want to do, Nadia? India asks. I think about it. I wouldn't mind going over to the rock pool and seeing what we can find there. I'd like to see a starfish or something, but only if we have some time. We have time, AJ says. That sounds fun. I want to do that too. When it starts to get late, we retire to our tents for the night. It's been such a long day, but a wonderful one. I took so many photos and can't wait to go through them and show Trade what a beautiful family he has. We slide into our 2-person sleeping bag, and Trade's arms come around me. I had so much fun today, I say softly. Good. I did too. Thank you for being so amazing with the kids. You have so much time for them, and that's something they notice, he says, kissing my temple. You don't need to thank me. It's what anyone would do around children. You'd be surprised, he replies. Not everyone has the patience for them. Tell me who doesn't, and I'll beat them up. He laughs under his breath. Just people in general, I mean. Oh, is Mila gonna be okay walking to our tent? I know it's only a few steps, but still. I'll hear her if she opens the tent zipper, don't worry. Plus, she's not exactly quiet or shy. She might just scream my name and wait for me to come to her. Okay, I yawn, snuggling into his warmth. Wake me up if you need me to help with anything. Sweet dreams, babe, he whispers. I instantly fall into a deep sleep. I'm alone in the tent when I wake up, and I can smell bacon cooking. I check my phone and see that it's 8 o'clock. I must have slept in later than everyone else. Considering my usual insomnia, this is new for me, and I actually feel so rested for once. Stretching, I unzip the tent and step outside. Trade is cooking bacon and eggs on the portable stove, and the kids are running around. Good morning, beautiful, he says, smiling. Sleep well? You have no idea. I can't remember the last time I slept in like this. I take a shower in the campsite public bathroom and brush my teeth and get ready for the day, putting on my red bikini, denim shorts, and my hat and sunglasses. I help all the kids get sorted, especially the girls, because Trade can't come into the female changing room. Once we've all eaten, we head to the beach. AJ, Trade, and India fish while I collect shells with Mila and Aaliyah. After AJ catches his quota of 4 fish, 2 of which had to be thrown back because they were too small, we head to the rock pools and spend some time searching the shallow waters. I see starfish. Another perfect day. That night, however, the kids are overtired. Mila has a meltdown, crying and refusing to sleep, and the other kids sit with me around the fire while Trade tries to calm her. Are you guys ready for bed? We have a big drive home tomorrow. Nope, Aaliyah replies, shaking her head. I want to stay up late tonight. AJ yawns. Me too. India looks up at the sky. I should have brought my telescope. Look how awesome the night sky is. You're such a nerd, her sister says to her. Mom bought me that telescope, India points out, scowling. Don't you say anything bad about it. Mom's gone, Aaliyah reminds her, tone void of emotion. And now Dad is trying to replace her with Nadia. My jaw drops at that comment. No one could ever replace your mom. I don't know how many times I have to tell them that, but I'm prepared to as much as I need to. Yet, here you are trying. Aaliyah fires back, crossing her arms over her chest. Maybe if you didn't come along, we could have stayed here longer, like we usually did with Mom. Mom didn't have to work, so she could spend more time with us and vacation as long as she liked. Aaliyah? Trade says, overhearing her comment. I'm glad for that because I'd rather him handle this than me. What? That is really rude of you. Apologize to Nadia. She has done nothing but be nice to you, and she doesn't deserve to be spoken to like that. I invited her to come here with us because I wanted her here, and it's not her fault we are leaving tomorrow. I have to work too. She ducks her head. Sorry, Nadia. That's okay, I reply, not knowing what else to say. Trade sits next to me with a now sleeping Mila in his arms. I know you all miss your mom, but that doesn't mean you need to take that out on Nadia, okay? She's here because she wants to spend time with us all, and she's not trying to take your mom's place. I'm just here as a friend, if you guys are okay with that, I say, forcing a smile. I'm happy you're here, AJ says, coming over and giving me a hug. Thank you, AJ, I reply, smiling. India looks over at me. It's not Nadia's fault that Mom's not here, Aaliyah. I miss her too. But I think Nadia is fun, and Mom was her friend. She's nice to us and always has time for us. My chest starts to feel tight from all of this emotion and tension. I'm somehow being thrown into the center of it just by my presence. And she smells good, AJ adds, easing the tension a little. I said I was sorry, Aaliyah replies, and she does look it, her sad face making me want to assure her it was okay. I appreciate your apology, I say, offering her a smile. And I just want you to know that you can be open to me about how you're feeling, or if there's anything I can do to make you happier, okay? She nods. I just really miss Mom today. She would have loved it here. I know she's not my real mom, but she looked after me like she was, so she's the second mom I've lost. My real mom wasn't that great of a mom, so we went to live with Dad. My eyes widen as Aaliyah opens up about her life. I've heard the story, of course, but not from them, and it's heartbreaking that these kids have been through so much at their young age. I glance over at Trade, the pain in his eyes unmistakable. No matter what, we have each other, Aaliyah, he says. And that's more than some people have, so we should be thankful. And I love you, and will always be here for you. You know that. She nods and gets up to give her dad a hug. I know, Dad. After she hugs Trade, she comes over and gives me a hug before heading to bed with the other kids. I go to our own tent while Trade tucks them all in, and I'm sitting on the blow-up mattress waiting for him as he enters. That was full on, he comments, snuggling up next to me. Thank you for being so patient with her, even when she was being rude. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. It's okay. They've been through a lot, and they are kids. It was never going to always be smooth sailing. He kisses my temple. You are wonderful. You know that. We go to bed, but Trade falls asleep before me, and I'm left thinking about everything that was said tonight. I always told myself it wasn't going to be easy, but experiencing it firsthand is a whole different ballgame. It's hard, and emotions were high tonight. I knew there were going to be ups and downs, but what if it just gets worse from here? I fall asleep wondering if I'm cut out for dating a man with kids. The kids are quiet when we drive home the next morning. Do we have to go home? AJ asks for the third time. I don't want to go back to school. We can just skip a few days, can't we? I told you guys, I have to get back to work, and so does Nadia. Nadia runs her own business, so there's no one to step in and do the work for her. And I am the manager at Fast and Fury, so I need to be at the garage too. Trade explains. Maybe during the school holidays we can come back, and for a longer stay. What do you think? I think I'd rather stay now, but okay. Aaliyah sighs, looking out the window. Trust me, I wish we could stay longer, I say to her. But your dad is right. We have to get back to work. It's a trip I won't forget, though. So thank you for letting me come with you guys. You're welcome, Mila replies sweetly. I help Trade unpack everything and then drive home. In typical me fashion, I have a shower, get dressed, and then head to my office. No rest for the wicked. Chapter 21. When Izzy reaches out the next day and asks if I want to go out for lunch with her, I take her up on the offer. We meet up at a cafe near my work, and she's already there and waiting when I get there. Hey, I say, smiling as I take my jacket off. How are you? I'm good. How are you? She asks. I sit down. Not too bad. Good. I thought we could just catch up and have a chat. I feel like you have lots to update me on. She grins playfully. I wouldn't even know where to start. She laughs. The kids told me all about your camping trip. That sounded fun. It was. It was so nice to get away, and it was our first trip together, so it was kind of a big deal. I admit, hesitating. Was there something you wanted to talk about? Straight to the point. I like it, she smirks. I think I just want to spend more time with you, knowing that you are potentially going to be in Mila's life now. You know I wanted her to come and live with me, but she kept asking for Trade, for her dad. I always thought if something happened to my sister, it would be me raising Mila, but she wanted to stay where she was. It was hard to accept at first. I nod. That would have been hard. They have a very close relationship, though. I don't think anyone would ever question whether he was her dad or not. Which is why I let her stay, she replies, smiling. And now, between you and me, Rennie and I are finally going to have our own child. My eyes widen. Congratulations! Thank you. I still like to take Mila when I can and have her stay with me for a few nights. She's all I have left of my sister, you know, and she means everything to me. She's a wonderful little girl. That she is. And she adores you, Nadia. She always has a big smile on her face when she talks about you, and she told me about what you said about Ariel. I rack my brain to remember if I said anything negative about Ariel. I don't think I did. The kids remember everything. Izzy must tell from my face that I'm horrified at the possibility of her repeating something I might have said. Oh my God, nothing bad. She told me that you told her her mom is in her heart. She goes around patting it every once in a while. I've noticed her doing it, as if she's reminding herself about her. Oh, I didn't realize Mila took what I said so seriously. I'm glad I could give her some comfort. I smile, imagining her going around patting her chest. It's the cutest thing. The first time she told me, I think I cried, Izzy said with a fond smile. So thank you for giving her that. I think it really brings her comfort. That's nice to hear. I think Aaliyah is the one who is struggling the most right now. On our trip, she brought up Ariel and how I'm trying to replace her. It was a hard conversation. I want to be there for them, but I don't want them to think that I'm trying to come in and take over their lives either. Man, they should teach a class or something on how to deal with this. Izzy's lip twitches. Yeah, it must be hard for them. They all really took to Ariel because she was so different from their own mom. who, from what I've heard, was okay at the start but then turned to drugs. Ariel took them in like her own. And they gave her some shit, too. It wasn't all rainbows and butterflies. So what you're saying is, there is hope? She laughs. There is always hope. You are doing a great job, Nadia. It's not an easy thing you've taken on, but they are good kids. It might take a little time for them to get used to having another woman in their lives, though, especially with all that has happened. That's all that they see and know, that they were left again. And I'm going to have to prove to them that I'm here to stay. I say with confidence. It will be worth it in the end, she assures me. And I'm always here if you need someone. Give me a call, anytime. Thanks, Izzy, I say, smiling. She reaches down and touches her tummy. I wish Ariel was here to experience being an aunt, but I know she's watching over us. At the mention of Ariel, I know I have to tell her about the case. There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. What is it? I give her the rundown on Damon Taylor and the case. Her eyes widen with each sentence coming from my mouth. So you really think Damon didn't do it? I don't know yet, but there is something strange about this case, and there have been 2 witnesses who've come forward saying they saw Damon that night. I'm going to see where this leads, and I just wanted to let you know. Something is off about this whole situation, and I need to figure it all out. I want whoever really did this to be behind bars, and if it wasn't Damon, then I want to know who. So thank you. We order some coffee and cake, and continue to chat about the kids, about trade, and everything else. It's really nice to hear her perspective. And she knows the kids and the situation well, so it's great having her input. It's also great that she wants to get to know me more, and doesn't have any negative feelings toward me for being with her sister's ex or for investigating the murder. She's a beautiful soul. But our conversation leaves me feeling more confused than ever. Can I take all of this on? Is it too much, or is it too late now? What if Aaliyah never takes a liking to me and there's always going to be bitterness from them? Will I still be able to have a relationship with Trade then? How do you not replace someone, but also connect with their kids to give them what they need? I don't know where I'm meant to be, but I feel like one thing is for sure. I'm always going to be compared to Ariel. Or maybe that just comes from me, in my own head. I don't even know anymore. Marisol steps into my office, and it's the first time I've seen her in person since I told her I could no longer work on her case. I feel a little awkward. I don't know whether I should hug her like I normally would, so I just stay seated at my desk, waiting for her to make the first move. She sits opposite me and smiles sadly. How have you been, Nadia? I clear my throat, missing the usual ease and comfort between us. When I called her and asked her if she could drop by, I knew this conversation was long overdue. I don't want us to lose our relationship because of the case. I'm good. I'm glad you came to visit. There's something I wanted to talk to you about. And what's that? I heard from a cop that there are 2 witnesses saying they saw Damon that night, when he was supposed to be with you at his house. Why did you lie? I ask straight out. She winces and then sighs. I'm his mother. Of course I lied for him. It wouldn't have looked good if they knew he left for an hour or 2. Just enough time for them to say that he did kill her. And how do you know that he didn't? Because I know my son. When you have a child, you will understand. He doesn't have a mean bone in his body, she replies. Some parents think their kids can do no wrong, but I call those parent goggles. You only see the version of him you want to, not what others see. That is not the case here, she replies, sounding offended. Do you know where he did go that night then? I ask. He said he went to see a friend. Apparently he was out selling drugs, I say, watching her reaction closely. Selling them, taking them, I don't know. But he was out being shady. Her lips tighten. He wouldn't get back into that again. She shakes her head. No, he wouldn't. My frustration with her is building. She is still in denial about her son and all his shortcomings. If he was just with a friend, the cops could have spoken to that friend. So why hasn't Damon mentioned it then? I ask. It's because he was out selling drugs, and that's not something you'd really want to admit to the police. Or maybe he just didn't want you to find out. She wipes a tear away and makes a sound of resignation. I can't believe he would be so stupid. She looks me in the eye and nods as if she's finally accepting the truth about her son. I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth, Nadia, she says after a few moments of silence. I should have. I thought you might not take on the case if I told you. Plus, I'd have to admit that I lied in court, which is a crime in itself. You should have told me, yes. But I'm glad it's all on the table now, I say. We're looking into the case still. I can't make any promises. But if anything comes up, I will let you know. Okay? She closes her eyes and exhales as she hears the news. That's all I ask for. Thank you, Nadia. And I hope you know that I love you. No matter what happens, I'll always feel that way. I can hear the appreciation in her tone and the hope that I've given her. I know. And I feel the same way, I say, forcing a smile. But don't thank me yet. I don't know what's going to happen. I know. But knowing you are trying gives me hope. She leaves, seeming more optimistic than when she stepped into my office. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Chapter 22. I stay at Trades that night. When we start kissing and things get a little hot and heavy, I stop him. What if the kids hear us? I whisper. They won't, he assures me, and continues to kiss my neck. But what if they do? I don't want to traumatize them. Trade laughs. Babe, do you think that parents never have sex? You have to live with your kids for at least 18 years. That's a long time to go without sex. And all of their rooms are on the other side of the house. I never really thought about anyone's parents having sex before, I admit, wincing. I guess he's right, though. No one stops having sex because there are kids in the same house as you, and their rooms are far away from ours. We don't share any walls with them. Okay, but we have to be quiet, I demand. Trade laughs again against my skin, then bites down softly. Can you be quiet? I can try, I say breathily. Maybe you could stop doing that, though. He smiles and keeps kissing me, moving lower down my body. I've never been with a man who actually enjoys pleasing me and going down on me so much before, and I have to say that I fucking love it. I'm obsessed with him. He puts me first. He never complains or makes anything feel like it's a chore. And he's damn good with his mouth, his fingers, and his cock. Yeah, I'm not letting this one get away. His tongue twirls around my clit and I put a pillow over my face and bite down on it. Fuck. He suddenly stops and lifts his head up. I love you. I smile, eyes locking with his. I love you too. Fuck. What a big step we've taken tonight just by uttering those words. Yeah, it was during sex, which probably wasn't the best moment to say it for the first time. Yet I don't regret it. And I mean it. After we've both come, me more than once, we fall asleep. I wake up in the night to Trade talking in his sleep. Ariel. I hear it, as clear as day. And it's like someone has thrown a bucket of ice water on me. I know that she will forever be a part of this family and our lives, even though she's not here. and I have accepted that. I mean, I see her in all the children, especially Mila. I see her in the photos around the house. They are a part of her. I have accepted all of this. But to hear him saying her name while we are naked and pressed against each other, hours after we just made love, is a hard pill to swallow. He must be dreaming about her. I know she's not here, but it still hurts. I don't sleep for the rest of the night. I just think, or overthink, as it were. I love Trade, and he loves me, and if I want to be with him, this is just something that comes along with it. He can't control his actions when he's asleep, I know that. It just hurts that even his subconscious mind runs back to her. And if she was here, Trade wouldn't even have looked at me or given me the time of the day. It's hard not to feel second place when you look at it like that. When he wakes up in the morning, I don't tell him what he said. I just force a smile and pretend like everything is fine. Apparently, I'm good at doing that. Trade comes over to my house in the evening. "What are you doing here?" I ask, smiling. "Izzy took all the kids out for a movie, so I thought I'd surprise you," he says, handing me a bouquet of flowers and a bottle of wine. "I know you're stressed out, so I'm going to give you a massage and wine." I smile. "That sounds perfect, Trade." He comes inside, and I pour the wine for us both. "I forgot to tell you that Damon's mother came in yesterday to have a chat. Everything is just such a mess, you know? I really need this wine right now." "I know. At least we're not a mess," he says. I go silent, remembering what happened last night. "What is it?" he asks, brow furrowing. "Nothing," I lie. "Nadia," he chastises, taking my hand and pulling me to sit on his lap. "You have to talk to me. Communication is key, or so I've been told." I hide my smile. "Just, last night you were saying Ariel's name in your sleep. And I don't know, it was a little hard to hear. I couldn't even go back to sleep after that. I don't know, I feel selfish even bringing it up, but yeah, it did get to me." He's quiet for a second, stroking my back as he thinks. "I did have a dream about Ariel last night. I remember having a conversation with her, but it wasn't what you think. I was telling her about you, and she told me she was happy for me. I'm not going to lie and say I didn't love her and I don't miss her because I do. But Nadia, I want to be with you. You don't have anything to worry about. I'm happy here right now with you, and I don't wish I was anywhere else. Does that make sense?" I nod, composing myself. It does make sense, but it doesn't make it any easier for me. "And you need to open up and talk to me, please. I'm not a mind reader, and if something has upset you, you need to tell me so we can talk about it, okay? There's nothing you can't tell me." "Okay." I just felt a little stupid bringing it up. It seems petty or insecure, I don't know. I admit, burying my head in his chest. "It's none of those things. And if it means something to you, then it means something to me," he replies, pushing my hair off my face. "You're important to me, and I think we have something special here. I don't say that lightly. I never planned for you, Nadia, but I'm so fucking happy to have you here in my life. You're important to me, too." He carries me to my room and I strip down so he can give me my massage. Then I strip him down and return the favor with my mouth. When we make love, he whispers in my ear how much he wants me and how sexy I am to him. And I believe him. Trade takes me on a ride on his motorcycle the next day. I told him, we don't have the time to be fucking around. But he said it's our lunch break and that it's not a crime to have a little fun. I've never been on a motorcycle before, and I wasn't planning on going on one today. But I guess sometimes you have to be a little spontaneous. I love that Trade has that side to him, because all I do is work. There's hardly any play in my life. Trade brings the play. I didn't even know you had a motorcycle, I say. It's been in the garage. This is the bike I rode when I was in the MC. It doesn't get much use these days, but I still love it. I love riding. That's what drew me into the club in the first place, he replies. I suppose with kids, the minivan is of more use than the bike, but if he likes it so much, I'm glad he kept it. It's a beautiful, well-kept bike, a black Harley, and I can tell how much he loves the thing. I hope you look at me someday like you look at that bike, I tease. He laughs and strokes the seat for emphasis. I don't know about that. I roll my eyes and he turns, lifts me up in his arms and sits me down on the bike. Are you ready for this adventure? He asks, scanning my eyes. I'm ready, I reply, touching the side of his cheek. He closes his eyes, then opens them with a smile. Let's do this. He sits in front of me and I wrap my arms around him, enjoying the feel of him. The engine starts and I hold on a little tighter. As soon as we're off, I find myself really enjoying myself. I press my breasts against his back and smile as I watch the scenery fly past us, the green trees and large properties. I close my eyes. Everything else around me fades away. There's just me, Trade, and this motorcycle between our legs. It's pretty fucking great. I couldn't think of a better way to add a little spice into your day, especially if, like me, you work behind a desk a lot of the time. We stop at a new cafe, have lunch and ice cream, and then ride back to work. Trade grips the back of my neck, tilts my head back and kisses me before he leaves. When it's good with us, it's so good. And that's what has me hooked. Chapter 23. Decker calls me a few days later, just as I've arrived at work. You sitting down? Why? I ask, frowning. I think Damon might have had ties to the Knights. I know they are your friends and all, but ties? How? Drugs. The Knights don't deal with drugs of any kind, I tell him. That seems to be their hard line. Not that I know much about the ins and outs of their MC life. But I heard Abby say that, and as Temper's wife, she would know more than any of the women. That you know of, Nadia. They are a motorcycle club. What do you think they do to make money? They own legitimate businesses, I grumble. What makes you think this? Like I said, I've been talking to people Damon sold drugs to, and they are certain that one of the Knights is his supplier. Interesting. I mean, I don't know what the Knights have going on. I only see what they want me to see. But from what I know, this doesn't sound like something they would be involved in. What do we do with this? I ask, wondering what he is planning. I guess in a way this is a conflict of interest for me. What if the Knights do have something to do with it? I wouldn't want them to get into any trouble. I don't know, but I'm going to keep digging, he comments. And don't you dare go and tell the MC that we're on to them. Shit. I won't say anything. He hangs up and I groan. Another awkward situation where I'm put in the middle. He told me not to tell the MC, but Trade isn't in the MC. But he would tell his brother, and then I'd be up shit's creek. I push this problem to the side to be dealt with later, when we have more information. Let go of what you can't control, I mutter to myself. My new mantra is easier said than done. Your real name is Traden? I ask Trade as I look at his driver's license. Izzy has the kids tonight, so Trade came over to spend the night at my house. It's nice having some alone time with him in my space. Yeah. I thought Trade was just a nickname they made up, I admit. He grins. Just a shortened form of Traden. My brother has always called me Trade, and it just stuck. And Temper's real name is Tommy. Yeah. Did the kids tell you that? He asks, wrapping his arm around me as we sit on the couch. Yeah, they did. I asked them who this Uncle Tommy was that they were talking about. Suits him. You won't hear many people calling him that. He grins. Seems to be the way in the MC with all of your road names. I've been feeling guilty all night, wondering if I should be honest and tell him what Decker said, but I'm torn. Considering we've had a few issues with our communication, the last thing I want is for him to think I wasn't honest with him. But I don't want Decker to not trust me either. We have such a good working relationship, and I'd hate to ruin that. So much for not worrying about what I can't control. I turn to Trade and stare at his handsome profile. He turns his head and brings his eyes to me as he notices I'm watching him. Do the Knights ever deal drugs? I blurt out, unable to help myself. Fuck. His brows draw together. Why? Just curious. I lie. Nope, he replies, turning back to the TV, obviously thinking nothing of my questioning. Not now, anyway. All of their businesses are legitimate and they are making a shit ton of money, so there's no need to do anything like that. Makes sense, I mutter. What made you think of that? He asks absently. And this is the moment where I need to lie, evade, or just be honest and trust that he will keep what I tell him in private. As partners, we should share everything with each other and know that the information is safe among us. We should be each other's safe space. I'll tell you, but I need you to promise that it stays between us, I say. He turns back to me and nods. Yeah, of course. Decker thinks that there's a tie between Damon and the Knights somehow. As in, someone in the Knights was the one supplying him with drugs to sell on the street, I say, watching his reaction. I've barely finished my sentence when he's already shaking his head no. My brother would not have allowed that. There's no way. You know my mother overdosed on drugs, right? Temper won't touch the stuff. I said as much to Decker. So the cops are looking into the MC then? He asks, frowning. His tone suddenly changes and I can tell that he's on edge. If they are, then Temper should know about it, Nadia. Shit. Decker is just looking into Damon and Taylor's case, nothing else, I reply. And he's doing it off the book because he was told to stand down. We can't tell Temper, because then I'm going to be in shit with Decker. I'm telling you this in confidence. Trade stands up and turns off the TV. He turns to me but doesn't look me in the eye. When he starts to speak, I know why. Temper is my brother. He is family, and Decker is just a cop. You have to be loyal to me and my family, not a work colleague. The way he says it, the condescending tone he uses, sets me on edge and raises my hackles. He's not even a colleague. He's just some cop who low-key wants you. Are you serious right now? I ask, crossing my arms over my chest. This isn't some important life or death information that you need to run and tell Temper. This is something I was told in confidence and asked you about after you said you would keep it to yourself. I didn't know it was going to be something like this. My brother is everything to me. Surely you understand that. I have to warn him that the cops will be poking around in his club to protect him, to protect all of us. This is our family we're talking about. You are not going to tell him, I say. If the MC isn't selling drugs like you claim, this isn't a big deal. Why are you so loyal to Decker? He asks, clenching his teeth. What does it matter? He's just a cop. He's someone I trust, and someone who trusts me. In my business, that matters. It matters to me, Trade. I don't just turn my back on people who have mine. And I don't either, he replies, crossing his arms over his chest. He finally looks at me, holding my stare. We are supposed to be a team, a safe space for each other. And I need to be able to say whatever the fuck I want without worrying that you're going to tell people about it. I wouldn't tell anyone something you have told me in private. If it had to do with a case you were working on, you'd tell the whole world. He fires back. Work comes first to you, so don't act like it doesn't. I swallow hard. You said you liked that about me. You said you had no problem being with me knowing I have a lot going on with the kids, so I guess we both lied. My jaw drops. Where did that even come from? We're talking about you running off to tell your brother something I asked you not to. The situation with the kids is a lot to take on, and I know that, but I'm still fucking here, aren't I? And I haven't said anything to make you think otherwise. This must be his own insecurity. I stand up and go to leave the room. I need to walk away or else I'll say something I'm going to regret. Seriously, Ariel? You're just going to walk away? He calls out. I go still. He said Ariel's name once before, but this is different. He was sleeping then, whatever, but this time it just pushes me over the edge. Get out. I don't think he even realizes what he just did, because he looks offended that I've told him to leave. But he gets up and does as he's been asked. And me? I break down and cry, and wish that I'd listened to Bronte from the beginning. Chapter 24. I don't talk to Trade the next day. I stay home, eating ice cream and feeling sorry for myself, because I don't know how I feel, or if we can even fix this. It was our first big fight, and it was a bad one. We both said things we shouldn't have in the heat of the moment, but everything that was said did have some truth in it, which is why it hurt so much. I call Decker. Hey, so I might have fucked up, I say. What did you do now? I told Trade about the MC ties to drugs, and I don't know if he's going to tell Temper or not, so the MC might know, I say, rushing the words out. He's silent for a few seconds, and I can almost feel his disapproval wafting through the phone. Fucking hell, Nadia, he whispers. What if they try to cover things up and get rid of evidence? I honestly do not believe the MC is involved in drugs. He lets out a big sigh. Thanks for giving me the heads up, and it's okay. We'll sort it out. We always do. I'm sorry, I say. It's okay, he replies in a curt tone before hanging up. I know how unimpressed he must be with me right now. Trust me, I feel the same way. Trade tries to call me, but I don't answer because I don't know what to say. The conversation we need to have is going to be a brutally honest one, and I don't know how it's going to end, which is probably why I'm avoiding it. I love him, I truly do, but I can't compete with a dead woman the rest of my life. It hurts too much. I've accepted that Ariel will always be part of my world, but hearing him call me her name felt like 1,000 knives stabbing into my body. The hardest part is that I understand he cannot control it, so I don't know what either of us could do to make things better. It's not like we're not trying. And then add the fact that I can't trust that what I tell him will stay between us. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Trade surprises me by coming around unannounced that evening, just after I've had a long bath, blasting Whitney Houston and Boys to Men. Hey, I say at the door, tightening my robe around me. Can we talk, please? He asks, handing me a bunch of flowers. I accept the flowers and let him inside. We sit back down on the same couch where we were yelling at each other last night. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I said, and I shouldn't have raised my voice at you. It won't happen again, he says, taking my hand in his. He doesn't say anything about calling me the name of his ex, so I think I was right. He doesn't even realize what he did. You called me Ariel. Again, I say, letting go of his hand. Could you imagine if I called you another man's name? It wouldn't feel very nice, would it? His eyes widen, When did I call you Ariel? When we were arguing, you called me her name. I didn't even realize I did that, he replies, wincing. Fuck, I'm so sorry, Nadia. It would have just been habit. I didn't mean to. And the time I said it in my sleep, that wasn't my... I hold up my hand. I realize you cannot control what you say in your sleep, and it's something I'm working on dealing with. But yesterday, you screamed her name at me, and you didn't even realize it. Am I just filling in for her? He frowns. That's not fair, Nadia. How can I control what comes out of my mouth in the heat of the moment? I'm sorry. Are you saying as an adult we shouldn't be held accountable for what we say? We have no control? He runs his hands through his hair in frustration. That's not what I mean. You are not just a replacement for her, I promise. You're you, and you're very different than her. In a good way. It doesn't feel that way sometimes. He puts an arm around me and lifts my face to his. I didn't think I'd ever feel this kind of happiness again. It makes you even more special and shows how amazing you are. Don't discredit that or what we have. I sigh. I believe you, I say. But I do wonder if we rushed into this, if we should have waited a little longer. I don't know. This shouldn't be so hard. Between Ariel and everything else. Don't you dare give up on me now, Nadia. I let my kids see us together because I was confident that we were going to make it. Because how I feel about you doesn't come around every day, he says, shaking his head. You can't walk away from us. I'm not walking away. I just need some time to think. He nods. Okay. If you need time, I can give you that. He lets go of me, and I miss him already. What about what I told you about Decker? Did you tell Temper? No, I didn't. After I left, I realized that you confided in me, and in order to build trust, I have to honor that. If the roles were reversed, you're right, I'd be upset if you told someone when I asked you not to. I don't think the MC has anything to do with drugs. I know my brother. But you have to know that if something important came up, I'm always going to do what I need to protect my family. I would do the same for you. I know. I give him a hug as a thank you and we say goodbye. Once he leaves, I rest my head back on the couch and sigh heavily. What a fucking mess. Monday morning rolls around and I've never hated a day of the week more. You still here? I ask, surprised when I see Atlas waiting at my office. The babysitting has gotten scarcer since nothing has been happening, but the prospects are still around now and then. He nods. Don't sound so sad. I brought coffee and chocolate. Okay, I'll keep you. I smile, unlocking the door and letting us inside. Atlas heads out back into the kitchen, probably playing on his phone or something, when Decker shows up. I figured this whole thing out. I'm the best cop ever, he says, sitting down and pulling out his phone. What have you figured out? He slides his phone over to me. This was taken a week before Damon was arrested. It's a still shot from camera footage from one of the houses on the street. I look at the photo, my eyes widening. Shit. I stare at the two men in the photo. One I was expecting, but the other? I don't know what to say right now. There, clear as day, is Damon talking with none other than Chains. The MC is tied to him, or at least Chains is. How much does the MC know? Did they conspire against Ariel? Were they responsible for her death? Before I go further down that rabbit hole, I take a deep breath. Think about this, Nadia. Thoughts of Crow and the rest of the MC. How they mourned Ariel like she was one of their own. I don't think it's possible for all of them to have had something to do with her murder. I call out for Atlas and tell him that I need to speak to Temper. I'll see where he is, Atlas says instantly, disappearing again. He must have heard the urgency in my tone. Decker arches his brow. I just told you the MC is involved, and you tell the biker hidden in your staff room? I think it's Chains. Just Chains. No, I know it is. There is no way the rest of the MC knows. Temper doesn't allow them to deal any drugs. Long story, I say. I don't like this, Nadia, but you know I was told to stand down, so this isn't actually police business. Leave this with me. I'll handle it. I'll speak with Temper and find out once and for all. Can you send me the photo? Okay, I'll send it now. Call me, he murmurs, trusting me without explanation and leaving me with Atlas, who tells me to get on his bike and that we are going to the clubhouse. He hands me a helmet and I climb on the back and hold on to him as he speeds through traffic and gets us to the clubhouse in a record time. I get off his bike, remove the helmet, and fix my hair. Don't tell Trade I did that, Atlas says as we walk inside. Did what? I ask, confused. Took you on my bike. Why? I ask. Just don't. Atlas? He doesn't reply as we walk through the clubhouse and out the back, where Temper is sitting in the backyard. Nadia, you're here, Temper says when he sees me, standing up from his seat. Come sit down. I sit and pull out my phone. I don't know how this is going to play out, but I just want to have an honest conversation with Temper. I know I'm not a member of the MC and he owes me no information, but I just need to know. What do you want to talk about? He asks, a curious expression on his face. I need to ask you a question, and I need a straightforward answer, knowing that I'm not the police and this will stay between us, I say, shifting on the wooden chair. Okay. Do you sell drugs? I ask unflinchingly. Behind me, Atlas makes a strangled noise of amusement. No, Temper declares. We haven't and won't as long as I'm president. Why? I slide him my phone. You might not be, but Chains is. This is a picture of him with Damon, the man convicted of killing Ariel, a week before she was murdered. Damon was dealing drugs, and we think he was getting the drugs from Chains. The photo clearly shows Chains handing over a package to Damon. I don't know what was inside it, but I can guess. They weren't there just having a friendly chat. Temper curses. Chains and I recently butted heads about this. He suggested getting into drugs to make more money over the new plan I have, and I shut it down instantly. Looks like he's gone ahead and done what he wanted anyway. Temper brings his brown eyes to me. Thank you, Nadia. Atlas, call a meeting for everyone except Chains. Message Trade and make sure he keeps an eye on Chains and keeps him at the garage. On it, Atlas replies. I realize that I'm stuck here. Atlas drove me here. Do you have a car I can borrow? I have something I need to do. Atlas has a fucking death wish, Temper murmurs, handing me a set of keys. Stay out of trouble until this is sorted. I nod, take his keys, and then text Bronte to ask her for Chain's address, but for her not to mention it to anyone. I know she's going to have some questions, but I don't have anyone else to ask. He's at work, so it's safe for me to go there. And I want to find out what else he's been hiding. Chapter 25. Atlas jumps in the car with me last minute before I leave the clubhouse. What are you doing here? Temper said you're probably going to do something stupid and I'm supposed to stop you. You can't stop me, but you can join me. I'm going to search Chain's apartment, I say. You in? He nods. Brez told me to go wherever you do. Why would Chains go against Temper and the MC? I ask out loud when we arrive. That's the question of the day, Atlas mumbles, bending his head to look across at all the apartment buildings. Chains lives in a densely populated residential area. He apparently lives in one of those. He points to the older brown brick building that looks like it has seen better days. Looks pretty shady. Matches his character. My lip twitches. I didn't see this coming, Atlas admits. I mean, he was always kind of weird and brooding, but fuck. I never once thought he wouldn't give his all for the club. We're the only family he has. I don't get why he would fuck that up. Who knows? I guess when drugs and greed are involved, people do stupid shit. We park behind the building and make our way through the gate, then up the stairs to apartment 57. When we get there, I look at Atlas. Don't judge me, but cover me so no one can see what I'm about to do. He blocks me with his body while I start picking the lock with a hairpin I keep in my bag at all times. After a few minutes, I manage to get it open and step inside, Atlas at my back. Chain's apartment is surprisingly tidy, pretty bare, but not exactly what I was thinking. I was expecting a typical bachelor pad, but it looks like Chain's is a bit of a clean freak. We separate and start looking through all of his shit without making any mess, because we don't want him to know that anyone was here. I step into his bedroom, ignoring the huge king-size bed and going for the drawers. I find stacks of money, more than a mechanic would make, but I find nothing else incriminating. I open his closet, and a few items of clothing fall out. I pick them up one by one and try to place them back just how they were. A black studded belt hanging on a rack on the door catches my eye. Something about it looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? I rack my brain to think of why this seems important. Dread fills my stomach, but I shake it off. No way, it can't be. I hold the leather in my fingers and decide to take it with me just in case. Anything? I call out to Atlas. Nope, just some weed that I'm tempted to steal. Yeah, maybe don't, I say. I roll my eyes and get back to looking through all of the documents on top of his bedside table. There's an old phone sitting in his top drawer, under a bunch of crap, but he'd definitely notice if that went missing. I turn it on, but it also has a password, so I'm not able to access it. I pick up a handwritten letter from Taylor to Chains. I take that with me, and then we get the hell out of there. Atlas drops me off at the station. Decker rushes over when he sees me, and I update him on what happened and ask to see the evidence from Ariel's case again. He leads me back into the room and hands me the box. What are you looking for? He asks me. This, I say, as I take out the stud that was found at the crime scene from the box. I place it, with the little clear bag it's in, on the belt I took from Chains. And Buck. There's one stud missing from the belt. And the missing stud has been in the evidence box this whole time. Either Chains was there that night, or someone wearing this belt was. He knows what happened to Ariel. Chapter 26. While Decker is still processing my theory, I read the letter from Taylor to Chains. It was a gamble taking it, because he might notice that it's missing. But I didn't have time, and I knew I wanted to read it. Chains, I love you so much, and thank you for giving me everything I need. Without Damon here, I can now move on with my life with you, and we can be together forever. I don't care whether he killed that girl or not. They found him guilty, and now I can be free from him. You are a stronger man than he will ever be. I can't wait to be your wife one day. Love, Taylor. I show Decker. It's a bit vague, but either way, I'm convinced Chains had something to do with Ariel's murder. I know going off a leather belt is kind of a stretch, but it's just too coincidental for my liking. The belt. The fact that he's gone rogue dealing drugs, and against his president's wishes. What else has he done? Did he kill Taylor, too? Is he really capable of murdering someone? What do you want to do? Decker asks me. I don't want to tell anyone else about Chains until I'm sure and have enough evidence to prove my theory, I say. I need a little time. And if I'm right, I don't know what Trade will do to Chains when he finds out. It's one thing finding out a man you consider family is scheming behind your back. It's a whole different thing finding out that he killed a woman you loved. I don't want Trade to do anything that he will regret. I don't have the time to go around hoping to find any scraps of evidence. At this point, it's now or never. But how the hell am I going to make this happen? I come up with an idea. It's fucking terrible, but it might work. Or it might not. I'm just going on a hunch here, but what do I have to lose at this point? My phone rings and Trade's name pops up. Okay, I have everything to lose. But what other options do I have? I need to beat Chains at his own game and play him. I need to win. What happened to Ariel's phone? I ask Trade when I pick up. What? Ariel's phone, what happened to it that night? I ask. It's important, Trade. It was lost in the lake, I guess, he replies. What kind of phone was it? Samsung, in gray. Okay, thank you. What's going on, Nadia? I got some orders to keep Chains busy for a while, and I have no fucking clue what's happening, he whispers. It will be fine. Stick to those orders and I'll tell you everything after. I love you. I hang up and get in my car. I break into Chain's apartment for the second time, this time alone. I'm not as stealthy. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't even matter if he knows I was here, because after the MC confronts him, I doubt he will be coming back here anyway. The phone is where I last saw it, sitting in his side table drawer. If it really is Ariel's, then he must keep it here as some kind of trophy, which is sick. I grab the phone, have a quick look around for anything else that will come in handy, and then get the hell out of there. When I'm safely in the car, I send Trade another text. What is Ariel's passcode? He replies straight away. It's her birthday, 1219. You found her phone? Babe, call me as soon as you can. Fuck, I hope this is her phone. I whisper as I press in the 4 numbers. The phone unlocks. Oh my God, it is her phone, I say. I browse through her photos, her messages, my heart dropping as I finally understand what happened. Yeah, I have what I need. There are photos of Chains talking to Damon, money exchanging hands. These are better photos than what Decker has. Ariel must have come across them at the gas station on her way home from the salon, on her way home to Trade, while he was waiting for her that night. Chains must have seen her and needed her to not report back to the MC. The last photo has Chains looking directly into the camera. He saw her. He saw her taking photos. So he killed her. He did do it. I head straight to Decker and tell him everything. If his prints are on this phone, that would be perfect. I tried not to touch it as much as I could, but I've picked it up twice. I reply, wincing. I should have worn gloves. Rookie move on my part. So hopefully they are still on there? I head to Fast and Fury next. I don't know what they know, so I need to act normal until I know what's going on. When I step inside the garage, it's quiet. A little too quiet. Bronte runs over when she sees me. You're okay, thank fuck. I'm fine. What happened? The whole MC came here and took Chains away, she admits, linking her arm with mine. Do you know what's going on? It was hard to watch. Temper punched him in the face and they all dragged him out of there. I don't know what's going to happen. Where's Trade? He's out back. I walk into the staff room to find him braced over the wall, head down. He looks up when he hears me. Hey. Tough day? I ask, wrapping my arms around him from behind and resting my cheek against his back. Yeah, you could say that. What happened with Ariel's phone? You found it? I nod. Yeah. You might want to sit down for this one. He sits straight down and looks up at me. I found her phone at Shane's apartment. I start, taking a deep breath. I thought he had something to do with Ariel, and I was right. What? He whispers, shock apparent. Everyone now knows Chains is a liar, but no one ever thought he could have murdered one of their own. That thought is written all over Trade's face. I start from the beginning and explain about the drugs, the photos, the small clues, and then how I remembered seeing a phone there. And when it matched the phone he told me Ariel had, all the pieces came together. She was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. She saw him speaking to Damon during the drug deal, and he killed her before she could tell anyone. I say quietly, rubbing his shoulders. I'm so sorry, Trade. He goes silent as he processes what I've told him. The betrayal must hurt so deeply, especially because this man was under his nose every damn day. He fucking comforted me when I lost her, he finally says, his fingers trembling. I take his hand in mine and give it a squeeze. He's not who anyone thought he was. I agree, swallowing hard. And now he's going to pay for what he's done. Yes, he will, Trade murmurs, and stands and starts to walk out the door. Where are you going? I call out, chasing after him. To the clubhouse, he replies, shaking me off when I try to grab hold of his arm. Trade, you can't do anything stupid. You're not thinking clearly right now, I say. He turns and looks at me, eyes narrowed with determination. Stay here, Nadia. He storms out and gets into his truck. I ignore him and follow, jumping into the passenger seat. I'm coming. He opens his mouth. And don't even try to tell me what to do, I add. He closes his mouth, his jaw going tight. Smart man. The ride is tense, and I turn the music on for a little distraction. Trade turns it back off. Apparently he likes the thick atmosphere. You need to calm down before we get there, I say, keeping my tone gentle. You need to think before you do something that you're going to regret. I'm not going to kill him, he says, even though that's what he deserves. I have my kids to think about, but he's not just going to get away with this either. I'm not going to regret a damn thing. He's going to get what's coming to him. I exhale deeply, and then send Crow a text so he knows what to expect. Let's just hope that Chains is left alive to go to prison, and it's not Trade, or one of the other men going there instead. Crow and Temper are out the front of the clubhouse when we arrive, standing around their motorcycles and having a conversation. You're not going to stay in the car, are you? Trade asks, turning to me with his fingers on the handle. I shake my head. I thought as much, he mutters, opening the door and getting out. I do the same, following behind him, practically jogging as he approaches his friend and brother. Where is he? Trade demands, getting straight to the point. I'm going to fucking kill him. My jaw drops. You just said you wouldn't do that. Crow comes over to me, while Temper lowers his head and quietly tries to talk some sense into his brother. At least that's what I hope he's doing. For all I know, he's amping him up and telling him they will dispose of the body together. We won't let him do anything he will regret, Crow promises. Okay? You brought him here. He's safe. He's with his brothers. We got him. I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth. Those words make me feel better. I can trust that they will handle the situation in their own way, and most likely better than I could. Okay. Trade looks over at me. Stay with Crow, all right? This is something I need to do on my own. I don't want you to see me like this. Temper nods from behind him, silently asking for me to trust him, to trust them both. I agree, and the two of them head inside. I turn to Crow, wrapping my arms around myself. What now? Come on, let's go inside away from the gym. The women are all either here or on their way here. They are? Yeah, if there's something big going on, we always come together. It's safer that way, he explains. Bronte is on her way now. I love that they all support each other like that, and I'm happy they are here. Sure enough, I see Abby and Izzy the second I walk past the kitchen. The two of them are sitting at the table, coffee in hand, talking among themselves. As soon as they see me, they both stand and come over to give me a hug. I have a hard time looking at Izzy. She doesn't know the truth yet. None of them here do. Glad you're here, Izzy says. We all grab a drink and sit down. Bronte arrives next until one by one all of the MC women and men are under one roof. I don't know what's happening with the men. Crow conveniently went missing the second Abby embraced me, and I can only imagine what is happening on their end right now. Ladies, we are all here so we can be together right now while shit is hitting the fan. I have no fucking idea what our men are going to do about the chains situation, Abby says to us all. I have food and drinks, so make yourself at home. Bronte looks at me, and I realize that I haven't even been able to tell her the truth of it all. Abby, if you don't mind, I have something to say. I turn to Izzy and hesitate. Izzy, this is going to be especially hard for you. I'm so sorry. And Bronte, I would have told you, but it all just happened and I haven't had the time. Bronte's brow furrows. What is it? All eyes are suddenly on me. You guys might not know that I was looking into Ariel's death because some of the story wasn't adding up. And I have just found the proof that it wasn't Damon who killed Ariel. It was chains. A collective gasp fills the room. I'm so sorry, Izzy. But Trade knows the truth. That's why he stormed over here. I don't know what he's doing to chains right now. But apparently I'm here for it, sipping a soda in the kitchen while it all happens. Izzy starts crying, and I feel like absolute shit for being the one bringing this all back up for everyone. But at least the truth is all out now. And that's all of it. There's nothing more to come as far as I know. Bronte sits right next to me and lets me know that I'm not alone in this room of strong women, and I appreciate that. Izzy comes over and hugs me, and thanks me for finding out the truth of what happened to her sister, and I appreciate that even more. I trusted him, she whispers. It hurts, you know. My sister didn't deserve that. She'd never hurt anyone. She always saw the best in people. She actually was one of the only people who liked James. Genuinely liked him. I nod. You should have seen Trade's face. I don't think I'll ever forget his expression. They say that the good always die young, she says to herself. I just wish they didn't have to take her. She lives on in Mila, I say, smiling sadly. And you, and Trade, and the rest of the kids. Izzy nods. That she does. I meant what I said. She always liked you, and I know right now she's smiling down on us, especially now that we know the truth. And we owe that to you. I look down at my hands, feeling choked up again. Thank you. Then I get a little teary-eyed and we both cry together. Even if it hurts sometimes, Ariel is always with us. Chapter 27. Temper steps into the living room, and all of us turn to look at him. Where's Trade? I quickly ask. He's a mess, but Chains is alive. They are all in the gym. Chains can't go anywhere. Trade steps in behind Temper, and he is a mess. His knuckles are busted, and there's blood on his hands. Are you okay? I ask, rushing over to him and touching his face. He closes his eyes and just feels the soothing touch of my fingers. In this moment, it feels like it's just the two of us. I silently let him know that I'm here for him. and I press a kiss against his cheek. He then opens his eyes and nods. I'm fine, and I won't be going to prison, so don't worry. He's alive. That's good to know. Come with me. There's something I need you to hear, he says, leading me toward their gym. Crow is at the door with Saint and Rennie, and they all nod at me as I pass them. What is it? I ask. When I step inside, I see Chains sitting there on the ground, back against the wall. His face is all swollen up, and he looks broken, inside and out. Ares, Diesel, and Atlas surround him. Tell Nadia what you just told all of us, Trade demands. Chains lifts his face and looks right at me, with his lifeless brown eyes. I almost feel bad for him, but then I remember what he's done. I killed Ariel, he murmurs. I know, I reply. What else? Trade presses. After I killed her, I drove to Damon's house. I needed him to help me. I didn't know what to do. He was selling drugs for me, so I knew he would do whatever I asked, he admits, ducking his face. I didn't want to kill her, but she saw me, and no matter what she said, I knew she was going to tell Temper. I didn't think. It wasn't planned. It just happened. There's no emotion in his tone. He might say he didn't mean to, but I don't think he lost any sleep over it either. He clearly kept her phone as some kind of trophy. Why else would he keep it charged and right next to his bed? What did Damon do? I ask, needing to know. He told me to drive it into the lake. He helped me try to set it up so it looked like she just maybe went off-road and into the water. So Damon was involved in Ariel's death. He may not have killed her, but he knew who did. That explains why he wanted me to walk away from the case. He never snitched on you. I know, Jane says, with his eyes still closed. I told him if he did, I would kill his mom and Taylor. He starts to cough. Taylor, I forgot about her. Taylor loved you. How did you get involved with her? When Damon took the fall for me, I told him I'd look out for both of them. I would give money to his mother. For a while, I just looked out for Taylor, but she caught me watching her a few times. So we started to date. I have so many questions. I don't know where to start. Did you kill her? He takes a deep breath. After you came around, she started asking questions. She just knew too much. And after you questioned her, she tried to use that against me. I don't know who the fuck she thought she was trying to blackmail. I threw the rock at your window, Nadia, hoping you would back off and just leave things how they were. I wish you had. Taylor was unfortunate, but she should have known her place. James opens his eyes, and for a very brief moment, I see regret. Why did you go down this path? Give up your life? I ask with genuine curiosity. Betraying his brothers, killing innocent people. James lets out a fake laugh. What life? I have nothing. Yeah, I'm a member of the MC. But what else do I have? I really don't know James that well, but I almost feel sorry for him. Almost being the key word. Will you tell the police this? I glance over to Trade, gauging his reaction. Chains looks to Temper, who is standing by the door, before giving a slight nod. I need this confession on tape, just to prove I don't quite know. Nobody is innocent in this, but Ariel deserves for everyone to know the truth. As if reading my mind, Temper says, We recorded him admitting to all of this, before Trade beat the shit out of him. I nod and walk toward Temper with Trade following me. What's going to happen to him? I ask quietly. Call your cop, Temper says. Tell him about his confession, and that he can come here now. Feeling surprised that the MC is just going to hand Chains over to the police, and that they trust them, I say. Are you guys all friends with cops now? It was necessary in this case, and Trade says you trust him. I do. Then let's get it done, Temper says before turning to leave. We leave the gym and head into the living room. Trade pulls me against his body. If it wasn't for you and my kids, I'd be committing a heinous crime right now. I know. I'm happy that you didn't. We need you. I love you. I love you too, I reply, bringing his knuckles to my lips and kissing them. You said you needed time to think, he admits, expression blank. I'm here for you, aren't I? Yes, you are. I kiss his cheek. I can't wait until all of this is over and done with. I feel so drained. Me too. I have to go and pick up the kids, I tell everyone when I get back to the kitchen. I'll come with you, Izzy says, standing up and grabbing her keys and bag from the table. I have Mila's car seat, too. Perfect, especially considering I've never actually done a school pickup before, I admit. Izzy laughs weakly. Better get used to it then. I'll show you the ropes. We both get in her car, and I call Decker on the way. Remember you said you trust me and my instincts? I say when he answers. Yeah? Head to the Knights of Fury MC Clubhouse. I'm sure you know where it is. One of the members is going to confess to the murder of Ariel and Taylor. He'll also detail Damon's involvement. And the MC is fine with this. With the cops coming to them, he asks. And I can hear in his voice he's trying to catch up with everything I just told him. Yeah, they're waiting for you. Nadia, you are a force. I'll let you know what happens. We get to the school and Izzy shows me where all of the kids' classes are and where she waits for them at Mila's class. Watch out for the school moms. They are a whole different breed, she says under her breath, and women walk by us, giving us odd looks. Maybe they know that we are dating bikers? Who knew? They're great kids, aren't they? So resilient. They've all been through so much, but they are still kind and respectful and don't give us too much of a hard time. Even Aaliyah, who can be a little diva. They are amazing kids, I agree, looking at Mila's classroom, waiting for her to appear. I was so nervous at the start because I haven't spent much time with any kids except Quinn, but they make it easy. We greet Aaliyah, AJ, and India outside Mila's class. Mila runs out, pink bag on her back, smiling widely when she sees me. Instead of running to Izzy, she comes straight to me and jumps in my arms. Nadia, you're here at my school, she says excitedly. Yes, I am. How was your day? I ask. Good. I look over and see Izzy watching us, emotion in her eyes. Do I get a hello, Mila? Or is Auntie Izzy forgotten about now? Mila giggles and reaches her arms out to Izzy. Hi, Auntie Izzy. Hello, beautiful girl. India and AJ each give me a hug next, while Aaliyah stands back, but she smiles when I look at her. Where's Dad? She asks. At work, Izzy lies. We are all having dinner at your house. The kids all cheer. The fearsome foursome. I love watching all four of them together. India plays her role of big sister as she looks in each of their backpacks, making sure they have everything. Aaliyah bends to tie AJ's shoe, giggling and looking up at him as he says something. I get a text message from Decker after we get to Trade's house. Picked up Chains. They played me the recording, and Chains said it was true. What are you going to do about Damon? I type back. Let the truth come out, and let the lawyers battle it out. I believe Chains when he said Damon helped him. Whether he was forced to help him doesn't matter. He should have told me the truth. And Chains? He deserves all of this and more. Who knows what else he has done that we don't know about? He's obviously capable of so much evil and so much deception. I will never understand how he could go to work every day and look Trade in the eye and pretend to be his friend. He is the worst kind of human. When Trade comes home, we toast to Ariel. May she be at peace, looking over at us and smiling, Trade says, and we clink glasses. When we're in bed, Trade holds me so tight, like he's scared I'm going to disappear. I'm not going anywhere, I tell him, even though I know that's not a promise I can make. It's not a promise anyone can make, but I sure as hell am going to try. Right here is where I want to be. Chapter 28. Trade wakes me up with his mouth between my legs, and we have slow, sensual morning sex to start the day. We then have a long overdue talk. You were right. This whole time you were right. Damon may not be innocent, but he didn't kill Ariel. I'm so sorry I was against this at the start, and I'm so fucking happy you pressed this. Now we know who actually murdered Ariel, and can get the justice she deserves. It was hard for you, I shrug. For everyone, I get that. And what about us? Trade presses. You had us on pause before this whole thing blew up. How do you feel now? Do you still need more time to think about it? I know that I want to be with you, I assure him. I think we just need to take it slow and talk to each other more about how we're feeling, especially me. I hide so much because I don't want you to think that I'm being petty or insecure when I should just tell you. If I can't open up to the man I love, then who can I open up to, right? You can tell me anything. There's no judgment. I love you. You don't have to compete with a ghost, he says. And I'll do anything to be with you. How can I prove that to you? I realize he can't change his history, and I have to either accept him with it or let him go. It's not fair to him otherwise, or to me either. Just love me, always? That's a given, he says, smiling. And never call me by another woman's name? I add, arching my brow. If you want to live. He laughs and rolls me under him. Fair enough. I love you. I love you too. The next morning, with my back pressed against the wall, Trade slides inside of me, kissing me deeply. When I walked out of the shower, dropped my towel in front of him and did a sexy little naked dance, he picked me up and pinned me to the wall, and I was laughing until those laughs turned into moans. And now I'm on the verge of an orgasm, but the asshole keeps stopping before I can get there, purposely dragging it out. I score my nails down his back. Trade? I'm going to kill you. He laughs into my neck, pulls back and cups my face. I fucking love you. Good. Good? Uh-huh. Tell me you love me. His strokes get harder and faster, and I moan loudly, pushing back against him. I love you. Good girl, he murmurs, reaching between us to touch me, instantly sending me over the edge and into oblivion. He finishes a few strokes after me, and then carries me to the bed, still inside of me, and lays me under him. I stroke his hair while we gather our breath, mainly him, from holding me up and doing all the work. I can feel his heart race, and then slowly even out. Would you move in with me? I mean, when you are ready, he asks, lifting his head and looking at me. I think about it. I do love my house and having my own space, but I would also love waking up to him every morning. I would, I tell him. Not yet, though. Maybe if we wait a bit. But I would love to work toward that. I think the kids will need time to adjust. You're right. Thank you for thinking about my kids and what's best for them. He nods, smiling. But I appreciate you being honest and telling me it is something you see for us. I fall asleep, smiling. Trade is one of the best things that has happened to me, and I love every second of being with him. Chapter 29. 6 months later. Trade steps into my office, his phone in his hands. Is he really gone? Is this over? He says with trepidation on his face. Did Izzy message you? She did, I admit with a huge smile on my face. After all the drama with Chains, who is now behind bars, something else has popped up. I finally got in contact with Merv, Mila's biological father, and asked if we could meet to discuss Mila. He was demanding full custody. Izzy spoke to him and told him that after Ariel died, they tried to find him, but after 6 months it was deemed that she was Mila's legal guardian, as stated in Ariel's will. She landed the final blow by saying that it'd be over her dead body that she'd hand Mila over to him, and if he wanted to see her, he was going to have to take us all to court. A week later, we got a summons in the mail from family court, but we were prepared. I pulled out all the stops and dug deep into where Merv was for the past 5 years and what he was up to. I sent his lawyer a copy of his rap sheet. He did 2 years for grand larceny, burglary, and assault, in addition to affidavits from his former business partners saying he lied on his last 3 tax returns. Merv has dropped the suit and is leaving town. He agreed to give away all of his parental rights. I almost don't want to believe it's true. What if he changes his mind? Trade asks, vulnerability in every word. You know that I've been wanting to legally adopt her for the longest time, and Izzy has agreed to it and thinks it is the safest way to go. We will do whatever we need to keep her safe. I promise him. Did you drive all the way here to talk about that? Oh, fuck. I brought you coffee. I left it in the car. He disappears and I hide my smile. He looks after me. He's always checking on me, dropping in with food and coffee and just being all around amazing. Here you go, he says, smiling sheepishly. He kisses me. I'll see you after work. Have a good day. You too, I call out as he leaves. About an hour later, Marisol comes in to see me. Although Damon didn't kill Ariel, he is still doing time for helping Chains, although not nearly as much. He'll be out in 5 years, and his mom seems happy with that. This is the first time I'm seeing her since everything went down. I wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart, she says, placing an envelope on my desk. You listened to me when no one else would, and I know how much it took from you to push through with the case. I owe you, Nadia. I take the envelope. You lied to me, Marisol. Many times. You were receiving money from someone and didn't tell me. Is that how you were paying me? She looks down, wringing her hands. Yes. It's how I knew my Damon was innocent. But Damon wasn't innocent, Auntie. He helped get rid of a body. I honestly haven't processed my feelings toward Marisol. I don't know if I can ever trust anything she ever says to me. She looks me right in the eye. I heard that you are a stepmother now. You're raising children? Do you love them like your own? I'm not technically their stepmother, but of course I do. I'd do anything for them. She tilts her head. Anything? And with that one word, I do see where she is coming from. I may not agree with her, but I understand the sentiment. I open the envelope and pull out a check for $10,000. My eyes widen. It's a lot of money. Marisol, I can't take this, I say, trying to give it back to her. You don't owe me anything. I can't accept money that Chains gave you. I want you to have it. And that is my money. I donated the money that man gave me to a women's shelter. You gave me something priceless, my dear. Justice. Please take this as a thank you from me. Put it aside for a rainy day if you don't need it. Or instead of renting this place, why don't you put down a deposit on your own office? She stands and winks at me. You deserve it. She leaves, and I'm standing there holding the check. It will be nice not having to worry about money for a while, I have to admit. I never wanted her to feel like she owed me anything. I'm proud of myself for pulling off what at many times I thought was going to be impossible. I remember thinking I was in over my head and wanting to quit. My friends were the ones who kept me going. And now everything has been set right, and I couldn't be happier. 3 months later, I closed the book and smiled down at Mila. It's been a few months since Merv came back into the picture, and Trade has already started the long adoption process. I love that story. I know you do, I reply, lifting the blankets up to cover her. Did you have fun today at the beach? I did, she replies. Well, good night, little princess. Sweet dreams. I lean down to kiss her forehead. Good night, Nadia. Love you. I smile and put the book away. Love you too. Together we pat her chest, right over her heart, and she says, Night, Mommy. See you in my dreams. It's our little routine that we do every night, and she refuses to do it with anyone else. Izzy tried once, and Mila told her that it's reserved for her, her mommy, and Nadia only. I think I cried a bit when she told me that. I slowly edge out of her room and run into Trade at the door. How long have you been standing there? Not long. Just watching you. He steps inside and kisses Mila, then closes the door behind us. You are so great with them. Do you know how much I appreciate that? Maybe you can show me later? I whisper in a husky tone. Nadia, can you tug me in? I hear AJ call out. Wonder who the new favorite is, Trade grumbles, walking with me to AJ's room. Of course I can, I tell AJ. Are you going to read me a chapter tonight, or is it my turn? It's my turn to read. With the older three, Trade and I take turns reading with them every night. Even Aaliyah looks forward to it, although India is starting to require her privacy. Trade says goodnight to AJ while I grab the book off the shelf, open it to the correct chapter, and hand it to him. I sit there and listen to him read and help with any words he needs help with. And then I go in to say goodnight to India, who is reading by herself. When I stop in Aaliyah's room, Trade is just finishing up listening to her read. I walk in to kiss her head goodnight. Nadia, will you take me shopping this weekend? Aaliyah asks. Sure, what do you need? I want a training bra. Trade starts coughing and I pat his back while trying to hold in my laughter. I'm going to go. Good night, sweetie. He leans down to kiss Aaliyah and then makes a quick exit. Of course. We'll make a day of it. Maybe get manicures, too? I say, looking forward to our time together. She's really come around in the past few months. I think it's because she realized that I'm not going anywhere, and I'm here to stay. Trade and I try to do individual things with each of the kids, so they never feel left out. I think it's really helped, although it was a bumpy start. I can't wait. Thanks, Nadia. After I turn out her light, I walk into our bedroom. I finally moved in about 2 months ago and couldn't be happier. Although Trade and I decided that in the next year we're going to buy a house together to give us a fresh start with new memories. Are you going to tuck me in next? He asks, grinning as he walks toward me. He lifts me up and lays me back on the bed. I fucking love you, you know that? I love you too. He makes it so easy to love him. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would be here right now with Trade, but sometimes fate has better ideas, and I couldn't be happier. We all stand at Ariel's headstone on her birthday, which is covered in fresh flowers and photographs. I miss you, Mommy, Mila says with her hand on her heart, which brings tears to my eyes. We love you, AJ says. And we wish you were here, India adds. But you're in heaven, so that must be pretty nice, Aaliyah says quietly. And then Trade speaks. I hope you are at rest now. I'm sorry it was someone we knew who did this to you, someone we considered a member of our family. If you'd never met me, maybe you'd still be alive and Mila would have her mom. I look down, emotion filling me. We all love you more than we can explain, and you are so missed by all of us. He continues. And you will never be forgotten, I add. AJ wraps his arm around me and holds on tightly. You won't leave us, will you, Nadia? All 5 sets of eyes are suddenly on me. Not if I can help it. Some things aren't in my control, but I want to stay here with you for as long as I can. Okay? That seems to be good enough for him. He nods. Okay. We still have our memories, India says, smiling sadly. And there are some good ones. There are. Ariel was always so funny and so silly. She loved dancing around the house while she was cooking. Sometimes she'd forget and burn the food, and then she'd just order out instead, Aaliyah adds. She really wasn't the best cook, India says, and we all laugh. And she'd help me with my homework, AJ says. But if I didn't want to do it, she didn't make me. She was nice. And she'd try to talk Dad into letting us have a little more freedom, India adds, smiling. She failed, but at least she tried. I smile at that one. It blows me away how beautiful and wise these children are. They aren't here screaming, why them, or misbehaving because of their grief, even though it would be understandable if they did. They aren't letting their grades fall or giving their dad a hard time. They aren't blaming anyone for what happened. They are just strong, resilient, brave humans and have handled this so well. And I know that is because of Trade. He has led them in their time of need and has been their strength for them. He's amazing. And Ariel liked everyone. I think she's happy we have Nadia, and we're happy that we have someone nice looking after us, AJ adds, smiling over at me. Someone who plays games with me, cooks with me, and always has time for me. Mila comes over and hugs my leg. You are so nice, Nadia. I get all emotional, tears threatening to drop. Thank you, but I'm the lucky one to have you all in my life. You are all wonderful children, and I feel so blessed to be able to be a part of your family. Your dad and mom have both done an amazing job raising you all, and I will always be here for you if you need me. I need you, Mila adds, nodding very seriously. Me too, Trade mutters, wrapping me in his arms and bringing me against his chest. Thank you for all that you do, for loving us and being so understanding. You are such a strong woman and the perfect role model. And thank you for never trying to erase Ariel's memory. We all stay there for about an hour, talking about Ariel, sharing memories and wishing her a happy birthday in heaven. Trade thinks I'm strong, but when I look at them, I feel so inspired by the strength they show. I am truly lucky to be surrounded by all of them. They say that you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. I'm super proud of who I have surrounded myself with. They aren't my blood, but they are my heart, and that means so much more. Epilogue. 3 months later. Trade. You sure you want to do this? Temper asks, studying me. When he dropped by my house, I asked him to come outside so we could have a talk. We both knew it was coming. You know the job is always there for you if you change your mind. I know, but it's time for me to focus on my own business once more, I say. And to be honest, Chains has tainted working at Fast and Fury for me. I had my change of scenery, and now it's time for me to get back to the construction world, to work hard to provide for my family's future. It was such a relief when Mila's adoption paperwork came through, which makes her officially my daughter. I mean, to me, she always was, but now she is legally, too. And Atlas and Ares will be able to handle it, I comment, referring to the newly patched members of the MC and the new Fast and Fury managers. Atlas might not be my favorite person right now, but I know he and Ares will do a good job taking over. Once I heard that he had taken my woman on the back of his bike, I was fucking furious. Don't get me wrong, I was happy he was keeping Nadia out of trouble and having her back, but let's just say he won't be doing that again. Temper smirks. You know I had to hire them both for it. Them two fuckers don't do anything alone. I know. I grin. But hey, an extra helping hand is never bad at that place. True. He slaps me on the back and then pulls me in for a hug. Whatever you need, I'm here for you. I know. He hesitates, scrubbing his hand down his beard. Nadia. I like her, and I like you both together. She's a good woman. Is this your official approval? He barks out a laugh. Something like that? More like me warning you not to fuck it up. I'm not going to. She's perfect for me, and someone I never saw coming. She's going to be my wife. Temper nods, and then gets back on his motorcycle, the loud engine music to my ears. I head back inside where Nadia is making the kids some dinner. I never ask her to do anything or expect her to, but she likes looking after us all, and I like doing the same for her. She's wonderful, and I know how lucky I am to have her in my life. My kids will be lucky to have her as their stepmother, and they all know that. Need any help? I ask. Could you get the garlic bread out of the oven? She asks, stirring the pasta on the stove. Did you know Mila doesn't like onions today? Apparently it's a thing. So I've made her a separate batch. You're spoiling her. She asked nicely and batted her eyelashes. You try to say no to that. It's hard, because she looks just like Ariel. I never thought I would love anyone after Ariel, but Nadia has proved my theory wrong. She loves doing that. I will always love Ariel, and I will always love Nadia. Most people only get one love in their lives, but I've been blessed with two. And I'm never going to take that for granted. Nadia fixed that hole in my heart, and it's now so full that I could burst. She has made me and my family so happy that I could never repay her. She's been a bright light for us all, and I don't even think she knows just how much she has impacted our lives. She's given us all a second chance at happiness. I take the garlic bread out of the oven, and after she turns the stove off, I spin her around and kiss her deeply, my hands cupping her cheeks. I love you, I say against her lips. I love you too, she replies, breathless, her brown eyes looking at me in a way that only she can. She sees me, and it means so damn much. What did I do to deserve you? I ask myself out loud. I haven't always been a good man. I mean, I've tried, and I've always tried to be a good father. But I don't think I've ever done anything so grand to deserve this woman in my arms. You're pretty good in bed, she teases, and I laugh and playfully bite down on her neck. She's so sexy, and I can't seem to keep my damn hands off her. It's a problem, really. We haven't spoken about kids yet, but if she wants more, I'm happy to give her that. And if she doesn't, I'm fine with that too. Whatever she wants. I just want to be with her, in whatever form that comes in. And to me, that's what true love is. 1 year later. I've never felt so sick in my life as I do right now. I knew that proposing was going to bring back memories of the day I lost Ariel, waiting at home for her to return from the salon, but her never doing so. I knew I wasn't going to let Nadia go anywhere tonight. I don't want her to leave my sight at all, because I'm just so scared. I know it's not rational. There's not some curse on me that takes away my women the night I'm about to propose to them, but I still can't help that feeling in my stomach. I know it's not going to go away until I get down on that knee and ask Nadia if she will be my wife. And she has no idea what I'm going to ask her tonight. In fact, as far as she knows, we are having a birthday dinner for her, here at our house, and all of our friends and family are coming. Everyone knows except her. She's going to hate that. But I thought it would be nice to share this moment with everyone that we love. She always says she has never had the whole big family thing before, and this way just shows her that she does have that now, and that she is so loved by so many people. Unless she says no to me, then it's just awkward for everyone. It looks so beautiful, she comments, glancing out at the garden, which I've turned into an outdoor dining setting. I've put out lots of round tables, chairs, and fairy lights, setting the mood. I've even stolen one of the DJs from Kamikaze to come here tonight and play music for us all, and the food is going to be catered by the clubs, too. It's nice having a brother who owns half of the city. It does, I agree, looking over at her. And you look stunning tonight, Nadia. I am the luckiest man in the world. At least I will be if she says yes tonight. You look pretty handsome yourself, she replies, touching the collar of my fresh white shirt. Thanks for making this night so special. I don't think I've ever had a birthday like this, or had anyone put in so much effort for me. Better get used to it, I tease. She smiles, her brown eyes lighting up. I love you. I love you more. She rolls her eyes and smiles even wider when there's a knock on the door. Someone's here. She rushes off to answer the door, and I pull the red box out of my pocket to look at the ring. Bronte helped me pick it out. It's a black diamond with a halo of white diamonds surrounding it. Her dream ring. Trust her to want something so different, so unique. I love the idea of a black diamond, and it suits her perfectly. AJ comes over and grins, clapping his hands together. I'm so excited. Me too, I reply, winking at him. I hide the ring as Nadia reappears with Bronte and Crow, holding a birthday gift. Do you need me to help with anything? Bronte asks. Nope. The staff from the club are setting up all the food, and the DJ is on her way. I think we are all good. The cake looks amazing, I muse. Bronte beams. I can't wait for her to see it. She's going to love it. Everyone arrives, which is pretty much everyone from the MC and two of Nadia's friends, Decker and Felix. Felix brought his wife Clover. She told me her father used to be the president of an MC, and she was raised as part of one. Crazy how everyone is connected in weird ways. The music starts playing, and the food and drinks start flowing. Every time Nadia moves around the room, my eyes follow her. You all right, brother? Temper asks, studying me. I feel sick, I admit. I just don't want her leaving my sight. You know what happened last time. I know. That's not going to happen this time. You need to relax and enjoy the moment. This is the start of the rest of your life, Trade. Not going to go well if you throw up right now, he says, lip twitching. We are all here, and she is here. No one is going anywhere. No one is leaving. It will all be okay. I promise you that. I feel so fucking stupid, but I keep taking deep breaths. Realistically, I know that he's right. She is right here in our home, and nothing is going to go wrong. But that doesn't mean it's that simple. I don't think I'm going to be at ease until she says yes, and then I might be able to relax and enjoy the rest of the night. Temper pours me a scotch and I gulp it down. Thanks. You're welcome. Nadia comes and sits down next to me, giving me a kiss on the cheek. Guess what? I say as I take a gulp. I really need to get my shit together. Decker asked if I'm looking for a partner at the firm. What? That is the last thing I expected to hear. Yeah, he said that he's tired of the bureaucracy and he really enjoyed the work we did. So I think he's going to come work with me. Isn't that awesome? Wait, what? I mean, I like Decker, but I still have a feeling he has a crush on Nadia. The idea of them working together all the time, I don't know how I feel about that. It's irrational, I know, but I'm just processing it all. Is that what you want? Yes, I think so. It would mean I wouldn't have to take on as many cases at once and would have time for you and the kids. I think it'll give me the flexibility I want for us. I can't argue with that. She has been working so much, balancing me and the kids with her business. If that's what you want, then I support you. I'll just have to deal with Decker being around her so much. I guess it could be worse. I feel so spoiled tonight, Trade. This is the best birthday ever. Hopefully, it's about to get better. I nod to the DJ, who stops the music, and I can feel all eyes on me as I stand up, pull the ring out of my pocket, and get down on one knee. Her eyes widen as she realizes what's happening. Oh my God! Nadia, I love you more than you will ever know. Would you do me the honor of being my wife? Of course. Yes, she says, smiling through tears as I put the ring on her dainty finger. Everyone cheers, and she jumps on me, almost making me fall backward onto the grass. I love you, she says, squeezing me. I love you more, I reply, kissing her. More cheers. The moment is magical, and I feel silly for feeling so fucking anxious for the whole night. But it was all worth it. She's worth it. She looks down at her hand at the ring and smiles so widely. This ring is perfect. I love it so much. Good. Io Bronte. I can't believe... She trails off, shaking her head. You are so amazing. I'm glad you think so, because you're stuck with me. With us, now. The kids all come over and hug both of us, and my heart has never felt so fucking full. The music in the party resumes, and everyone comes over to congratulate us. Izzy gives me a warm hug, and I wish I could explain to her how much her support means to me. She has accepted that Mila has a new mother figure, and has never made any of us feel bad about moving on with our lives. Thank you. She smiles and gives me another hug. I'm so happy for you all. You make the most beautiful couple. That means a lot to me, Izzy. How long have you been planning this for? Nadia asks when everyone has returned to their tables to enjoy the night. Months, I admit. I wanted it to be perfect, and I wanted to share it with everyone we care about. It was perfect, she replies, resting her head on my shoulder. And I had no idea it was coming. I can't stop smiling right now, Trade. Would you like to dance? I ask, standing and offering her my hand when she nods yes. I take her out to the middle of the garden, where a makeshift dance floor has been set up, and hold her against me. I'm not the best dancer, I admit. Me either. At least not slow dancing, she responds, laughing. She looks so happy right now, and I wish that I could be in this moment forever. We are joined on the dance floor by everyone else, even the kids coming to have a dance. At the end of the night, after everyone leaves, I peel her little black dress off her and lay her back on the bed, her ring gleaming in the moonlight. And then I make love to her as my fiancé. And yeah, she's not going anywhere. This is Devin Grace. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged production of Custom Love by Chantal Fernando, presented by Carina Press and Harper Audio. This program was produced by B Audio Limited. Executive producer Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2021 by Chantal Fernando. Production copyright 2021 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books, S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.